You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddles, Cloak and Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA Radio Network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
If you had one chance to say something about yourself and the life you lived, what would it be? Was it worth living? Did it serve a purpose, and did it have a meaning? Why did you live? Were you no different than a blade of grass, just filling the stomach of a cow? Or did you accomplish something? I have felt death's icy breath strike my face on several occasions as I peered back into his black eyes. In my youth, I would laugh at him and mock him, challenging him to catch me if he could. But now he seems to be more like an old friend beckoning me to join him on a long-awaited journey to a familiar place. As I write this, I'm approaching the age of 60 years, and I have experienced a fulfilling and wonderful life. If I was informed that I would have to die today, I would not mourn, nor would I feel cheated. I have lived a better life than most humans throughout time, and even compared to other people that I have known. I have seen more things and experienced more enjoyment than most people could fathom. So if death came to me today, I would consider it a bargain because I have definitely gotten my money's worth out of this life. However, the truth is that death is only one breath away from each and every one of us every day. You have no guarantee of seeing tomorrow. You don't even have a guarantee on your next heartbeat. When the time comes, most people don't get the chance to say anything. For most, death comes unexpectedly, even if it happens in old age. Maybe it's best to figure out what you would say, then write it down somewhere or record it somehow. As for me, I have been granted such an opportunity, and this is what I would say. Remember that time? The Mojave Desert, near Jawbone Canyon, 1980. The Sheep Ranch. The remote desert location made this house perfect for drying and processing large quantities of marijuana plants. It was 5 miles north of the city limits of California City and down a dirt road a mile from the nearest paved road. Anyone approaching from the north, the west, or the south would be easily spotted from the property. Therefore, it was near impossible to get to it without being seen well in advance. The eastern approach was a different matter. I'll get to that later. If you cut across the desert roads to the southwest, it was 7 miles to the greenhouses at the California City Airport, where the growing operation was housed. Add all that to the fact that the local authorities were, let's call them, not a threat to the growers, and this was the perfect place to dry and process a few tons of pot. As an added bonus, the property had a mile-long dirt runway. The greenhouses had just produced their first crop, and the growers were pressed for time to clear out the harvest so they could start the next crop. The previous occupants of the house had moved out only 2 days before, and the truck had been rolling hard to get the crop into the house to dry. The roughly horseshoe-shaped house was huge. It was the former headquarters of a large sheep ranch from back in the 1920s. The north wing consisted of 2 average-sized bathrooms with a sitting room between them, along with a half-bath. Moving south, there was a large kitchen, roughly 25 feet wide by about 40 feet long. It was built for 2 cooks and a kitchen staff to prepare meals for a large crew of workers. It had 2 refrigerators that could run on propane or the standard 120-volt electricity. It had 2 gas ranges, 2 gas ovens, and 2 large sinks. Moving south again, and adjacent to the kitchen, was the dining hall. It was also about 25 feet by 40 feet. The kitchen and dining hall made up the center of the horseshoe. The south wing was made up of the main hall, a room about as big as the kitchen and dining hall combined. The remainder of the south wing held the bunk hall, again about the size of the main hall, and a full bath. The house had a wide wraparound porch, so no matter the time of day, you could sit and relax in the shade. Except for the bathrooms, the house had large windows in every room, which could be opened to take advantage of the almost constant daytime breeze. And that wide porch made sure the windows were almost always shaded. The original purpose of the sheep ranch was to supply fresh meat to the local mining crews working the large gold mining operations of the P.R.N mining district, an area that was in steady operation producing large gold strikes from the 1860s to around 1940. The house was the center of a very large profitable sheep ranch, and as such it was fully self-sufficient with generators, a deep well, large water tanks, and a water tower, and a horse barn with lots of stables. The house was situated on the west side of a slight rise in the valley floor that came to its peak about 100 yards behind the house, to the east. That gave the house full view of the north, south, and west, but only about 100 yards clear sight to the east. That wasn't a safety concern for the growing operation, since to the east was nothing but the Mojave Desert. Literally not a single structure for hundreds of miles. So that night from the east we came, I had selected each member of the crew for their unique abilities. I didn't want anyone who was a close friend, as I knew this raid could get real ugly, and I didn't want to lose any friends. My gunner was a guy I'll call Dinky. He was a very large, simple man who would follow my instructions to the letter and act without hesitation. Plus, he had his own rifle and was good with it. We used 2 vehicles, both 60s muscle cars that could outrun anything we could possibly face. The driver of the car I rode in was one of the best drivers I knew. Let's call him Mr. Schmidt. The other driver was good, just not as good. But he had the connections we needed to dump our haul quickly. Let's call him Mr. Garcia. None of them knew where we were going, and none of them had ever been there before that night. I made sure of that. They would be at my mercy for directions in and out. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of the vastness of the Mojave. If anyone got left behind, it wouldn't be me. Having spent countless days in Jeeps, 4x4 trucks, dune buggies, and on dirt bikes, I knew that desert like I knew my own face. For what should have been a 10-minute trip, I wound the guys over dirt roads and trails for about 45 minutes before we crept down the hill to the old ranch house with our headlights off. There were no lights on in the house, and we killed the engines and coasted the last 90 yards or so. Silently, we came to a stop behind the house. I had reviewed the plan with the crew. No one fires up an engine unless I come running out of the house. Dinky and I were the only ones going in. Schmidt and Garcia were to be ready in their cars. Dinky went in behind me with his rifle over my shoulder. He is not to fire unless fired upon or unless I say fire. Then he is to shoot at center body mass in bursts of 2. I had a pistol in my pocket, but my weapon of choice was a large dagger, razor sharp on both sides. This was to be a silent operation unless we were forced to make noise. Our first step was to clear the house of any resistance, peacefully if possible, but clear it no matter what that took. Quietly, we crept up on the porch. I slipped the lock on the back door. Slowly, we entered by the bunk hall, seeking the hopefully sleeping guards. Dinky was steady, and my blade was drawn for the first strike. Before I really get into this story, I should explain the journey. Memories. When I use the phrase true memory, I'm referring to a memory that you actually remember on your own, not one that's based on a story that was told to you by someone else. Oftentimes, if not most of the time, early childhood memories are based on the child listening to a family member tell a story, and then the child forms a series of images in their mind based on the story. With enough time, the child forgets that the memory is based on a story and will repeat the story believing it's a true memory. Sometimes it's extremely difficult to determine, with any certainty, if the story is a true memory or just a story from the child's head. As a person who has struggled with insomnia at times, I've spent many sleepless nights exercising my mind to remember details in my memory that I know I have never heard someone else talk about. The details of a fence, the north/south orientation of a building, or some other obscure fact that can be summoned from a true memory that you know that no one ever mentioned. Even so, there's a possibility that I have recorded a mistake or 2 in this writing. Perhaps more than 2. This is because minds are fragile and memories are often flawed. That said, What you're about to read is my best effort at telling this story. If there's some part or some detail that I have made a mistake on, it's just that a mistake. I have no motivation to lie. My primary purpose in writing this is as a record for my family. As you will read, I paint myself with the same brush when I do something good or something bad. I will not hide my warts, nor will I make myself something that I am not. What I am is a human with flaws, as we all are. I have done good things and bad things. I am no hero and I am no villain. And yet in a very real way, we are all heroes and villains if we live a full life, which I have. The vast majority of my writings and recordings are geared for a libertarian/anarchist audience. It would be impossible for me to write this without having some tilt in that direction. However, it's not my purpose to use this book to convince anyone of anything. I'm writing this as a record of what life was like for me in the last half of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st, and how I became what I am today. I was inspired to write this when I ran across a recording device packed away with some old things. The device had a recording I made of my father a few years before he died. However, the device was damaged beyond recovery, and I had no backup of the recording. I realized then that I too will die someday, and it may be that some member of my family would like to have some record of my life. I wish I had such a record of my father's life, or of his father's. As much as is practical, I'll be using the real names of the people in this story, unless they've been engaged in some criminal activity, some immoral activity, or some other activity that could embarrass their family or harm their reputation. Even though most of the criminal actions described here are well past their statutes of limitations, some are not, including some of my actions that won't clear Ohio's statutes of limitations until 2022, and some of my actions that will never be covered by any statutes of limitations. Those later ones are some of my proudest moments, but I can only refer to them vaguely, if at all. Also, it will be helpful if I explain a thing that my regular readers will already know. As you read this book, you may notice that sometimes I capitalize the S in state and other times I don't. There's a reason for this. The author and fellow anarchist J.R.R. Tolkien said that you should never capitalize the G in government, and he gave his reasons, which I wouldn't even think of contradicting. I believe that if you're referring to a state government or a nation state, Tolkien's rule should apply to the word state in the same way as the word government. However, when I refer to the state capitalized, I am referring to an entity made up of all governments, along with the crony corporations that they depend upon in the energy, pharmaceutical, farming industrial complex, and military industrial complex, their crony mainstream news agencies and entertainment industry, the international banking cartel, and much of the clergy. This entity acts as one, will defend itself, seems to have a long-term agenda, and is the bastard child of the sins of humanity. Specifically, the only thing I believe to be sin is aggression, as defined by the zero aggression principle. The ZAP is addressed later in this book, or you may refer to my other writings on this topic for more details. But I will try not to preach on this topic. One other thing before I get this story going. Anyone who knows me is likely aware that I have an extensive history of head injuries resulting in over 40 concussions, but I'll only touch on that lightly in this book. Making an abolitionist. Words have meanings. Often different people hold opposite beliefs as to the meaning of the same word. And dictionaries are of little help, as can be realized by looking up the word literally in a modern dictionary. Merriam-Webster states the following as the second definition of literally. 2. In effect, virtually, used in an exaggerated way to emphasize a statement or description that is not literally true or possible. How have we come to a point where a respected dictionary can't accurately define the word literally and has to resort to using the word literally to state that it doesn't literally have to mean literally? I resist this nonsense with every cell of my body, figuratively speaking. Words are the primary communication device used between humans. If we sit idly by while the ignorant among us destroy our ability to transfer complex thoughts, then we deserve to devolve into grunting apes, fighting over a banana that our masters have thrown into our cage, that said, I am an anarchist, and I believe every human is born an anarchist. Anarchy is our natural condition, and, like a wild horse that must be broken to be useful to a rider, we must be taught to accept a master by systematically breaking our will. Parents have been taught, through peer pressure and exposure to other parents, including their own, how to break the will of a child. Then at a tender age, parents turn their children over to the state to complete the indoctrination through 12 or more years of so-called school, where non-facts are taught as facts, lies are taught as truth, and no effort is made to teach the children how to learn or how to discover. Government school is literally a prison sentence for a crime the child never committed. It is a day prison, much like some prisons are weekend prisons, but prison it is nonetheless. And without this constant indoctrination of children, the state couldn't exist in its modern version, because people would find the idea of government as ridiculous as it actually is. I use the word anarchist, and if you've been properly brainwashed by the state, you will undoubtedly have the wrong idea of what I'm talking about. Anarchy doesn't mean without rules, it means without rulers. And those are vastly different concepts. And anarchy doesn't mean communism. In fact, it is the exact opposite. If these statements confuse you, you may be reading the wrong book right now. You may want to consider reading The State, Its History and Development Viewed Sociologically by Franz Oppenheimer, or perhaps any of the works of my friend Jeffrey Tucker. In addition to being an anarchist, I'm also an abolitionist, meaning I wish to abolish all forms of forced human servitude and bondage. If you're saying to yourself, I don't understand, slavery was abolished by Abraham Lincoln, then you are seriously reading the wrong book, and you don't even own your own thoughts. They have been planted in your mind by your masters, the plantation owners, and their lapdogs in the education industry. Shame on you for believing such nonsense. If someone can come to you with a paper ordering you to give up possessions that you have acquired through rightful means, like work, trade, or gift, and if you refuse that paper's orders, you can be arrested, then you are a slave. If you must ask permission for the privilege of fishing or hunting to feed your family, you are a slave. If you must carry a permission slip in order to arm yourself for the purpose of self-protection, you are a slave. If someone else can dictate what object you can own and what object you are forbidden to own or possess, you are a slave. These principles were first established in writing in English history in CE 1215 in the Magna Carta Libertatum, but these principles were already very old at that time. Throughout the centuries, they have been defended by the blood of faithful men and women, while cowards shrank away from conflict and refused to defend these natural rights, allowing slavery to continue. Over the ages, slavery has been enforced on a variety of levels. Some slavery is very tolerable, while some slavery is not at all tolerable. When slavery is comfortable, slaves often don't consider themselves as slaves. But they are slaves just the same. Reality is not based on perception, but on the facts of a given situation. Remember, the slavery described in the Bible that forced the Israelites to flee Egypt was not total chattel slavery like pictured in the Hollywood movies. It was more like a tax that slowly crept up over the hundreds of years they were in Egypt, until it became intolerable. That tax started as a flat rate of 20%, but tyranny crept up to the point that the Israelites had to sit by and watch as their firstborn males were taken from them and killed to lower their population, while they were burdened with climbing tax rates. And right now, today in 2019, working-class Americans pay proportionately more in taxes than the Israelites did in Egypt, while American children are systematically brainwashed by government schools. Yet Americans bow their head and bend their knee to their masters, and dare not speak of resistance. They solemnly place their hand on their heart, pledging their eternal soul to the state, as the government hymn is sung, and their holy cloth idol is unfurled to bless their precious panem et circenses, or in today's language, hot wings and sports. If you were paying attention just now, you would have noticed that I pointed out two distinguishably religious features that worshippers of the state regularly display, namely the state hymn and the veneration of the state's cloth idol. These are two very obvious aspects of how the state is in fact a religion, but more on that later. All that aside, I was born an anarchist, and by the time I was free of forced government indoctrinations, my true nature was almost beaten out of me. I was mostly broken, but mostly broken is still slightly wild. There remained a tiny flame of freedom waiting for the chance to become the fire that burns in me today. And this story is how that happened. 1961. September, Santa Clara County, California. As a child, I was told that I was born at Doctors General Hospital in San Jose, California. The problem here is that I can find no proof of such a place ever existing, other than on my birth certificate. But there are possible solutions to this little mystery. Either I have misremembered what I was told over and over, or the state of California made a mistake when they sent me a copy of my birth certificate many years ago. Or my mother was mistaken and/or lied to me. Or there was a universe/dimensional shift, and I am now in the universe where Doctors General Hospital of San Jose has always been called Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Or finally, there is some other reason that I haven't thought of to explain this confusion. Who knows? Sometimes an embarrassing lawsuit forces an institution to change its soiled name. It's difficult to tell which scenario is correct since I was really young at the time and have no memory of the event. But the strongest evidence supports the theory that I was born somewhere. In all actuality, it only seems to really matter where and when precisely that a person is born to adherents of the religion of the state, which wants as much personal and verifiable information on every single one of its subjects as it can gather. In all my years, I have never been given a clear explanation as to why these things should matter to anyone else. Historically, such details were not important. After all, birth is an event that the individual child was present for, but had no say in the matter. An example of a birth date and place that didn't matter was the incredibly wealthy Howard Hughes. No one alive knows for sure when or where he was born. There are contradicting theories of his birth date and place, but there is no solid way to prove any of them. It never mattered as he accumulated wealth, and it still doesn't matter now that he's dead. Another more important example is Jesus Christ. Sure, some big shot hundreds of years after the fact, with no documentation whatsoever, just declared it to be on December 25th, conveniently a pagan holiday celebrated for thousands of years before Christ. But that's about the one day we know for sure it didn't happen. Also, no one knows where it happened. Again, a big shot pointed to a cave hundreds of years later because they had a fuzzy feeling, but then some other big shot pointed to somewhere else based on their fuzzy feeling. So, is that how we determine history? The depth of a fuzzy feeling? But more importantly, why would it matter? We know it wasn't important to anyone during the first few hundred years after his death, because in all the writings about him at the time, no one mentioned it. Jesus' birthday didn't matter until the marriage of the church and the government. Then, suddenly it mattered. The day of your birth only seems to be useful to those who cling to authority as a way to restrict your behavior and keep you on the plantation as a tax/debt slave. Oh, don't get me wrong. They teach you with great enthusiasm that your birth date is important. There's cake, a party, and all the entrapping of a significant event. But is any of that real? No. It's all a show to control you. You're 5 years old? You must attend school so we can teach you what to think. You can't drive that car. You're only 15 years 4 months. You can't even begin to learn to drive until you're 15 years 6 months. Unless you live in Alaska, where those rascals can drive at 14. You're 18, so you just became smart enough to vote for your masters and to be forced into the military where we'll teach you how to kill other 18-year-olds. But don't even think about having a beer for 3 more years. That is, unless you live in Nicaragua, where a 14-year-old can order 151 proof rum with a hamburger, and no one will even blink. These are all just age discrimination edicts made up by authoritarians within the last 100 years or so, with no basis in true law. The state feasts upon arbitrary rules enforced by unthinking dunderheads and obeyed by cowards afraid to stand up for their own freedom. Humans are fast become a race of vogons, sludging along, waiting for the correct forms to be processed so they can enforce random laws made up by other vogons, who themselves are just obeying orders. If you're unfamiliar with the word vogon, do a Wikipedia search. I don't have room in this book to define my obscure references, and footnotes annoy me. All right, the rant is turned off for now. Back to the story. Sometime after my birth in California, we moved to an unincorporated area of Appalachia called Sunshine, Kentucky. Sunshine, what a happy place name. Place names tell you much about an area and the people who settled there long ago. Kentucky has place names like Flat Gap or Grassy Creek or Big Sandy. They tell you something about the place. What do you need to know about Beauty Ridge, Kentucky that's not already right there in the place name? Place names in the Mojave Desert, on the other hand, are not so happy sounding. Even though the sun shines far more in the Mojave than in eastern Kentucky, I don't know of any area of the Mojave called Sunshine. The Mojave has place names like Bloody Canyon, Poison Canyon, Death Valley, and Devil's Postpile, but we'll get more into that later. I think we only lived at Sunshine for a few months before moving to Burroughs Road, Campbell, California. I don't know why we moved back and forth so many times over the course of my childhood, but I suspect my dad got the itch to wander now and then, and he just couldn't fight it. I won't list all the times we moved in this book, but to give you an idea, I changed schools 16 times before I graduated high school in January 1979 at the age of 17. My earliest true memory is from our home on Burroughs Road. I remember the backyard had a fence traversing the yard, with a gate and an arbor near the middle. I remember the bus that was parked just outside that gate. It was the bus my dad used to move the family back to California from Kentucky. However, I have no memory of that move, nor of ever entering the bus. It was on Burroughs Road that I was given a dog. He was a long-haired dachshund puppy named Shorty. Although my family has told me many stories about Shorty's arrival and his antics as a puppy, I have no true memory of him until we moved to Coalinga, California some years later. Oh, don't get me wrong. I could tell you stories about Shorty. Stories that I've been told that, at one time I thought I remembered, like how I was messing with his food and he bit me, so I bit him back, or how he would cry when I would cry, but those are not my memories. Truth is more important than a good story, and this is about truth, not about a story told to a child. Steinway Avenue, Campbell, California, then to Coalinga. My only true memories of living on Steinway Avenue in Campbell, California are an image of a large tree in the front yard and a white picket fence, along with a very weak memory of an old man next door who scolded me for walking on the top rail of said picket fence. He attempted to convince me not to walk on top of the fence because, if I fell, I would be impaled on the points of the fence. I remember that I didn't like that man. I didn't like anyone telling me what I could and couldn't do. My only other memory of that place was from the last day we spent there. We moved to Coalinga on the western edge of the San Joaquin Valley, where we lived in 3 different houses before moving back to San Jose in 1968. I have a somewhat clear memory of the move to Coalinga. On the day of the move, I was quite sick with a high fever. I recall laying on the couch as the family moved things into an old milk delivery truck that my dad had purchased specifically for the move. I was one of the last things they placed in the truck, and I quickly fell asleep. I woke up the next day in a house I had never seen before. It was very exciting. Life in Coalinga would be an eventful time for me. I was given my first bicycle. It was an old, small child's bike, and I quickly destroyed it by jumping it off the curb and over everything I could find that could be used as a ramp. With the bike's demise, one day I dug a series of foxholes, trenches, and a tunnel in the backyard where I pretended to fight the Germans. I think I may have watched Sergeant York on the television around that time. I stopped digging when the trenches and foxholes were deeper than my head. After spending all day digging and fighting the Germans, I heard my grandmother calling me for supper, but I was busy saving the world. When I didn't come in, she came out to see what I was up to. She saw what I had done and was shocked at the depth of my earthworks. She alerted my mother and father that, being in earthquake country, if we had even a slight tremor, the trench walls could collapse and bury me alive. If I recall, my father and brother repaired the yard after dinner, destroying all hope of defeating the Germans. Around this time, my Uncle Arnold, one of 3 uncles for whom I am named, my middle name is the same as his middle name, arrived for a brief visit. After spending some time with me, he felt I was responsible enough to be given my first real pocket knife. It was a small single-blade jackknife with yellow plastic handle inserts. Evidently, my mother was not consulted on this matter, so once she found out, she demanded I give up the knife. I resisted the demand and appealed to my father, who took my side on the issue. So I kept my knife for the moment. In this case, as in most cases, the mother's determination is stronger than the father's kindness, and my knife vanished one night as I slept. It was 2 more years before she softened up and allowed me to carry a pocket knife. On June 27, 1966, around 8:15 p.m., a 5.3 earthquake hit Coalinga, California, followed about 15 minutes later by a 5.5 quake. Coalinga's older brick buildings sustained some damages, But the quake was centered west of town in the foothills, so Coalinga was spared the full force of the quake. No serious injuries or deaths were reported. My grandmother and I were alone in the house at the time. I called her Mama. It was the first serious earthquake either of us had experienced, and I thought I was so smart. The whole time I was telling her how everything would be all right because California has earthquakes all the time. I told her I knew what to do, and we should go stand in a doorway. I held her hand and walked slowly with her, so she wouldn't be frightened. Looking back on it as an adult, I now understand it was she who was calm and was allowing me to believe I was helping her. It was just like when we played checkers and she would let me win. Grandmothers are the best. I can't begin to explain how much I learned from Mama. Mama lived with us from a time before my birth until her death in the mid-1970s. She, along with my sister Judy, who is 14 years my senior, did the lion's share of raising me. My mother was too ill to even pick me up for quite some time after my birth. But Mama was there. She taught me to sit up straight and how to tie my shoes. When I woke up in the middle of the night from terrible dreams, she was there. She would walk around the room with me to make sure there were no monsters. She would read the Bible to me and tell me Bible stories. Close to the end, the months before she died, I knew she was going to leave us soon. I just felt it, no one told me. I would wake up in the middle of the night and go to her room to check on her. I would just stand there and watch her sleep. I wanted to make sure she was all right before I went back to bed. Back in Coalinga, near the end of summer, my mother informed me that the state wouldn't allow me to go to school in the fall if I didn't go to the doctor and get the state-required shots. I had no idea what she was talking about. I didn't know what shots were, and I had no concept of what this state thing was. Everyone kept telling me it wouldn't hurt, and I had no reason to think they would all lie to me. After all, I was young and didn't know adults lie to kids and don't even feel bad about it. So the big day came, and we went to see the doctor. It's important at this point to understand that I was quite a bit larger than other 4-year-olds at the time. As the doctor prepared his gadgets, he also assured me that this won't hurt a bit. Then he jabbed a needle into my flesh. I responded by punching him right in his lying face. That was the first time I punched an adult, but it wasn't the last. The doctor called in 2 nurses, and they attempted to hold me down for the shots. They became the second and third adults I punched, but I didn't get a good, clean punch on them like I did that stinking doctor. Not only was this the first time I ever punched an adult, it was the first time I was ever in an actual fight, and it was against 3 people. So you could say that the state caused me to get in my first fight. Actually, since the doctor and nurses were working as agents of the state by using lies and aggression to enforce the edicts of the state of California, a subgroup of the state as a whole, the doctor and his gang were the state manifested at that moment in that place. Stinking Vogons, all of them. Of course, I wouldn't understand that for many years. But the die was cast, and I was a fighter. The Rubicon could not be uncrossed. The doctor scolded my mother for having such a violent child. My mother informed him that I was only 4 years old and had never had a shot before. The doctor explained that he didn't know it was my first shot, and he thought I was more like 7. It didn't matter. I would have punched him when I was 7 just as quickly as I did that day. Now I need to clarify an important point here. The issue at hand was trust, not pain. When I was 4, I was pretty tough. I would roughhouse hard with my big brother, including slap fighting. So my problem with the doctor was not about pain, it was about trust and truth. Sometimes, to show his friends how tough I was, my brother would lift me off the ground by my hair, and I would just grin. If the doctor had been truthful with me and just explained what he was going to do, that strong boys can take shots even though they hurt, I would have asked for extras just for bragging rights. I have never trusted a doctor since then, but it wasn't just the doctor who lied to me. Neither would I again accept the word of a human without some underlying evidence to support it. I learned that day that humans lie, even to people they love, and I knew by instinct that it was wrong. Let's fast forward this story to 2019 for a moment. In late January of 2019, my grandson Miles went in to see the doctor for his government-required vaccinations. His parents' idea, not mine. After the doctor gave him a regimen of shots, the stinking pig doctor told Miles he wouldn't have to have another shot until he was a teenager. Miles, of course, believed the lying pig doctor. Miles explained to me that the doctor promised he wouldn't have to get another shot for years to come. As if the doctor could predict the future and could honestly assure Miles he wouldn't face a major illness, a dental procedure, a broken bone, or stitches. Doctors suck. Half-wit Vogons, the lot of them. Miles broke his wrist a month later. Back to 1966. At the age of 4, I started kindergarten that September. From that injection and the beginning of my indoctrination in school, the state and its Vogons had begun the process of trying to break me. They thought I could be shaped and molded to their will. But they were all of them deceived, for I was forged of another metal that could not be pounded into submission, and they could no longer trick me as they had done. On a happier note, as a child there were only 2 occasions when I felt Christmas was a significant event. Christmas of 1966 was the first of those. I had sneaked a peek at every one of my gifts, as was my custom, but unbeknownst to me, my brother Roy is 12 years older than I am, so he was about 17 at the time, had saved money from his job and bought a new bicycle for me from the local Western auto store. It was a real bike, a dark purple Schwinn Stingray with a black banana seat and a sissy bar. It had big ape hanger handlebars with tassels on the grips. He brought it into the house Christmas morning before I awoke. When I came out of my room, there it was. I was shocked. It was the single coolest object I had ever seen, and it was mine. Before the day was over, both tires were destroyed, but oh, what a day I had. The desert around Coalinga, California, is the perfect environment for growing goat heads, Tribulus terrestris. If you aren't familiar with these little devils, you should count yourself fortunate. They're a thorny sticker that looks like some demon took a set of miniature child's jacks, the game not the lifting tool, and sharpened each spike to a needle point. Then spread them by the billions throughout the San Joaquin Valley. By the end of Christmas Day 1966, my bike tires were so full of goat head spikes that replacing the shredded inner tubes would have been a waste of time and money. Most kids never had such trouble with their bike tires. But then again, most kids didn't fly across the desert pumping their pedals as fast as they could, jumping off every hill and every embankment of every dry wash they discovered. But I did. After replacing a few sets of tires and tubes, my father and my brother became determined to find a way to solve this problem. With the help of the friendly owner of the local Western Auto, they found a company that sold fat, knobby tires with thick walls. We hadn't seen them yet, only read about them in a catalog, but the Western Auto guy assured us the goat heads didn't stand a chance against these bad boys. When the new tires finally arrived, we discovered that the tires didn't fit into the front fender of my Stingray. The solution was, of course, to remove the fender. Seeing my Stingray without a front fender and with oversized knobby tires was a life-changing event that unhinged my tiny 5-year-old brain. My bike looked badass. Then, off came everything I felt was not required. Why have a back fender if there was no front? The tassels had to go. The chain guard had to go. Reflectors? Where I'm going, I don't need reflectors. Eventually, the ape hangers were replaced by actual dirt bike handlebars taken from my brother's crashed dirt bike. The crossbar of the handlebars was slightly bent from the crash, making my bike look tough. My dad had to weld the motorcycle handlebars into the Schwinn factory gooseneck, and the unpainted welds made it look even fiercer. Coalinga saw its first BMX almost 10 years before the abbreviation BMX would be uttered. Other kids thought my bike looked weird, and I liked that. The only bad thing about my bike was that I couldn't ride it to school. The kindergarten didn't have a bike rack and didn't allow kids to take their bikes to school. I couldn't wait for the first grade. They had bike racks. When September 1967 finally arrived, I was still only 5 years old. On my first day of first grade, I woke up before anyone else in the family. I got myself ready for school, out the door and on my bike. I didn't care about school. I wanted to ride my bike across town and park it in a bike rack for everyone to see. When I arrived at school, the building was locked and no one was there. I walked around the building and the grounds trying to figure out what was wrong. After some time, one of the janitors pulled into the employee parking area. He came over to me to see what I was doing. After I explained, he told me to go home because the school didn't open for several hours. I liked that. That meant I could ride all the way across town, then back again when it was time for school. When I arrived back home, everyone was still asleep. My dad was the first to wake up, likely from the noise of me entering the house. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him I couldn't wait to ride my bike across town. He said that wasn't a good idea. It was a long distance to the school with lots of streets and traffic. I could get lost. It would be better to ride the bus. I could get lost? Parents can be so silly sometimes. I rode my bike anyway, I just didn't talk about it at home anymore. I don't think much of anything interesting happened at school that year. It seemed a waste of time. I'm confident I learned more exploring the desert and riding my bike than anything any school ever taught me, and certainly more than I learned in first or second grade. Mama taught me to read and write, and she taught me basic math. Mama taught me how to play checkers, and Judy taught me how to play chess. That covers logic, reason, and strategy, so even today, I see no value in government schools.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
The Police State. Conversations with Judy and Roy, along with my own memories, produces 3 very different versions of this story. So what you read here is what I remember, with whatever flaws it may contain. My first true memory of a cop was on the evening of July 4th, 1967. Roy and my brother-in-law, Don, Judy's husband, had obtained real fireworks. There's some question if they came from Mexico, Texas, or New Mexico. I suppose it really doesn't matter. But they had real Roman candles that fired burst after burst of little balls of fire, and actual firecrackers bundled together that sounded like a machine gun firing. But the showstoppers were the rockets. Actual sky rockets that shot up in the air and exploded with a huge bang that made my chest thump. These were bottle rockets, they were cannons. Dad wouldn't let the guys shoot off the sky rockets in front of our house, so they went down the street to fire them into the sky from a side alley. They fired off about a dozen, one right after the other. It seemed almost instantaneously a police car pulled up, just like my dad had warned. The cop got out and started asking my dad questions. Our driveway was splattered with the typical neutered legal fireworks available at every grocery store in California, but no signs of the good stuff. My dad pointed to the burned-out sparklers, spark fountains, and smoke emitters and said something to the effect of, "We saw those ones in the sky that you're talking about, but you see here what these children have. These little guys don't have anything like those rockets." The cop nodded and said something else to my dad before leaving. What I didn't know at the time was that as Don and Roy were lighting off the last rocket, it slid sideways and shot its burst right over the police station. The lesson I learned from that night was that police are not on our side, and their laws are just the opinions of some, forced on everyone else by the fist of the police. Laws do not represent right and wrong, and the police don't protect and serve us. They are simply enforcers of the whims of politicians. It's fitting that I learned that lesson in Coalinga, just miles away from Los Gatos Canyon, and both the hideout and the death location of the famed Joaquin Murrieta and Manuel Garcia, aka Three Finger Jack. I'll touch on that later. My next encounter with a cop was a few months later when one spotted me riding my bike. He came over to me in his car and gave me what he called a friendly warning. He explained that California law required my bicycle to have reflectors on both wheels, along with a front and back reflector and a state-issued identification plate. He also said I couldn't ride a bike with no fenders. I listened carefully and nodded, then went on to do as I liked. This was my bike, not California's bike. Again, just another old man trying to tell me what to do. Remember that time I sent Don a surprise? As I said earlier, Don was the husband of my oldest sister, Judy. By 1968, Don had been shipped to Vietnam by way of the U.S. Marines. He was stationed at Da Nang Marine Air Base. There is nothing good I can say about that other than to say that somehow Don kept himself alive. The Marines had issued their young American captives, or draftees if you prefer, leather boots with rivet vents near the arch to sludge through the monsoons of the Vietnam summer. The thing about central and southern Vietnam is that the monsoons hit right at the peak of summer, and the rains do nothing to alleviate the incredible heat. It's like Atlanta in August, but hotter, wetter, and the locals were trying to kill you, or at least trying to poke you with a poison stick. And the U.S. Marine-issued boots did nothing to protect your feet, but they did a fine job letting in fungi and assuring tissue rot. So Don wrote to us and asked for one thing: rubber boots. Evidently, no one in the U.S. government was smart enough to give the Marines rubber boots, to wear in the mud of Da Nang. So Judy and my mother put together a care package for Dawn that included some baked goodies and notes with sweet thoughts and a precious pair of knee-high rubber boots. I had a big rubber spider about the size of my hand, so I slipped that into one of the boots, just to remind Dawn how much we loved him and were thinking of him. The package arrived at Da Nang Air Base and, as you would expect, all the guys in the barracks saw this big box and watched to see what yummy goodies were inside. Dawn pulled out the boots and immediately started to try them on. For a son of Kentucky, the Vietnam jungles were a strange place filled with odd creatures. So imagine what Dawn thought as he slid his toes up against that giant rubber spider. Unfortunately for Dawn, new rubber boots go on easier than they come off. So Dawn treated his fellow Marines to a humorous dance as he struggled to get his foot out of the boot, only to see my gift of a rubber spider fall to the floor. Without hesitation, he knew who had put the spider in that boot. I could not have designed a better brother-in-law, nor a finer human being than Dawn, even if I had unlimited resources and all the powers of the universe. He was a deeply good man. We lost him a few years ago, and I will always blame the U.S. government, the U.S. Marines, and Agent Orange for his painful death. Vietnam won in the end. Chevalier Drive. Approximately mid-late spring of 1968, we moved back to San Jose, California, first to the Mosley's house, friends of the family, for about a month, then to 1764, Chevalier Drive, San Jose, California, 95124. I memorized that because my mom told me that if I ever got lost in such a big city, I could tell that to someone and they could bring me home. Like I could get lost. Again, parents are so silly. As a 6-year-old, I loved the house on Chevalier Drive. Facing our house, across the street, was an orchard of some kind. It was like Winnie the Pooh's 100-acre woods. In reality, the orchard was a square about 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet. But for me, it was a place of endless adventure. It ended abruptly on two sides with an oddity I had never seen before. Creeks. Well, actually, they were concrete drainage ditches that formed the northern and western border of the orchard. But they had standing water, and standing water means frogs and minnows and dragonflies and every imaginable thing that didn't exist in Coalinga. To me, I had arrived on the shores of Avalon where mythical creatures were commonplace. The drainage ditches came together at the northwest corner of the orchard, and then by way of a large concrete pipe, they went under Almaden Road, then proceeded northerly to Ross Creek, also basically a large concrete ditch. Both the drainage ditches and Ross Creek were fed by the large pipes of the city's storm drainage system. These pipes made up miles of tunnels, just the perfect size for transporting a child with an active imagination and a good sense of direction. Oh sure, the city or county or whoever had surrounded the ditches and creeks with tall chain-link fences topped with barbed wire. But, to me, that only meant there would be no grown-ups to bother me. For some odd reason, grown-ups tend to respect fences topped with barbed wire. But for me, fences and barbed wire were indicators that something cool was being hidden, and my job was to discover it. For 3 years, we lived on Chevalier Drive, and it seemed like every weekend Mom would have the camper loaded and ready on Friday, so when Dad came home from work, we could all jump in the pickup and hit the road. Dad would just drive in any direction that took his fancy at the moment, and we would end up wherever we ended up. That could be the deserts, the mountains, or the beaches. No one knew until we were there. Before my dad passed away in 2012, I was able to tell him how important those crazy unplanned trips were to me. My dad was an incredible guy, and I am thankful every time I think of him. Remember that time I tried to kill Kevin? It was on Chevalier Drive that I first tried to kill someone. I know that sounds odd, but it's true. It wouldn't be the last time I tried to kill someone, but fortunately, I was never successful in doing such a deed. More on that later. On Chevalier Drive, we had one of those big one-piece garage doors. It was on long springs that counterbalanced the weight of the door. When the door was opened, it took very little effort to pull on the rope and bring the door down to the floor. And it came down rather fast and hard. There was a neighbor boy, I think he was a year younger than I, named Kevin Flowers. A super nice little guy that wouldn't intentionally harm anyone. As we were walking out of the garage one day, Kevin jumped up and grabbed the garage door rope. It's funny how little boys and sometimes larger boys love to jump up and grab things that are over their heads. How very monkey-like of us. Anyway, Kevin grabbed the garage door rope, and the heavy door came down hard on my forehead, knocking me out cold. My mother was nearby and saw what happened. She told Kevin to go home, and she came over and held me to make sure I was all right. I awoke after a few moments. As my mother held me and spoke to me, Kevin returned with a tray of cookies his mother had prepared, as a way of saying he was sorry. Upon seeing Kevin, I leapt to my feet and grabbed a hatchet from my father's workbench. With my mother chasing me and yelling, I went after Kevin with every intention of chopping him to pieces. Fortunately, he made it to his front door before I could catch him. My mother caught me at the door before I started hacking it to get to Kevin. If memory serves me correctly, she grabbed the hatchet from me before I actually hit Kevin's door. At some point in this narrative, I should discuss concussion-induced rage, but now is not the time. The death of the 100-acre woods and the spark that followed. I believe it was the spring of 1969 when they bulldozed the 100-acre woods. The orchard vanished quicker than I thought possible. I expected I would see men with axes chopping down trees. Nope. Big flat trailers delivered bulldozers and loaders, and in a couple days, the orchard was gone, hauled away in giant dump trucks. A few days after that, the excavators and graders moved in and began terracing and shaping the land. Streets were laid down and houses began appearing, first as skeletons and eventually homes quickly filling with families. As weird as it seems, I didn't miss the orchard. Watching a neighborhood being built and climbing all over the equipment during the off hours and eventually exploring half-built houses made up for the loss of the trees. This experience made me want to be a construction worker, driving the huge machines or climbing on the roofs of houses with no shirt on. It seemed these guys had the perfect life. They got to play all day, every day with the coolest of toys on the coolest playgrounds, and no one ever told them not to get dirty. That was the life I wanted, to be tan dark like a surfer, with the wind blowing through my hair, while I pounded on things with a hammer. I mean, really, how could there be a better life? The bonus to all this construction was that I got to watch the building of the storm drain system that interlaced under the neighborhood and connected back to the drainage ditches. They completely destroyed the north ditch and replaced it with a huge pipe. In a way, I love Chevalier Drive even more with the orchard gone. Not only did I have a better understanding of how the storm drains worked and how to get around inside them, but I also had a bunch of new kids to play with right across the street. And they didn't know how the drains worked. The two group games I loved the most were Capture the Flag and Hide and Seek, and my knowledge of the drain system gave me a great advantage in both games. Remember that time that engineer taught me about lift and drag? For some time, Mom and Dad had growing concerns about living in a big city in California. In a way, Mom loved San Jose. She had a circle of close friends, plus her sister and one of her brothers with both their families lived there at that time. Also, one of Dad's sisters lived there with her family. Mom loved that Dad had a regular job at the Ford dealership. Dad went to work at the same time every day and came home every night at the same time. Weekends were always for the family, and that was very important to Mom. Dad had been pretty wild back in the 1950s, going from nightclub to nightclub playing music with his band. At the same time, Dad had a race car, and he traveled the racetrack circuits. Income could go up or down with a turn of fate. My mom hated that life. But in San Jose, she had stability. Dad made a good living as a transmission mechanic, and both my mom and dad were very frugal, so there was never a problem with money. But everything wasn't quite perfect. It was the late 1960s, and we had watched firsthand as the Oakland Hells Angels grew more and more violent. The Bay Area drug culture exploded, and the fearmongers in the media exaggerated the dangers of the Black Panthers. The Zodiac Killer was also a constant topic of the local Bay Area media, as they did everything they could to sell every panic-inducing story, no matter if an actual Zodiac Killer existed or not. The Manson family murders took place, and race riots shook many big cities. Mom became increasingly paranoid that hippies would somehow dope us. I never understood Mom's irrational fear of hippies. The state was doing everything it could do to divide people by fear and hate. But the hippies just wanted everyone to love each other. How were they the bad guys? However, in Ohio, no, seriously Ohio, 18-year-old government thugs were gunning down their 18-year-old Ohio cousins at Kent State because befell is befell. Things were getting rough. Assassinations seemed like the new political norm, and later, by 1970, the economy was beginning to falter. A possible solution began to take shape, and it seemed to provide the answer to my mother and father's fears of California. Word was beginning to spread that the government was thinking of building a new supersonic airport somewhere in the Palmdale, California area, along with a commuter train to connect the new airport to Los Angeles, all in support of the new SST supersonic transport that the government was dumping millions of dollars into. My mom and dad believed they could sell our house on Chevalier Drive, and because land in the Mojave Desert was so cheap, by several hundred acres outside of Palmdale. My mother was a real estate agent at the time, so the primary plan was to lay out a tract of houses and hopefully develop and sell them at a nice profit, as the land developer had done across the street from us in San Jose. As a backup plan, Dad could easily get hired at a local Palmdale or Lancaster car dealer as a mechanic, and we would still be better off than we were living in the Bay Area. During this time, we made several scouting trips to Palmdale to get a better feel of the area and to investigate the possibilities and risks of such an undertaking. We would often take a weekend and drive around that part of the Mojave Desert, talking to local real estate agents and contractors at building sites. One sunny afternoon, we stopped at a city park in Palmdale, where we enjoyed sandwiches and popsicles. With Mom, Dad, my sister Cheryl, and me, each eating a double popsicle, I had 8 popsicle sticks to make something with, as Mom and Dad relaxed and talked. I made a popsicle stick boomerang that flew pretty well, and as a bonus, it would fly apart every time it hit the ground. I had a blast throwing it in the air and trying to catch it as it returned to me. After a while, as I sat on a park bench carefully reconstructing my toy, a tall, thin man sat down at a safe distance from me on the bench. He kindly asked if I knew why my toy came back to me when I threw it in the air. I answered that I didn't know. He then spent about the next 20 minutes or so explaining the concepts of lift and drag. He drew pictures on the bottoms of my flip-flop sandals to explain how wing designs change air pressure, causing the air itself to raise an airplane into the sky. I was fascinated by this thin man and the way he spoke. It was as if he were also an 8-year-old child, explaining complex engineering concepts to me. I understood everything he said as he said it, and it seemed so natural that I felt he was simply recapping something I had already known. And my enthusiasm to learn excited him into talking about how the shape of a wing has to change to adapt to supersonic flight to keep drag from ripping it apart, just like my popsicle stick toy when I threw it too hard. It all seemed so clear to me. Now I knew why I liked the shape of some cars and some airplanes, but didn't like the shape of others. I knew why my hand went up or down when I stuck it out of the car window to feel the wind. In almost an instant, I understood that there is a reason for everything. Science is a chain, mostly undiscovered, that connects every event and every atom. This was one of the events that shaped the way I thought. I would ponder it over and over through the years. Who was this thin man, and why would he single me out to even attempt to explain such things? In storytelling, this often happens. Some angel or messenger shows up with some vital information that the protagonist needs to hear. But this is no myth nor tall tale. I didn't normally even speak to adults unless absolutely necessary, but I actually enjoyed listening and learning from this man. My mother and father watched at a distance, as the thin man talked to me and drew on my flip-flops. Eventually, they came over to see what was going on. The man introduced himself to them and said he was an engineer at the nearby Northrop facility. He complimented them on having such a bright kid, then he walked away. I refused to wear the flip-flops again because I didn't want to wear off his drawings. After that, I tried over and over to explain lift and drag to other kids, but I could never get any of them to understand the concept that seemed so simple to me. Before Mom and Dad had a chance to sell our house and invest in land near Palmdale, the SST program and the supersonic airport plans were canceled. It would be years later before I heard about the Skunk Works program and figured out that the thin man was likely a part of that top-secret facility. Itching for Kentucky. By the spring of 1971, the already shaky American economy began to show signs of a dollar collapse. This terrified my father because his memory of the Great Depression was still crystal clear. Dad began making preparations to move his family back to Kentucky and back on the farm, where he knew he could feed us if things turned bad. My oldest sister, Judy, and her family had already moved to Kentucky, so my dad put my other sister, Cheryl, on an airplane to join Judy. I stayed with Mom and Dad while we packed up everything that we didn't sell in yard sales, repainted the house, sold it, and headed east. Dad bought the old family farm, or actually 160 acres of what remained of the original 500-acre land grant. The land grant was given to Tom Stone in lieu of payment for service in the Virginia militia during the War of Independence. The farm had mostly stayed in the family, slowly having a chunk cut off from time to time, as it was split between brothers or sold in desperation during hard times. When I saw the family farm for the first time, I couldn't believe it. Standing in the spot where Dad planned to build our house, I pointed to the hill in front of me. "Who owns that hill?" I asked. Mom answered, "We do." "What about that hill?" I asked as I pointed to my right. "We do," said Mom. "And that one," she said as I pointed to each surrounding hill. "We own everything you can see from here." "Where can I ride my bike?" I asked, almost too excited to get the words out. "Anywhere you want, sweetheart," Mom answered. "Anywhere you want?" Wow, what a wonderful world. The Little League lesson. Here I was, a 9-year-old city/desert kid, suddenly dropped into Appalachia, where I was the one who talked funny. There were cousins and aunts and uncles in every direction. I didn't know any of them, but they all knew me. I was the cousin from California. They all wanted to take me places and show me more cousins, or show me tiny graveyards on the tops of mountains where my ancestors were buried. I thought the graveyards were pretty cool. I'd never seen a real graveyard before. One day, that first summer in Kentucky, a truckload of my cousins showed up and asked my mother if I could go with them to watch a Little League game that one of my cousins was playing in. My sister, Cheryl, said she would go along to keep me from getting into trouble, so Mom agreed. Trust me on this one, Cheryl never once kept me out of trouble. I wasn't really interested in the game, but it was fun hanging out with cousins. One cousin, Jimmy Potter, and I got along particularly well. So, we were looking around for something to do when one of Jimmy's sisters came running up and told us that 2 bigger boys were throwing rocks at them. The parking lot was covered in fresh, coarse limestone gravel, perfect for bullies to throw at little girls. About that time, the 2 boys came around the corner, and we were all in a face-off. I spoke up and told the boys they'd better stop throwing rocks at my cousins. The biggest of them took the toe of his shoe and scraped a line in the gravel. "I dare you to cross that line," he growled. I popped right across that line, and as I did, he caught me square on the nose with his fist. Then, he jumped back a couple steps. I was not expecting that, but I came at him again anyway. Of course, he popped me again. I had more blood coming out of my nose than I thought was in my whole body, but I went for him a 3rd time. This time, he turned and ran. That infuriated me. My knife flew open, and, with it clenched in my right fist, I went after him as hard as I could run. The problem was that he had 2 advantages on me. 1, he was at least a year older than me, and maybe 2, he was wearing shoes. I was barefooted on that sharp, limestone gravel. That said, I still almost caught him before he shoved some kid off of their bike and stole it. By this time, there was a herd of cousins coming to my aid. I had to stop running because the blood was flowing backwards in my sinus cavity and into my throat, choking me. I bent over to let the blood flow out of my nose, while Cheryl and my cousins gave chase. They caught him and returned the bike to the kid, but I guess by the time they caught him, he was crying and terrified. They gave in to his begging and didn't beat him. My takeaway lesson from this was multifaceted. First, never let anyone hit you in the face. As a matter of fact, never let anyone get the first punching on you. Expect their movements. Watch for a tail or a body movement that telegraphs a punch. Recognize the conflict before it turns violent and either head off the violence or be the first to strike. The second point was that I had to learn self-control and not go to my knife out of anger. As a matter of fact, anger has no place in a winning strategy when it comes to a street fight or any situation where violence can occur. Anger fogs the mind and will cause you to make bad decisions. I had to develop self-control, and I had to learn how to shut emotions off in emergency situations. This would become incredibly important later in life. Third, I needed to be able to run faster. It's that simple. I had to push my body to move faster. And this rings back to the first thing. My hands needed to be faster than any opponent. I could have blocked that first punch if I were faster. So I determined to do these things. That decision came back to sting me a couple times, but overall it has paid off in spades. The fourth thing I learned is you don't allow a cousin to arrive at his mother's house covered in blood. I learned this part the easy way. The cousin who drove us to the baseball game, Darlene Potter, Jimmy's mom, took me to the laundromat, where she washed my clothes and made sure I removed every drop of blood before we headed home. She said to me, "If I take you home to Aunt Gladys, pronounced like Aunt Gladys, covered in blood, I'll be in bigger trouble than you ever seen, boy." And she was right. My mom would have come unglued. My cousin's grammar skills were lacking, but when it came to wisdom, Darlene made up for it. We lost Arlene in 2018, along with Jimmy and Barbie, the little girl the bully was throwing the rocks at. It all happened very suddenly, and I never got to say goodbye to any of them. That's how life works. As P.R.N said, life is pain, highness. Anyone who tells you differently is selling something. None of these lessons came to me right away. This incident rolled around in my mind for years as I dissected it and analyzed it. I recognized it as a failure on my part right away, and then I committed myself to find out how to prevent such a failure from ever happening again. Over and over, I remembered the humiliation, the helplessness of having to have my sister defend me, of standing there covered in my own blood as everyone looked at me. I remembered the feeling of others showing pity for me. I think pity was the thing that hurt the most. The fact that my cousins looked at me as a helpless child attacked by an older kid burned deep in my mind. You can't be strong, you can't be tough, and you can't be a leader when people pity you. Pity is what a better person places on a lesser person. Pity is what the strong feels for the weak. Pity is why the strong have mercy on the weak. Pity is a good human emotion that drives us to be kind to our weaker fellow humans. Pity, along with curiosity, saved humanity from the extinction that swept over the other members of the megafauna during and after the last ice age. But when you are a person of pride, a person of honor, and when you have dignity, pity is the worst pain that can be hoisted upon you. All this pain came from my failure to recognize the event before it happened and my failure to manage the event as it transpired. This I could change. This I would change. Honest self-evaluation is the key to self-improvement. If you can't be honest with yourself, you have no hope of being a better person. That doesn't mean self-loathing, it means self-evaluation, and it means you improve on your weaknesses until that weakness is a strength. Speed became my first goal, and almost an obsession. I began running rather than walking anytime the situation allowed. If my dad was working on a car and would ask me for a tool from his box, I ran to get it. In the morning, I would run to the school bus stop. Even when I was early, I would take Shorty out into a field and just run with him. I would chase rabbits with Shorty, and eventually I got fast enough to catch them. By the time we moved back to California, Shorty was dead, but I could catch a cottontail rabbit in an open field. I've fed myself rabbit dinner more than once when I was out exploring the Mojave Desert. I once jumped from a moving tractor and, after a chase, caught a pheasant in flight as it exited a wheat field. Then I roasted him and ate him. From the time I was 11 years old, I raced anyone who would run against me, and I never lost a single race until the age of 30, when my weight began slowing me down. The same was true with hand speed. I became obsessed with it. The mantis-like ability to reach out and snatch an object was my goal. I worked on it over and over. I practiced grabbing objects at different distances. I practiced grabbing things without looking at them. I practiced touching a window screen as fast as I could without touching the glass behind it. I played the hand slap game, also called slapsies or slapjack, with anyone who would play against me, and I almost always won. I slap-boxed anyone who would go against me, and by the time I was 11 years old, no one was able to slap me in the face. I always won. Years later, when I lived in the Mojave Desert, I could draw my knife and cut the head off of a sidewinder before he could strike. I did that once in front of a cop. It unnerved the cop, and I laughed at him. He didn't like me before that, and he really didn't like me laughing at him. But that's a different part of the story. Let's get back to Beachy, Kentucky. The human body can be pushed to extraordinary limits when it's young, but the most important thing to me was that I never allowed anyone to punch me in the face again. And after that summer day in 1971, to this very day, no one has, though many have tried. Government school. The 6th grade was an odd time for me. I had never given much thought to school. It was something I had to do because mom and dad said so, and I never thought about it beyond that until the 6th grade. In the early 1970s, the government education system was in a sad state in eastern Kentucky. During our brief time in there, I changed schools 4 times and had 4 different teachers in 3 different schools. 2 of those teachers were very nice and tried very hard to do their jobs with the resources available to them. But 1 teacher just didn't care, and 1 was downright mean. However, they all had one thing in common. They knew next to nothing about the world outside of Appalachia. At the beginning of the 6th grade, September 1972, I was 10 years old, but I had attended 7 different schools, traveled with my family across the entire country 5 times, seen Yellowstone, the Grand Canyon, the Hoover Dam, and stunning Yosemite. I had stood on Lassen, the largest plug dome volcano in the world. I had ridden in commercial jet aircraft and in a variety of private airplanes, and my dad had even let me handle the controls of his plane on several occasions. I didn't realize it then, but I was not a normal 10-year-old child. Taking all of the above into consideration, my government school teachers in Kentucky seemed quite stupid to me at the time. One of them, a very nice lady, had just returned from a trip to visit relatives in Los Angeles when school started in 1972. It was her first trip outside of that little area where she had spent her whole life, and she was smitten with Southern California. They had done all the tourist things: Disneyland, the zoo, the Wax Museum, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, SeaWorld, and the beach. She had eaten exotic foods like burritos and tacos, and had been driven through Chinatown and Watts without stopping, of course. It was all more than she could take in, so her mind filled in what she didn't understand based on her limited experiences in Appalachia, which means almost every conclusion she drew was wrong. The first day of the 6th grade, she was so excited that she had a new student, and this new student was from California. She bubbled over as she explained to the children that in California, they don't have hot dogs. Everyone eats tacos instead. She told the kids all about Chinatown and how Chinese people don't use plates, bowls, knives, forks, or spoons. They eat all of their food from little paper boxes and shove their food into their mouths with sticks. With these and each of her other outrageous claims, she would pause and ask me to verify her exaggerations and misunderstandings. Laughing under my breath, I would nod and grunt, "Yup." Later, as the school year progressed, she took leave of the approved geography lessons and brought out an encyclopedia, then focused on the geography and history of California. It was quite humorous, hearing her pronounce California place names using English phonetics washed through a thick Appalachian accent. It seemed the only Spanish words she knew how to pronounce were California, Los Angeles, taco, and burrito, and she gave the other Spanish words a thorough thrashing. But I believe she was honestly trying to expand the horizons of her students. For that reason, I count her among the top 2 or 3 government school teachers I ever knew that were genuinely interested in their students and wanted what was best for them, even to the point of abandoning the official curriculum and attempting to impart actual knowledge to the kids. I consider almost all of the rest of my government school experience as a jail sentence for a crime I never committed. The house on Beachy Creek. The biggest thing that was happening in my life at that time was that my dad and I were building our house. It was Dad's design, and he and I did all the work together. From the pouring of the slab to the laying of every block to the finishing of the roof, we worked together and built our house. My brother, Roy, may have helped some, but I don't remember. Reason being, the only thing that was important to me at the time was that I was building a house, just like the construction workers had done in the old orchard on Chevalier Drive. In the spring of 1972, my running stopped for a few months. I was on our family farm on one of the ridges in a field of tall clover and fescue, running as fast as my body would allow when I tripped on something, causing me to fall. My knee landed on a chunk of petrified wood. My sister, Judy, still has that petrified wood as a knickknack. I had 2 lacerations, one short but deep, exposing the underside of my kneecap. The other laceration was about 3 inches long, but less deep. This was the first time I looked into my flesh and saw a bone, but it wouldn't be the last time. 12 stitches were the result. Oh, and no running. When the time came, I removed the stitches myself. Who needs a doctor to cut string? And, just a reminder, I was 10 at the time. Eventually, I started running again. As the economy continued to spiral downward, Dad expected the politicians to behave exactly like they did during the Great Depression, by increasing taxes and spending tons of money on jobs programs, make-work programs, and other nonsensical wastes of money. And they did. And the economy got worse, of course. Nixon imposed price and wage restrictions. And again, that made it worse. In expectation of that surge of government waste, Dad bought a small ditch-witch trencher and a trailer to carry it. Cities and counties across Appalachia began tapping into the federal spending by expanding their public water and sewer systems. New water towers were being built, and water and sewer lines were spreading out to new customers who had never had public water and public sewer systems. Dad formed a small company, and soon the little trencher was replaced with bigger and better construction equipment. Dad's little construction company grew, and pretty soon he had full-time employees working on several jobs at the same time. This was a dream come true for me. I learned to drive bulldozers, tractors, the big new trencher, and dump trucks. I even learned to use a backhoe, which is the coolest of all construction equipment. Life could not get better. I was a construction worker. By the time I was 11, I was going out with Dad's crew, working side by side with the men. Dad told me that I had to pull my own weight because he couldn't show me any favoritism. So I made sure I always worked harder than anyone. I didn't want anyone to say that I was just there because my dad owned the company. Yep, I had arrived. I had become that shirtless construction dude with my back tanned dark and my curly blonde locks blowing in the breeze. Shorty. It's time I talk about Shorty. Shorty was a purebred, long-haired dachshund. I was given him as a puppy just before my second birthday when we lived on Burroughs Road. In a way, we grew up together, except of course it took me much longer to grow up than it took Shorty. Shorty was an outside dog. My mom couldn't handle dog hair in her house. She wasn't a big fan of them under any conditions, but especially couldn't tolerate one in her house. But Shorty was a good dog. He understood and obeyed basic commands, and until we moved to Chevalier Drive, he never tried to get out of our backyard. When we lived on Chevalier Drive, Shorty figured out how to escape. At first, Shorty would just dig under the fence and go off for a night on the town, then return about sunrise the next morning. Oddly, he only did this on Saturday nights. I suspect he locked onto the fact that, very often, we would leave for the weekend on Friday evening and not return until Sunday. This gave him all day Saturday to dig his escape hole. Eventually, Dad lined the base of the fence with rocks and concrete, so Shorty had to discover some other way to get out for his Saturday night romps. And he did just that. For about a year, Shorty would vanish out of the yard about sundown Saturday evening, and then show up on the front porch Sunday morning, wagging his tail. Dad couldn't figure out how he was doing it. The fence was solid and there was no sign of digging. Eventually, late one Saturday evening, Dad saw what Shorty was doing. Our house had a crawl space underneath, and there were vents around the house at various locations. Shorty had discovered that he could lift one of those vents with his nose and get under the house. Then he dug at another vent until he loosened it enough to get out in the side yard that was open to the street. At the time, San Jose was the third largest city in California, and yet Shorty avoided traffic and always made it home before dawn the next morning. He would be there on the front porch, all happy and proud of himself. Things changed for Shorty when we moved to the old family farm in Kentucky. There were no fences, so his yard was wherever he roamed. Yet oddly enough, he kept an aspect of his Saturday night routine, but he added a strange twist to it. He had discovered groundhogs. Every Saturday night, he would go out scouting, and every Sunday morning, we would have a dead groundhog waiting for us on the front porch. He would make no effort to eat it, as there wouldn't be a scratch on the groundhog. He would catch them by the head and break their necks, most likely in their dens. This is actually instinctual for long-haired dachshunds. The name dachshund is German for badger hound, as they were bred for the purpose of going into badger dens and killing the badgers. The dachshund's long hair and loose skin are hard to grab hold of in a fight, and their long mouth, filled with teeth larger than you would expect for such a small dog, are perfect for grabbing a badger by the face. Shorty was also a natural rabbit hunter. The minute Shorty would see me with my Winchester .22 rifle, he would get all excited, knowing we were going rabbit hunting. He would see which direction I was walking and would run out ahead to scare up a rabbit. He had a great nose, and it would take him almost no time to lock onto a scent trail. He would follow it until he jumped a rabbit. Then he would chase it, always staying about 50 feet behind, until he brought it into a clearing right in front of me, giving me a good clear shot. As soon as I shot the rabbit, he would snatch it up and bring it to me all happy and proud. Somehow, Shorty knew the difference between my Winchester 22 and my BB gun. I used my BB gun for squirrel hunting, as it's silent and you can get more than one kill without completely changing your location. Shorty would see the BB gun and walk right beside me, so we could slowly and silently slip into the woods. We would pick a nice spot and just sit down and be quiet. Sometimes we would sit there for an hour or more. When Shorty would see a squirrel, he would freeze and stare at it until I saw him. When I would shoot it, he would sit silently and wait until I told him to fetch it. Then, he would slowly pick his way to the squirrel and quietly bring it back to me. Sadly, Shorty picked up the habit of chasing cars when we were on the family farm. All that time in San Jose, he never had a problem with cars. Then, here he was on the farm, where he was convinced that it was his job to chase any car that came near our property. One day while I was at school, a pickup truck hit and killed Shorty. Of course, we were all sad, but in a very strange way. I think Shorty's death helped me prepare for what I would face over the course of the next year. A few months after Shorty's death, one of my cousins who was about my age was walking down the street in Portsmouth, Ohio, when someone passing by threw a soda bottle, or perhaps a beer bottle, out of the window of their car, striking my cousin in the back of the head. It smashed in the back of his skull, killing him within moments. A few weeks after that, someone murdered an older adult cousin of mine, probably over illegal alcohol. Then after a few months, a beloved uncle of mine died of natural causes. These deaths all happened on my mother's side, the Brown family. I attended all the funerals, as did herds of the massive Brown clan. Prior to Shorty's death, I had never known any person who died, nor had I owned any pet that died. By the time of my uncle's funeral, I think I was completely prepared for what came next, the death of my mama. All this happened over 1 year. I was growing up quick, for better or for worse, doing what no one else wants to do. Since we've broken away from the timeline of the narrative, this would be a good time for me to talk about a strength I possess that has also been a curse. The vast majority of work my dad's construction company did was new installation of underground utilities. However, on occasion, we would have to connect an old sewer line to a sewer main or replace an old septic system completely, meaning we still had to connect an old sewer line to a new line. In either operation, you had to deal with cutting an old sewer pipe and usually digging up and removing an old section of the line. The old pipes were seldom empty. Usually this process resulted in the guy who had to make the cut and the connection standing in raw sewage and handling the old sewage-covered line until the connection was secure. Nobody wants to stand in sewage or handle old sewage lines, so I would do it. If it had to be done, I would just dig down in my soul and bring up the grit to do the job, no matter how distasteful. Very quickly, people started to notice this about me, and that meant when there was any distasteful job, I would be the person people thought of to do the task. At first, this was mostly confined to my construction job, but as I got older and was exposed to different jobs and different situations, the relatively little amount of grit it takes to stick your hands in sewage grew, as I faced harder and harder challenges. For example, one cold morning I was standing next to the road in front of our house, waiting for the school bus, when I heard a terrible sound from across the street. Our neighbor was an older gentleman who had a cat he dearly loved. It had crawled up under the hood of his car and was sleeping on the engine when he started his car. The cat was pulled into the fan belt and was chopped up pretty bad. There were no animal hospitals in that part of Appalachia back then, so it would have been hours before the cat could even see a veterinarian. Even then, the vet would only be putting the cat down because she had been chopped up so bad. The poor man was beside himself. He loved that cat so much. He looked at me and said that she had to be put down as quickly as possible, but said there was no way he could do it. I told him I would take care of her as quickly as I could. Then, I gently lifted her out of the car and took her to our barn, where I dispatched her. This was extremely painful for me. This happened not long after Shorty's death, and it made me realize for the first time that Shorty very likely didn't die on the spot when the truck ran over him. In all likelihood, Dad had to put him down. I assumed this about Shorty, but I never asked my dad. I knew from this experience with the neighbor's cat that it was something we just don't talk about. Killing that poor old cat was far more difficult for me than climbing into sewage and handling a pipe, but it had to be done, so I did it. Later in my life, a dog had to be put down and no one there could do it. So again, I did it. I can't emphasize enough how painful it is for me to have to kill a pet. But when it has to be done, every second of delay makes it worse. You have to reach down deep in yourself and draw that grit up from your depths and deal with the situation without the burden of emotions. There are two negative aspects to having such grit. The first is that people learn that you are the guy that can do the thing no one else has the fortitude to handle. Therefore, they dump their nasty jobs on you. I carry the burden of killing 8 dogs and 3 cats. I never wanted to kill any, but someone had to do it. In each case, the act had to be done by someone, and I was that someone who could turn off my emotions and take action. The second negative aspect is that at some time, all of the emotions and memories return into your mind, but the grit has retreated back into your depths. You're defenseless against your emotions. You feel every drop of that pain, over and over, each time you're reminded of the event. Sometimes even years later. I think I should return us to the timeline of the narrative now and set aside the philosophy for a while. Otherwise, memories will come flooding into my brain, and there's no telling where they will lead me. Our last Kentucky job. Some people think that without the fist of government, such things as roads, public utilities, first responders, and law wouldn't exist. And of course, people would believe these silly lies. Hollywood and the government schools have systematically taught them to believe these lies without ever questioning why they believe them. It always strikes me how desperately people will cling to these silly religious beliefs, even in the face of facts. However, when presented with facts that show they have been fooled, the discomfort of cognitive dissonance drives them right back into the comfort zone of the lies. I could explain here how Carl Fisher built the first highway to connect Canada with Florida, the second to connect Philadelphia to San Francisco, all with private funding and no toll roads, because he wanted people to use their cars more so he could sell additional car parts. Or I could talk about Zomia in upland Southeast Asia and how the entire region functions smoothly without government and its arbitrary laws. But others have done so more eloquently than I am capable, so there is no need. Besides, that is not the purpose of this writing. I will tell the story of my father who brought quality water from a private water system to Appalachian communities without the help of any government agency or a single tax dollar. In many areas of rural Appalachia, the well-based drinking water either has a very strong iron flavor, which is not good and stains clothing, or the well runs dry almost every summer. Or both. In some areas, it's difficult to drill a well without hitting salt water or hitting water that's saturated in natural gas, which is very dangerous and nasty to drink. Many people in Appalachia prefer to catch rainwater from their roof and hold it in a cistern or in rain barrels, which is not a bad system if you get more rain than your house uses. But sometimes you just don't get rain when you need it, and cisterns and barrels run dry. After making a bit of cash running his construction company around eastern Kentucky and southeastern Ohio, Dad decided to do something for his home community. The Stone family has lived there since about 1790, and our extended families of Fields, Aldridges, Jacksons, Potters, and Browns lived there for about 100 years prior to that. So Dad approached the owner of the water system that supplied water for the small town of South Shore, Kentucky. I don't know all the details, but Dad convinced the man that if the water company would add a water tower on the top of the hill that separated South Shore and the community south of there, Dad would do 3 things. 1. He would use his crew to help build the tower at a very reasonable price. 2. He would go through the communities and get enough people to sign up for water service, with an initial fee for connection that would fund the entire project. 3. Then, Dad would install the main line with all the stubs for the household connections. So basically, for the price of a water tower that the South Shore water system already needed, Dad would triple the water company's customer base, thereby tripling the income of the water company. What would Dad's motive to do such a thing be, other than his love for the people in those communities? Well, Dad was taking a risk. If not enough people signed up in the beginning, my dad would go broke building the water system. But the likelihood of that was slim. The people needed that water. And if the initial fee for connecting to the system was priced correctly, not too high, but not too low, enough people would jump on board. If a large percentage of the people paid that initial fee, and it was priced correctly, Dad would make a serious profit for his risk and his labor. The bonus was that Dad could keep 2 crews of men employed for about a year. And that was important to my dad. The owner of the South Shore Water Company agreed, and work began on the water tower. Dad began going door to door explaining his plan while handing out reading material. My dad's reputation with the locals was very good, as was his whole family's reputation in the area. You would be hard-pressed in that area to find a sober, reasonable person with something bad to say about the Stone family. That being the case, Dad raised enough money for a second phase that drove the water system even farther south than the original plan, making even more income for the water company and for Dad. Dad was able to keep his crews working, digging the trenches from each end toward the middle. I had the fun of carrying and laying pipe. The trucks would deliver the 40 feet long bundles of big PVC pipe every few hundred yards. Then we would cut open the closest bundle and start carrying each pipe and placing it at the end of the last until we got to the next bundle. Then we would jog back to where we started and begin connecting them until the whole stretch was connected. Then we would jog back to the beginning and start carefully lowering the connected pipes into the ditch, working our way to the last pipe, right beside the next bundle. We did that over and over, keeping up with the trencher as the ditch was being dug in front of us, while the tractor backfilling the ditch trail behind. It was pretty amazing to watch, but it was a hoot and a half to actually be on a crew doing the work. We passed right in front of the houses of every kid I went to school with. While those kids were doing whatever it was that regular 7th grade kids did back in the mid-1970s, I was a construction worker. The state would call that child labor and would have forbidden it, but I called it the most fun I had ever had and one of the best lessons of my life. Dad's itch sends us back to California. At the end of our last job in Kentucky, Dad sold pretty much everything and bought a brand new Class A motorhome. He kept the big trencher and one big flatbed truck to haul it. Almost everything else that we owned, other than our clothing, we sold or gave away. Roy and Judy had already moved their families to California City by 1974, and by summer the rest of us were on the road to California. My Uncle Arnold, the one that gave me the pocket knife earlier in the story, had been a full-time employee of my dad by that time, so he stuck with us and drove the flatbed. For a good portion of the trip, I rode with Arnold, and we talked about everything imaginable. Arnold had made a living doing a variety of things, including being an expert in bar bets and sleight-of-hand tricks. He taught me the basics of how confidence scams work and how to spot an easy mark, e.g. the victim. I say victim here so everyone will know what a mark is, but a mark is rarely an actual victim. A mark is a person who is susceptible to a con scam because of some character flaw, usually greed. The con artist exploits the mark's greed and turns it against them. It's almost always that simple. There are a wide variety of time-tested con jobs that a true con artist can rely upon, and Arnold explained some of the most effective to me while we traveled across the country. Some would condemn Arnold for teaching me about con artists and their games, but I never once used that information to con a mark. I used it to prevent myself from being conned, and I believe that was Arnold's intention. In the evenings, once we were off the road for the day, he and I would play card games, and he would teach me skills like dealing from the bottom of the deck and stacking the deck while shuffling. It was at this time that he also explained to me how the game of pool works and how to see the angles that make the balls go where you want them to go. If you wish to condemn my Uncle Arnold, then leave him alone for his educating me about con artists. Put on your Baptist high hat and condemn him for teaching me card play and how to gamble and win at both cards and pool. Once I understood the mathematics and geometry of pool, playing the game came natural to me. In my youth, I had exceptional eyesight, and I had spent many hours playing with my dad's tape measures and folding rulers. I liked them better than most toys. That came in very handy in construction, in carpentry, and in auto mechanics. With a glance, I could tell a 5/16 bolt from a 9/32 bolt. I could freehand draw an angle on a board within 5 degrees. And I could draw the common angles like 35, 45, 90, and 135 with dead accuracy. I could set studs down an entire wall at 16-inch centers without measuring one of them, and still, they would all be accurately placed. I could do the same with 24-inch center studs. I could install drywall all day and never miss a stud with a nail, while never once measuring. That means I could look at a pool table scattered with pool balls and see the angles I needed to put the balls where I wanted them to be. The only skill I needed to develop was how hard to shoot and the science of striking the cue ball in different spots to make it spin in different ways so that it would land where I wanted it for the next shot. That would take practice, and it would be a few more years before the opportunity would arise. In California, we first landed in California City, where Roy and Judy lived with their families. We didn't stay long, just long enough for my love of the Mojave to begin to develop. We rode dirt bikes a bit, and we attended a couple desert races. But after only a few weeks, we left the flatbed and the trencher there with Arnold and hit the road north to explore California. We made it as far as Clam Beach, just north of Eureka, California, before we headed back south. Clam Beach was the first time I had been to the ocean since we left San Jose. Things were so different for me. When we left California for Kentucky, I was a little kid who wasn't allowed to play in the surf. I could only go in as far as my feet and ankles. Now, even though only a few years had passed, I had changed. I didn't ask permission, and I didn't wait to be told no. I ran into the surf and swam out to catch a wave. I body surfed until I was exhausted. Then, I rested only long enough to have the energy to run back into the ocean. We spent 2 days and 1 night at Clam Beach before heading south to Coalinga, where my dad wanted to visit old friends. We parked the motorhome at the Coalinga airport, where my dad was good friends with the manager, and where my dad had taught himself how to fly an airplane back in 1966 when we lived in Coalinga before. As Dad visited his old friends in the area, it wasn't long before he figured out that there was a business opportunity waiting for him there in the San Joaquin Valley. Bullies. Getting my nose splattered and tasting my own blood in Kentucky was an event that both hardened me and softened me. It hardened me in the sense that I was resolved to improve myself, in both hand speed and leg speed, and I promised myself that I would never let anyone strike me in the face again. I kept my promise, but an odd thing resulted from my encounter at that Little League game in Kentucky. Word spread quickly about the cousin from California that bravely stepped up to an older kid, a bully, and took his best punches, then chased the bully away, knife drawn and blood spewing from his face. After that, the whole time I lived in Kentucky and I switched back and forth between 3 different schools, bullies left me alone, except once. One kid tried to take me on. The teacher had left the room, and I was seated doing my work when the kid behind me slapped the back of my head and laughed. Other kids laughed too. I shot to my feet and grabbed his desk, flipping it over on top of him, knocking him to the floor. Right at that moment, the teacher walked into the room. From her perspective, this violent kid from California had just attacked one of her favorite children. I was marched out of the classroom into the hall and administered 5 hard swats with the paddle. The teacher left the classroom door open so the other kids could hear and see me being punished because teachers are in fact the prime source of bullying in every school. Bullying and how to cower to bullies is literally the only thing they efficiently teach children in government schools. And I would argue, it is the very purpose of government schools. It's why the Prussian model of schooling was designed and adopted to create thugs and wimps, or if you prefer, soldiers and factory workers. The teacher gave me the opportunity to apologize or rat out the other kid, thereby receiving a lesser punishment, but I wouldn't answer her questions. I just looked at her with contempt. She gave me her best, and I didn't even flinch. When she was done, I gave her the same look as before she struck me. I refused to beg her mercies, and so when she struck me, I refused to cry or show any signs of pain. Beating someone who refuses to acknowledge your authority only makes them more rebellious to all authority. So go ahead, beat me. Beat all of us. Make more rebels and just see where that ends up. It worked great for Louis XVI in France and for Nicholas II in Russia. So go ahead and let the beating commence. Before I arrived home on the school bus, my mother had already heard the news that I had attacked some poor kid and had been given swats for my behavior. Once home, I was subjected to lectures about my actions and about resolving conflicts peacefully. Nothing my parents said applied to what happened in that classroom. Everything they said made me feel worse. As a child, I never liked talking to adults. This conversation further proved to me that talking to adults is pointless. It embedded into my brain that I am a single person, not connected to another human. If a person shows me love or kindness, then I will return it to them. But I am under no obligation to any authority. I may be subjected to authority, but I have no loyalty to authority. I reacted like a browbeaten dog. I turned inward for over a year. After moving back to California and enrolling in school in Coalinga for the 8th grade, I allowed myself to be pushed around by bullies. For almost the whole of my 8th grade year, I refused to fight back, trying to resolve things peacefully. And the bullies rolled over me like I was dirt. It was at this time that I learned about Joaquin Murrieta, Coalinga's own Robin Hood. I visited the local museum and read about him and his pal, Three-Finger Jack. They fascinated me. They inspired me. They caused me to take a good hard look at myself. Finally, near the last days of 8th grade, I had enough. A bully slapped the back of my head in class while the teacher was looking the other way, and everyone laughed. I did nothing until the class was dismissed. I stayed in my seat until the bully left the room. Then I got up and followed him. In the hall, I punched him in the back as hard as I could, then proceeded to beat him until he begged for mercy. There is one way and one way only to deal with bullies, be they children bullying children or government goons doing what government goons always do. And that way is to stand up and fight back. Strike them harder than they strike you, and keep striking them until they beg for mercy. This is the only language they understand, and it has always been so. But when your enemies are stronger than you, it's necessary to plan and plot your actions in a way that gives you the advantage. Never attack a strong enemy when he expects it, where he expects it, using the methods he expects. Cheat and win. With this lesson in hand, I entered high school in Avenel, California the next year, resolved to never be bullied again. And I won't be. Not by a teacher, not by a cop, not by a TSA agent, and not by anyone. I will avoid situations that are guaranteed to create a conflict, but once the conflict begins, I will stand on my feet as a free man, or I will go to the grave a free man. There is no third choice. This policy resulted in fights. I fought anyone for any reason. Most of the time, I wouldn't start a fight, but I was quick to finish one in the most brutal way, short of actually killing someone. I had tried being soft, now I was hard. This is where I was, and this is where I am today. I will not walk towards a fight, but I will not walk away from one.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
Verticillium wilt. The San Joaquin Valley is a wide and long desert valley with various soil types, and yet in the last 100 years, irrigation brought to the valley from the snowpacks of the Sierra Nevada mountains has made it a rich farmland with few comparisons around the world. For the first half of the 20th century, cotton was king in the valley along with lettuce, but by the 1970s, a variety of crops were being grown. Asparagus, corn, tomatoes, peppers, garlic, and citrus fruits were expanding the farms. Then, a trend started to develop as Americans discovered pistachios and began importing them in record numbers. California Department of Food and Agriculture agents, armed with all the right brochures and flyers, began singing the praises of pistachios, while promising huge profits for future farmers. The CDFA agents actively went from farm to farm promoting the planting of pistachio orchards. The farmers of the San Joaquin responded to this by plowing under their cotton fields and planting pistachio saplings by the tens of thousands. But there was a problem that the government agents were ignorant of or didn't care to learn about. There's an illness that's common in cotton called verticillium wilt. Normally, it's not a problem for California cotton growers, as it takes a few years for the verticillium fungi to develop to the point that it harms the cotton plants. And since the current method of cotton production treats the cotton as if it were an annual, the fungus never has a chance to develop to the point of damaging the harvest. But it lives harmlessly in the soil of the cotton fields nonetheless. This is not the case with pistachios. Since pistachios don't even begin to produce until they're several years old, the verticillium wilt can sit quietly and multiply until, in one season, it suddenly shows up and kills the young trees. And since many of the farmers had planted their pistachio orchards at or around the same time, all the farmers were in a panic as they watched millions of dollars worth of young orchards die right before their eyes. And the CDFA agents had no answers. There was a poison that would kill the fungus, but it was a deadly poison that you needed a license to use, was only allowed to be sold by one company, and had to be mixed with tear gas at the factory before being shipped to assure no one would breathe it accidentally. Also, it had to be injected at least 3 feet deep in order to be effective, and there was no machine in existence in 1974 that could safely and consistently deliver the poison that deep in the soil without the poison leaking back out of the hole. That's where my dad comes into the story. As he visited his old friends in and around Coalinga, he heard over and over about the vast losses the farmers were facing from the verticillium wilt. My dad thought, well, this is just a mechanical issue. We know where the fungus lives, and we know what kills it. We just lack a machine to deliver it. That's not a problem. I'll just make a machine to fix this. Dad called down to my Uncle Arnold in California City and told him to grab the flatbed truck with all Dad's tools, along with the trencher, and get to Coalinga. Once there, Arnold studied up on the poison and was granted the license to use it. While Arnold did that, Dad rented a machine shop to use at night when the shop was normally closed and began experimenting with designs. Within a few weeks, Dad had solved the problem and had installed his latest invention on the front of the trencher. We moved into a house in Coalinga, and that fall I attended the 8th grade. During the next 10 months, Dad and Arnold went from farm to farm killing verticillium wilt, saving millions of dollars worth of orchards. If I recall, Dad got paid something like $15 per injection. At one injection per tree, a single orchard could mean between $8,000 to $10,000, and an orchard that size could be done in a few days. I'll save you the math. That's a $500,000/year gross, with less than 3% overhead. So, about $480,000 a year profit. And this was back in the days when a $500,000 was considered a lot of money. Not a bad little business. Along came fascism. When the average American hears the word fascism, one of two thoughts enter their head: murderous Nazis or anyone who disagrees with you politically. But then again, the average American is not that bright. Fascism is the system of economics in the United States today, and it has been so for many generations. There was virtually no difference between the economic policies of Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, Francisco Franco, and Franklin Roosevelt, nor of Richard Nixon or Lyndon Johnson, for that matter. They came to power in different ways. Franco was not elected, while each of the others were, and Roosevelt didn't live long enough for us to see if he would have eventually declared himself dictator. But again, fascism is an economic system, not a political system. To reiterate, words have meanings, and dictionaries are not a reliable source of definitions. If you want to understand the meaning of the word fascist, consult an economist, not a dictionary that changes every few years. Now that we have this simple economics lesson past us, let's move on to see fascism in action in Coalinga, California, in the summer of 1975. As I said above, you had to be granted permission by the state of California to use the poison that kills verticillium wilt. If you need a permission slip from the government to do business, you are in an economically fascist country. Also, only one corporation was given permission to sell the poison. That's a government-granted monopoly, and fascism loves government-granted monopolies. You could say it's the watermark that underlies all fascist governments. Next in the story comes the fascist intellectual property laws, IP laws, rampant in the U.S., hindering business while granting both virtual and actual monopolies to select corporations. If you ever see me in person, ask me about how IP laws were used by the Wright brothers to hamper aircraft invention and production, leaving the U.S. 15 years behind the rest of the world on aircraft design at the outbreak of World War I. The one corporation that was allowed to sell the poison to kill verticillium wilt held a patent, government-issued monopoly on the concept of using a machine to inject its poison. It had no machine that could safely do this, but it held a patent on the process of injecting that specific poison into the ground for the purpose of killing that specific fungus. It should be clear to every thinking person that the above-stated situation is ridiculous. In other words, worthy of ridicule. But then again, if you think about it, every government exercise of authority is worthy of ridicule. Notice I'm not naming the name of that stinking corporation that held that stupid patent. That's because they have a staff of stinking pig attorneys that would just love to tie me up in court for years, as I would be forced to document these accusations. They would eventually lose, but that's never their point. Corporations do this all the time when someone points out their evil activities. They occupy your life, dragging you through court, draining you of all your resources. Eventually you're broke and you surrender, or you die, and that ends the case. Either way, they win. Humans are mortal. They live their life and they die, but corporations are immortal. They can be killed, but if they're part of the state, they won't die a natural death. They are undead. This corporation is just that. It was around midsummer of 1975 when an agent of that corporation came out to the fields to see why someone was buying so much of their poison. Dad had already invented several things that had been taken and patented by corporations, which he didn't get a dime from, yet he didn't understand that he should have viewed that agent as the enemy that he was. The agent was full of questions and compliments, as Dad proudly explained how his machine worked. The agent spent most of the day there, following Dad and Arnold around the orchard observing them. Eventually, the big question came up: how much do you get paid, and how much of that is profit? As silly as it sounds, Dad proudly answered the agent. You see, Dad was an honest businessman that had no fear of competition, and he had no problem sharing his ideas so that others could come into the market and help kill this fungus, thus saving the farms. But corporations who use IP laws to distort the market hate competition and will always use the government to kill any business that they feel threatened by. Within a few days, Dad and Arnold were both served cease and desist letters, threatening legal action if they continued working. They gave my dad some insultingly low offer for his machine, which he quickly refused, but that was the end of that business. Fascism did what fascism does best. It monopolizes power and wealth toward selected corporations and away from the individual. Fortunately, Mom and Dad had saved a bit of money while the money was flowing in, and besides that, unemployment was never a problem for Dad. He could always find work. Mom, on the other hand, didn't like unpredictability in life. She wanted Dad to get a job with steady income and insurance. Kettleman City and Avenel. As Dad was saving the farmers millions of dollars, he made a lot of new friends and connections. Once that ended, he quickly landed a job as a foreman at the South Down Land Company, near Kettleman City, where he supervised the grounds crews that maintained the 40-acre management housing compound. The Kettleman City farm was a perfect fit for my family. Dad had just bought an airplane, and there was a mile-long paved and lighted runway with plenty of parking right there in the compound. There was plenty of storage space for him to park all of our equipment, and the grounds crew pretty much ran themselves. Dad was left to hang around the farm's huge repair shop and socialize with the mechanics and the rest of management. Mom, of course, loved it because it was steady income with steady hours and company insurance. Plus, Mom had the nicest house she had lived in up to that time. Right there in the management compound, provided free thanks to South Down Land Company. I liked the compound because it had its own 1/4 Olympic-sized swimming pool with shower rooms and plenty of shaded seating. There were baseball and soccer fields. To the west of the compound were thousands of acres of untouched desert where range cattle ran. To top it all off, I had a Honda 3-wheeler ATV, the predecessor to today's Quadrunners, and that translated to almost unlimited riding. Not long after we moved to that farm, Dad found a broken-down 1947 Willys Jeep for sale at an almost giveaway price, so he bought it. He and I tinkered on it together until we got it running. It didn't have a government-issued registration of ownership, so we couldn't get it licensed, but who cared about that? It also didn't have a starter, so I had to push start it, then quickly jump in to drive it. The seat and gas tanks weren't bolted down either, so you had to take it easy or you'd go flying out. But it was perfect for puttering around the desert. The farm's close proximity to Kettleman City allowed me to slip out at night and frequent the beer bars in town. Not to drink, but to play pool. This aspect of the story will reappear later, but I wanted to mention that this was the time when I honed my pool playing talent and learned how to behave around hardcore bikers. The high school in the town of Avenel served the farm and all of the Kettleman City area. When I was in my sophomore year at Avenel, the school did some selective IQ testing for college placement and for counseling purposes. I suspected at the time that I was chosen to be tested because of the number of fights I had been in on their campus. I should rather say that the Vogons tested me to see where I should fit in the cogs of the state. They probably thought that I would make a splendid police officer or military drone. I could think of no other reason they would pick me to be tested. I was an average B student, and I was liked by my history and art teachers, but the rest of the Vogons either paid me no mind or outright disliked me, often because of my sharp tongue, my tendency toward fighting, or my disregard for rules. I was told by the librarian that I was in the only fist fight she had ever witnessed in a library, and she was quite old. She didn't like me much either. Somehow I tested at an IQ of 145, and evidentially that's somewhat higher than what they expected. And it's much higher than I would score today. For the very first time, and only one of 2 times, an actual school counselor spoke to me. She explained that I had an exceptional IQ score and should consider what university I would like to attend. She said that she would help me make arrangements if I chose a school. She also said I needed to take college prep classes rather than the standard classes I was taking. I really didn't understand what any of that meant. It all sounded like a lot of work. That evening, I asked my dad what university I should attend. At the time, my sister, Cheryl, was attending West Hills College with a major in horticulture. She was twice the top name on the dean's list. But I was very different from Cheryl. My dad kind of chuckled at the idea of me attending a university. Boy, why in the world would you think about going to college? You're strong and you're a good worker. College is for people who don't know how to make a living. However, my mother told me I should consider the counselor's advice. This would be a good time to talk about the difference between my mom and my dad. Mom graduated from McKell High School in South Shore, Kentucky, and then went on to graduate from Moorhead State Teachers College. She then taught elementary school in Appalachia. Mom believed in the power and importance of a formal education. Later, she was a nurse's aide in San Jose, California, then later a real estate agent and eventually an insurance agent. At one point, she decided to unseat a long-time, powerful mayor of a town we lived in. She found a person she wanted as a candidate. She convinced that woman to run for the office, and she created a groundswell of grassroots support for her candidate. Eventually, her candidate won, and together, she and her candidate fired the city manager, the police chief, the fire chief, and unseated most of the city council. She did all of this covertly, without the general public knowing that she was the real power behind this takeover. This political takeover happened in California City in the late 1970s. Mom was fortunate that she had done all this maneuvering covertly because, as it turned out, and as you may notice later in this book when we get to that time frame, the entire political machine she unseated was connected to the mob. After one election cycle, every one of the corrupt politicians and bureaucrats were right back in power, and many of my mother's allies had moved away in fear of reprisals. There was at least one kidnapping that we knew of which drove away a whole family. Fortunately, no one was killed. My mother could do pretty much anything she put her mind to do. She was a great mother to me and had a tremendous influence on my personal philosophy and my understanding of history. After an extended illness that was likely caused by a lifetime of heavy smoking, we lost her in December of 2001. My dad, on the other hand, taught himself to read by the age of 3 by looking at newspaper comics, and by his mother reading those comics to him at night. I should explain this in more detail. My dad's mother and father were gifted a new house built by the Stone family. It was on the family farm, where they were wed. It was a simple 3-room house, 2 bedrooms, and 1 common room. The interior board walls were plastered over with a basic flour and salt plaster, and sealed with newspapers. The newspaper was literally the wallpaper, and it kept the wind from driving through the cracks in the wood during the winter. In the nursery, which was the 2nd bedroom, newspaper comics, or funny papers, were used to cover the plaster. They thought that whimsical for their beloved baby, my dad. When my grandmother would put my dad to bed, she would read him the comics from the walls. Eventually, Dad could read all the comics by himself. By the time he was 4 years old, his parents sent him to a local 1-room schoolhouse, where he finished all the 8 grades available to him. He took a year off from school due to an injury I'll talk about shortly, but then at the age of 10, the decision was made to send him to the high school some miles away. On his first day, the teenage girls made such a fuss about this cute little curly-headed blonde boy that my dad vowed to never attend another day of school, and he never did. Dad left home at the age of 14 to make his way in the world. His first job was shoveling coal into a boiler on a riverboat. Dad believed the best education is experience, and I agree. Since I'm talking about my dad in Appalachia, this may be a good time to talk about the loss of my dad's left hand. My dad was the eldest child and was even older than his youngest uncle, Jess. One day, a group of the boys, Dad being the oldest, were exploring the Appalachian woods and came across an abandoned cabin. It was dilapidated and had clearly been unoccupied for quite some time. The boys went in to look around, and my dad found a copper cup on the fireplace mantel. Inside the cup were 3 objects that my dad mistook for spent shotgun shells. A little information on Appalachia and gun culture will help here. Smokeless gunpowder was expensive around the time this old cabin would have been occupied, so lots of folks in Appalachia still used black powder well into the 1900s, specifically in loading their own shotgun shells. Spent shells were never discarded. They were always kept and reloaded. The next thing to understand is that locally made black powder burned very inefficiently and often left an unburned residue in the shell after it had been fired. That means that if you take a spent black powder shotgun shell and drop a lit match into it, very often you will get a little flash as the residual powder ignites. The next thing you need to know is that dynamite will not explode by itself. Rather, it requires a smaller explosion to ignite it. In the early 1900s, that smaller explosion was provided by a dynamite cap or blasting cap that slid over the end of the dynamite stick. If you looked at a brass cup containing 3 dynamite caps with their open end facing upward, they would closely resemble spent 10-gauge shotgun shells. Modern blasting caps look nothing like that. They more closely resemble oversized needles that puncture into the dynamite stick and ignite with an electrical charge. My 9-year-old dad was standing in this cabin, surrounded by other young boys, holding a copper cup that contained 3 dynamite caps that he mistook for spent 10-gauge shotgun shells. He decided to have a bit of fun and lit a match. Jess stepped up close to get a look at what was in the cup, but Dad shoved him back and said, "Boys, I'm going to blow this place up." He was expecting a small flash that would scare the other boys. Instead, the blasting caps exploded, taking away all of the flesh of the palm on Dad's left hand, along with many of the bones. The pinky finger and the ring finger were entirely gone. His thumb, index, and middle finger each lost the 2 end bones, but the outer skin of each, including the nails, remained hanging from his hand. Copper was splattered across Dad's chest and face, including a fragment that went into his left cornea. Had Dad not shoved Jess backward, Jess would have taken the blast to the face, but as it was, Jess caught fragments of copper that specked his face with small slices. Several of the other boys caught small copper fragments to the face and body as well. Think about some 9-year-old boy that you know today. Can you imagine this happening to him, miles from home, and how he would react? That's probably how my dad reacted. But Jess summoned grit from within himself and took command. He told the boys to all go home and tell their parents what had happened. Then he got my dad moving, headed home. He wouldn't let my dad stop. Once home, my dad's mother put him on a mule and began the long walk to the Ohio River, where there was a ferry across to the city of Portsmouth, Ohio. This was around 1933, and no one in my family and none of their neighbors owned a motor vehicle of any kind. Word was sent out, and as soon as Dad's father heard the news, we called my grandfather Pop. He headed toward the hospital in Portsmouth, arriving just after Dad had. The doctor suggested cutting off everything from the wrist. He said it would heal faster and with less pain. Pop stood his ground and said absolutely not. He told the doctor to save every bit he could. The doctor warned that the remaining stump would look freakish and would take a long time to heal, but Pop wouldn't give ground. He told the doctor again to save as much as possible, no matter how it looked. The doctor did the best he could, and Dad was left with a sort of ball of hard scar tissue that resembled a pig's foot. In his later years, as I was growing up working with Dad on various projects, he used that mangled hand almost as good as most others can use their non-dominant hand. These were the things that shaped my dad into the man he was. He was very intelligent in the fields he took interest in and very ignorant about how the world actually works. He had a powerful voice and feared no man, and yet was a kind man who would go out of his way to help a friend. He was not a violent man and didn't enforce his will with brutality. Yet he was a natural leader that people chose to follow. He was a man of ideas and of engineering genius. One last thing about my father before I move on. When Dad was 10 years old, Pop bought the family's first motor vehicle. It was an old Model T pickup. Pop worked for the N&W Railroad at the time and walked to work, leaving the Model T for farm use. My dad was fascinated by this machine. It seemed almost magical to him. and he had to figure out how it worked. Pop would walk to Portsmouth, to the big NNW rail yard, and would stay there several days or weeks at a time, working as many shifts as he could, while sleeping in the company bunkhouse and eating at the company chow hall. During one of these times when Pop was gone, Dad decided to find out how that Model T worked. So he took the engine apart. Completely apart. My grandmother found out what he did and was beside herself with worry. My dad assured her there was no problem, that he could put it all back together. And then he did. Once again, he was 10 years old at the time and one-handed. Having said all these wonderful things about my parents, I need to expose the flip side. During the years that we lived in California, the grocery stores didn't carry some of the foods that Mom and Dad were accustomed to, like collards and mustard greens. This was before more exotic and regional foods were available in California. So Mom bought the only greens the stores carried. Iceberg lettuce. The way she had always made greens was to fry up a batch of bacon, then cook the greens in the bacon grease until they melted down and became tender. So, naturally, that's how she attempted to prepare iceberg lettuce. But iceberg lettuce melts the instant the hot grease touches it. Their solution was to serve the lettuce on the plate with the meal, then pour hot bacon grease on top. Because of this, I thought I didn't like salad. That is, until I grew up and moved away from home and saw a salad bar at a Sizzler restaurant. Now take everything I just said about my family's culinary tendencies and imagine it expanded over a spectrum of food delights, like spaghetti made with hamburger meat, salt, pepper, and ketchup over spaghetti noodles, or tacos made with tortillas, hamburger meat, salt, pepper, and ketchup. Mom once made a pizza with dough, ketchup, American cheese product, and bologna. But, with that said, let me tell you, Mom could cook up a ham bone with pinto beans, cornbread, and fried potatoes that were better than anything a five-star restaurant could serve. My parents were wonderful, and they tried very hard to adjust to California culture, but they just never did fit in. Of shepherds, dime store cowboys, bikers, and wrist pins. We lived in the management compound on the South Down Land Company's farm for a little over 3 years, but proportionately, it had a much more lasting impression on me. As mentioned above, I was afforded the opportunity at night to slip away from home and hang out in the local beer bars and play pool, but the experience was far more valuable than just playing a game and winning the occasional dollar or two. Most of the people I interacted with in those bars and pool halls could loosely be associated with one of two opposing groups. They were either redneck dime store cowboys or they were bikers, often Hells Angels. There were a few Hispanics that would drift through from time to time, but they were few and far between. There were other bars around that were more suited to Hispanics, or at the time, they preferred to be called Chicanos to distinguish themselves from the large population of immigrant and often undocumented Mexican farm workers in the valley. But the Chicano bars were farther away, and I would have to take a chance driving on a road to get to them. Remember, for most of the 3 years at Southdown, I wasn't old enough to legally drive, and my Jeep wasn't registered nor licensed. Referring to the local whites as redneck dime store cowboys was not something that would have offended them. They were very proud of who they were and went to great lengths to costume themselves in all the proper attire to fit their part. They always arrived at the bar with an oversized cowboy hat, cowboy boots, unfaded blue jeans, a cowboy shirt, and a ridiculous oversized belt buckle. They drove pickup trucks, often modified with a flatbed, and they often owned an Australian Shepherd dog that wore a cowboy-styled neckerchief around its neck. Some were so extreme with their image that they would only listen to music that was either produced in Bakersfield or was broadcast from a Bakersfield radio station. Also, they tried their best to sound like they were from Texas. To my knowledge, I never met one who owned a horse or had ever worked cattle, which is funny because by that time, I had owned several horses and had worked cattle, but they considered me a surfer because of my long blonde hair. The rednecks tolerated me and didn't really give me any problems, and in return, I tolerated their ridiculous attire and silly habits. I would play pool with them anytime because the money I won from them looked exactly like the money I won from the bikers. You could say the bikers wore their own uniform, and you could mock them for all dressing in a similar way as other bikers, but it was different with them. Their attire was utilitarian. Any leather they wore was to keep them warm and dry in the winter, and protect their flesh in case they hit the pavement. Their colors, if they were in a club, identified them and let everyone know if it was okay to be there or if they were specifically looking for trouble. If they wore jeans, then those jeans were likely dirty and faded because the bikers lived and worked in them. The bikers weren't trying to achieve a look. They were who they were, and they put on no false show to be someone else. Years later, living in Ohio, I saw lots of bikers who wore biker uniforms on the weekend, but were bankers, lawyers, office managers, or accountants during the week. This was in the late 1990s when owning a Harley became fashionable. I viewed those Ohio bikers the same way I viewed the dime store cowboys back in the 1970s. The Kettleman City Bar bikers mostly didn't notice the rednecks, so long as the rednecks behaved themselves. And the rednecks knew the basic rules. Don't look at any biker women, don't look directly at the eyes of a biker, and move out of the way when a biker is walking. Other than that, observe basic bar civility and no one will get hurt. I learned a lot from both the bikers and the rednecks. Mostly what I learned from the rednecks was that tribal rituals and customs, including having an overexpressed accent, are silly, but a large percentage of people are sheep and can't or won't think for themselves. They have a need to follow someone or something. They also have a need to fit into their tribe and be identified as a member of that tribe. Be they rednecks, Lakers fans, Republicans, Democrats, or a member of any other tribe, the point is to be in the tribe, and it doesn't matter what that tribe is so long as they are faithful to that tribe. The bikers, on the other hand, sort of took me under their wing. I would sit with them and ask questions, and they would explain things to me in a way that made sense to me. They would tell me about rides that they had gone on and events that shaped their lives. And some would even tell me about their childhood. Most were Vietnam veterans, and I knew not to bring that topic up because even among the same bike club, opinions and experiences varied widely in anger, and pain still burned fresh in many of their hearts. One day, there was some tension between some of the local Hells Angels and some angels from a club up in the Sacramento Valley that had stopped in the bar for refreshments. I was about to slip behind the bar and out the back door when I noticed one of the local angels holding something in his fist under his table, so I paused to see what he had. The angels worked their way through the tension without it getting bad, so I walked over and sat by the guy holding the thing under the table. He slid it into his pocket and picked back up his glass of beer. He was a regular that I knew well, so I asked him about the object. He handed it to me and said that it was a wrist pin out of a diesel engine. He told me what specific engine, but I can't remember. A wrist pin is an engine part that connects the piston to the piston rod. The one he handed me was a little larger than a roll of quarters, heavy, and very smooth and shiny. The shiny surface is hardened steel, as it's actually an oversized roller bearing. I had seen many wrist pins, but never one this big. He could tell I was impressed by it, so he told me why he carried it. He explained that it allows him to punch harder without risking broken hand bones, because it adds weight and structure to his fist. By having it in his hand, the force of the strike is transferred through the pin into his palm, rather than being fully absorbed by the small fragile bones in the back of the hand. This amazed me because I was at that very moment wearing a cast on my right hand from breaking a hand bone on the eye socket of one Wayne Ferguson Fergie a few weeks earlier. I told him about the fight with Fergie, and we both had a laugh. I started to hand the wrist pin back, but he said for me to just keep it. He could get another. I bought him a beer, and we sat and talked until the bar closed. The next day, I went through my junk drawer and found an old knife sheath, and the wrist pin fitted perfectly. I trimmed one edge of the sheath down, just slightly, so I could remove the wrist pin easier and faster. Then I put it on my belt where it stayed until after I got married 5 years later. Once wed, I thought I wouldn't need it anymore because I was putting the violent phase of my life behind me. Boy, was I wrong. In the title of this section, I mentioned Shepherd's. The beer bars were mostly in Kettleman City, about 2 miles north of the Southdown farm, and the pool hall was in Avenel about 10 miles away to the northwest. Usually, I didn't go as far as Avenel at night. Usually, I would cut class from school and hang out at the pool hall for a couple hours, then go back to school. But I became pretty good friends with the pool hall owner. He was a very nice older gentleman named Ander, and we often spoke as we played pool. I never played for money in his hall, as he frowned on the idea of a young kid gambling. One time Ander and I were talking about the desert around Avenel and the hills west of town. I told him I loved to roam all over the area either in my old Jeep or on my ATV. Ander asked if I ever saw the shepherds with their flocks on the hills, and I said that I often saw them. I never rode or drove near them because I didn't want to bother them or their sheep. Ander encouraged me to go and meet the shepherds, He explained that most, if not all of them, were Basques, and he also was Basque. He told me that when he first came to America, he worked those hills as a shepherd until he was able to learn enough English to get his citizenship. He further explained how incredibly boring it is to be alone every day and every night. A man would come out with supplies about once a month, but he couldn't stay and talk because he had other shepherds to resupply. I promised him that the next time I went out to Rome, I would try to find a shepherd and have some conversation. He said, "If you do that, stop by here first, and I'll send a bottle of wine with you for the shepherd." Remember, I always say a man's gift makes room for him. It was about a week later that I took my Jeep out to Rome on a nice sunny day. I stopped by the pool hall, and Ander gave me one of those gallon jugs of cheap red wine. It didn't take long to find a flock, so I parked the Jeep and walked over to the shepherd. I told him I had a gift from my friend Ander, and the shepherd was thrilled. He invited me to his camp to sit down. His English was not bad, but we did struggle a little to communicate. However, it was still nice to sit and talk as the sheep wandered around us. The dogs kept them all nearby, and he only occasionally stood up and looked around to make sure they were doing fine. At one point, he went into his little trailer and brought out a big loaf of sourdough bread, a tub of butter, and 2 coffee mugs. We sat together eating bread and drinking wine as we talked. I knew he had to be careful with his supplies, so I ate and drank very little. After a few hours, I thanked him for his time and said my farewells. Then I went back to Avenel to tell Ander about it. After that, I tried to go out and find a shepherd as often as I could get away from work and school. Ander always insisted on sending a jug of wine with me, and I would buy a loaf of sourdough bread and some butter to take along. I don't know any specific things I learned from doing that, but I enjoyed it, and it made me feel very good to just spend time listening to the shepherds. I can only hope I made them feel half as good as they made me feel. Listening to old people rambling on about their lives has more value than most people understand these days. For tens of thousands of years, wisdom was passed down through the generations like this. Now, that no longer takes place. Information is gained through an internet search, but wisdom dies with the elderly. Remember that time I was a hobo? I was young, full of energy, and fascinated by adventure. By my 16th year, I was still living on that huge corporate farm in California's San Joaquin Valley, near Kettleman City, where my father supervised a crew, and where I now work part-time as a farmhand. I went to Avenel High School during the day, worked the farm in the evening, and spent many nights in local beer bars taking money from bikers and rednecks that thought they could beat me playing pool. This was during a time when people weren't as obsessed with seeing your identification or adhering to Puritan restrictions. I didn't attempt to drink, and I never caused any problems for the barkeepers, so they didn't mind me hanging around. To return the favor, I helped the bartender clean up when he closed at night. By that time, I had acquired a crashed 1966 Mustang. With Dad's advice and instruction, I had spent a year rebuilding it and getting it on the road. It was a beauty, and it ran like nothing I had ever driven. Dad, having racing experience, gave me lessons on fast driving. Not because he wanted me to go fast, but he knew I would, so he wanted me to know how to do so as safely as possible. That summer, I deceived my parents. I told them I had arranged to spend a few months with my cousin in San Jose. So, as soon as school was out, I jumped in my Mustang with only a backpack of basic supplies and 1 change of clothes. I didn't drive to San Jose. I drove to a long-term parking lot near Fresno, where I parked my car and walked to the freight yards. During the years prior at the beer bars, I listened to tales of men riding the rails and living the hobo life. The idea fascinated me. It sounded like something I absolutely had to try. I asked questions and learned some of the secrets to finding a safe car, how and when to board it, and how to know when to jump off. Around that same time, the old movie Endless Summer was playing in the local movie house as a matinee. I would often cut class and slip down to the theater to spend an hour and a half dreaming of traveling and surfing. The two dreams began to merge, and a plan began to take shape in my mind. My plot centered around hopping a train in Fresno, riding it to Los Angeles, and then jumping a train up the California coast to Santa Maria. From there, I would hike and surf up the coast for the summer, ending in Oakland where I could ride the rails back to Fresno, arriving home before school started in the fall. It was a flawless plan that I had all worked out in my mind. Well, almost flawless. When the day arrived, I drove my Mustang to the parking lot. I hid my wallet and the ignition key in the trunk of the car, hid the door key in a magnetic box under the hood, and walked to the rail yards. It had begun. I picked out a bulk rail car, the kind with 3 conical chambers used mostly for hauling dry products. Called covered hopper cars, these cars often have a hidden enclave in each end near the coupler, where 1 or 2 people can safely ride. Hobos sometimes line the enclave in cardboard for comfort. I found one nicely lined with reading material on the walls. I had brought along a felt pen, so I added some of my art to the walls. Again, a man's gift makes room for him, and it's part of the hobo creed to always leave something behind that will make the next guy's ride easier. The train pulled out of the Fresno yard just around sundown and headed south. What a ride! Down the majestic San Joaquin, up into the Sierra Nevada mountains, and around the legendary Tehachapi Loop. This was the life. I didn't want that day to ever end. By the time I rolled into the Mojave yard, it was getting late and I was getting sleepy, but it was no time to take a chance of falling asleep. If I was on an eastbound car, I could find myself headed toward the deadly Barso yard, rather than the relative safety of the Los Angeles or Long Beach yards. The tricky part of the Mojave yard is that you couldn't tell which line you were on until you exited the yard and had picked up speed. Then, at the last safe moment to jump off, you either went south through the switch or east. I needed to go south, and as luck would have it, I had chosen the right car. Los Angeles, here I come. The plan was to not actually go all the way into the Long Beach yard, but to jump off at the Los Angeles switch yard and find a boxcar north toward Santa Maria. Boxcars are not as comfortable or safe as hoppers, as you have to ride on the roof. The old-time folks used to ride inside boxcars, but that doesn't happen as much in modern times, as they are almost always locked. Anyway, that didn't happen. I fell hard asleep just outside of Mojave and didn't wake up until midday, sitting deep inside the Long Beach rail yard. You could say that was where my plans went off the rails, but I would never use such a hokey metaphor. So, rather than a peaceful ride up the coast courtesy of the Southern Pacific Line, I paw-pounded it west to Redondo Beach. For the next 3 months, I was a true beach bum, hitchhiking up the California coast, surfing on borrowed boards, courtesy of the locals. I dined on fresh abalone when I had a lucky dive, but more often than not, I trusted in the kindness of local mom and pop restaurants that let me mop or clean dishes for a meal. I love the Pacific Ocean, but she doesn't seem to care for me. A good portion of the times that I would try to embrace her, she would spit me back up on the beach, usually head first, sometimes face first. I can attribute 2 concussions to the Pacific that summer, but that didn't bother me too much at the time. As soon as my head stopped pounding and my vision returned to normal, I marched right back into her waves. The bulk of my concussions came from 2 things: body surfing and dirt biking. They were without a doubt the 2 things I loved most as a teen. Since I was a very young child, I had believed I would be blind in my old age. So, in a way, I didn't want to get old. I wanted to live the completeness of my life right then. I never wanted to depend on others just to have a life, so I threw myself at the earth in defiance of its gravitational laws. There's a good likelihood I'll never see the Pacific again, but I miss her and would embrace her once more just like I did back then if I could. I would likely do the same on a dirt bike in the Mojave, given the chance. We used to go to the beach all the time when I was a little kid, but I never went into the water until I was a teenager. Water was one of those things my mother held an illogical fear of, and she tried her best to instill it in me. She also had a fear of dogs, all snakes, and as I mentioned, hippies. The better you know me, the more ironic that all becomes. I made it as far north as Morro Bay, but I didn't have the heart to go any further. I could have spent the rest of my life there. It felt so good. I didn't want to leave, but as September came and the local police began giving me the stink eye, I decided it was time to get back to my parents and my real home. I started walking east on California Highway 41. Within minutes, I had a comfortable ride in the back of a pickup truck with several farm workers. I rode with them to Atascadero, then hitched a ride with an 18-wheeler to Fresno. I can't say I ever planned something so carefully that failed so quickly, and yet became one of the best adventures of my life. My parents never caught on to the lie and never knew about my almost endless summer. Nor did they ever know that, for one day, I was a hobo, Dad's dream home. While I was having my adventure, Dad traded the family motorhome for a secluded ranch in the desert, north of California City, but just southeast of Jawbone Canyon. He then quit his job at Southdown and we moved to the Mojave. It was my dad's dream come true, completely off the grid, no wires of any kind connecting us to civilization. We put quite a bit of effort into fixing up the old place. We wrapped the house in new siding and replaced the roof. We repaired one of the generators and rebuilt the other, in addition to the corral and horse stalls. We fenced about an acre in front of the house and planted an almond, pistachio, and pomegranate orchard, with underground irrigation lines and drip emitters for each tree. We also cleared a runway for Dad's airplane. We replaced floorboards on the porch that were weather damaged and secured every floorboard in the house that made the slightest squeak. We did everything we could to make it as nice as possible so my mom would like it. But she didn't like it. She wanted to be in town in California City, where my sisters and my brother all lived with their families. Mom liked to watch her soap operas every afternoon, and there was little to no TV signal out on the ranch. Sometimes you could pick up one Bakersfield TV station, but it wasn't the one with Mom's soap operas. Plus, you could usually only get reception from that station in the evenings. Dad did everything he could do to try to get Mom to like the ranch, and she tried to like it, but we could all tell it wasn't going to work. It was just a matter of time until Mom would have her way and Dad would get rid of that ranch. The Mojave, so beautiful and so angry. This is a good time in the narrative to mention my explorations of the Mojave Desert. It'll help you to understanding some of the things that I'll be telling you about in the next section of this book. As stated earlier, when my dad moved his construction business out of Kentucky in the mid-1970s, our first landing spot was California City on the western edge of the Mojave Desert. My brother Roy and my sister Judy both lived in California City with their families at the time. For about 10 years, California City was the hub that my immediate family circled around. We branched up to Coalinga and Avenel from time to time, and I spent my summer on the beaches that one year, but everything returned to California City, and that meant everything returned to the Mojave. California City is at the southern edge of the legendary Rand mining district. Since the 1860s, the area has been producing gold, silver, and tungsten, among other products such as boron. The Rand mining district produced over $20 million in gold from 1865 to 1940, and that was when gold was only $20 an ounce. From almost the first day we arrived in California City from Kentucky in 1974, I became fascinated with the desert. Every moment that I had free, I wanted to wander the Mojave and learn her secrets. Many people talk about the enchanted circle around Taos, New Mexico, and having been there, I won't dispute that claim. However, far fewer of us have spent time out in the vastness of the Mojave. I can tell you that whatever may or may not enchant Taos, breaths at night in the Mojave. If you think Taos is magic, but you've never seen the sunrise on Mono Lake, you need to shut your silly mouth and go back to whatever New York City sewer hole you crawled out of. Until you spend the night listening to the coyotes sing and watching the sun rise over the salt peaks of Mono, you have no authority on the topic of enchanted deserts. During the daytime, the Mojave sits quietly and observes, waiting for the stupid to arrive so she can strike them down and extract their fluids to give them to her children. But at night, her spirit rises and she walks the basins and the dry lake beds. It's hard to describe the Mojave without resorting to the spiritual side. This is one of the places Jim Morrison would go for inspiration. Furthermore, this is the home of the lake used by Pink Floyd in their Wish You Were Here album cover, and it's the location of one of Charlie Manson's hideouts. There are old tales of characters like Poncho Barnes, Burro Schmidt, and the real seldom seen Sam that still echo in the mine shafts that dot her body like the scars on a smallpox survivor. She's been beaten and abused, had her body wrapped with barbed wire, and she has been cut full of holes, but she lives and will outlive all of us. When the time of man has retreated from memory, she will still abide. In those days, I would ride out into the desert, enter on whatever mode of transportation I had at the time, and spend as much time as I had available listening and looking at the Mojave. I sought out every abandoned mining camp and ghost town I could find, and I climbed every butte that I could, seeking to know the Mojave as intimately as possible. She captivated my imagination like nothing else. There are places in the Mojave where you can see the scar of the ancient shoreline, up on the east side of the Sierras Nevada mountains, where waves crashed almost 30,000 years ago. In the early morning hours, if you sit very still and listen, and if the Mojave accepts you, you can still hear those waves whispering through time, calling to you. Or maybe it was the LSD. I mentioned her children. The children of the Mojave are the wide variety of creatures that call this strange, dry place home. There's actually more water here than meets the eye. And by that I don't mean active rivers, lakes, or streams. The water is in the living things. And other than plants, most living beings got their water from eating another living thing. A common story that you hear every couple years goes something like this. A person driving down one of the highways that goes through the Mojave decides to take a side route and look for some specific site, or maybe they just wanted to drive around and see the desert. Something happens to their car. It overheats, a tire blows or something, and they don't want to just sit on the road because someone may come along and smash into them. Furthermore, there is no shoulder, but there's a dirt road that leads away from the paved road. They take the dirt road for a dozen yards or so and stop. They check their phone, and sure enough, they're in a dead zone. So they decide to just wait for another car to pass, and they'll just flag it down. But no car passes. It's so hot in the sun, and it quickly becomes unbearable inside the car. There is no shade around, so they sit on the ground beside their car as the best alternative. They have no water with them, but they have some beer in a cooler. They drink it to cool off, but beer doesn't cool you off when it's this hot. It actually makes you hotter. Eventually, they pass out and never wake up. No one finds them for days, maybe even weeks. All that time, the ravens and other critters feast on them. The Mojave takes their precious body fluids and feeds them to her children. This is why roadkill doesn't last very long on the highways. It never has a chance to rot. The Mojave is efficient and wastes nothing. One other thing before we return to the main body of the narrative. Early in this book, I mentioned cutting the head off of a sidewinder with my knife. I didn't make it a habit to kill predators in the Mojave. Normally, if I killed, it was for food, and I always left some for the others. But snakes fit into a different classification. So long as I encountered them out in the wilds of the Mojave, I was on their territory, and I left them alone, just like they left me alone. But in town was a different matter. Children live in towns, and children usually don't have the experience to deal with poisonous snakes. So I killed every rattlesnake I found while in town. The Mojave is home to sidewinders, speckled rattlesnakes, western diamondbacks, and the Mojave green, along with 16 other kinds of snakes. At the time, anti-venom for the Mojave green was rare and expensive. The wait to have it flown to you by helicopter, or you to it by helicopter, was usually a death sentence. Known for its potent neurotoxic hemotoxic venom, it is considered the world's most potent rattlesnake. And Mojave greens are abundant in the western part of the Mojave. They're also delicious. Their meat is like a combination of the most delicate chicken you have ever eaten with a hint of watermelon. Sautéed with butter, salt, pepper, and just a touch of garlic. They are to die for almost. Once I ate my first green, I killed and ate every one of them I found. But that's not so for other snakes. Outside of towns, I left them alone, and I respected their role in the maintenance of the Mojave.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
Mojave High School. My junior year in high school involved 3 schools. I started at Avenel High School, transferred to Desert High School on Edwards Air Force Base, and then finished at Mojave High School. Mojave was the newest school building I ever attended. It was a sort of prototype for the new Supermax-style schools that are now beginning to dominate the suburbs. It was single-level, mostly a continuous building with a massive new gym, all surrounded by a tall chain-link fence topped with 9 strands of barbed wire. All gates were locked, and all foot traffic into and out of the compound was through a single control point in the main office. If you wanted to go off the school grounds at any time for any reason, including lunch, you had to get a permission slip from the office. If you were caught off the school grounds at any time the school was in attendance, and you were found lacking the precious permission slip, you would be taken to the sheriff's substation to be held until a truant officer and a parent arrived. Or, At least that's what the school threatened would happen. Much like my statement about the Vietnam War, there is nothing positive I could say about Mojave High School, other than I made it out alive and without being arrested. No, it wasn't as bad in degree as Vietnam, but it was the same in kind. More on the difference between degree and kind later. Upon my return to Mojave High as a senior the following September, I found out I already had all the credits required by the state of California to graduate, except one. I needed 1 semester of physical education, PE or gym, to graduate. Had I possessed this little jewel of information the year before, I could have taken that class then and would already have graduated. This news didn't improve my opinion of government schools and the Vogons that operate them. I was also informed by my captors that I couldn't take just one class. I had to be a full-time student for at least a full semester. So I took the stupid PE class, a wood shop class, an art class, and an auto shop class. If they were going to keep me captive for half a year, I was going to use as much of their equipment and supplies as possible, because I knew even then that school attendance is all about money. The transition, the end of 1978 and the onset of 1979, was a strange time of change for me. We had moved away from the Southdown farm and on to Dad's ranch in the Mojave. Dad had mostly retired, having only one trencher, its trailer, and a flatbed truck to pull it. His construction company was all but gone, but he was sitting on a nice pile of cash. Money wasn't a problem for him. I took a job at a gas station located between the towns of California City and Mojave, near the intersection of California City Boulevard and California's Highway 14. It was a full-service station, meaning when a customer pulled in, we ran to their window to greet them, we pumped their gas, we washed their front and back windows, and we offered to check their oil. I had never had one-on-one exposure to people like this before. Changing schools 16 times means I never really had any long-term friends, and I had learned to mostly ignore people. They were like background noise at a football game or a concert. But the full-service gas station taught me to talk to strangers and ask them what they wanted and what they needed. It was more than just a full-service gas station, though. There was a little store with a beer cooler that chilled the beer to almost freezing temperature. We sold and repaired tires, we changed oil, and we were a full-service motorcycle repair shop, which was one of the reasons I was hired. I had a lot of experience and knowledge when it came to motorcycle repair. Dirt bike riding was a growing fad at the time, and on Friday nights, the freeway that connected the Mojave with the LA Basin would pour headlights in a steady stream down Soledad Canyon in the Sierra Pelona Mountains until the early hours of Saturday morning. Lots of people coming into the Mojave from the Los Angeles Basin would make our service station a regular stop before camping and biking or attending the many desert races that happened every weekend. The most common motorcycle repair we handled was cable failure. Either a brake cable end or a clutch cable end would pull off or break. Often the people would take their broken bikes home to Los Angeles and shove them in their garage for a week, never even thinking about fixing them. Then, on Friday, they would pack their campers and load their broken dirt bikes on their trailers and head to Steve's gas station. Steve, the owner of the station where I worked, was a kind of legend in the desert dirt bike community, going back to the 1960s when he was one of the most prominent proponents of dirt bike riding. People would stop at our gas station just to look at Steve's old desert sled sitting in our #1 repair bay. People would take turns snapping pictures of each other sitting on the old bike. On an average Friday night, I would repair anywhere from 1 to 20 motorcycle cable ends. We carried every size of motorcycle cable and every variety of cable ends used in the industry, and we kept a lead solder pot hot at all times so we could fix any motorcycle cable quickly. If one of our cable ends ever failed, we would fix it for free. One day, Steve introduced me to a special customer. He was a somewhat famous local attorney, big game hunter, and all-around fan of the Mojave. Every year, he would drop off his weird 1960s trail bike to be serviced. Sorry, I don't remember the brand of bike. It was some obscure thing I never saw before or since. But I went over it from top to bottom to make sure it was in perfect shape before returning it to him. Steve told me to replace every cable, whether it looked good or bad. This attorney had cable failures in the past and was particularly worried about the issue. I removed every cable on the bike, sized each replacement perfectly, and made sure every end was solid. Steve had emphasized how important it was that this job be done with the greatest of care, so I paid extra attention to every detail. As I held one of the old cables from the bike, an idea came into my head. The cable was exactly the length of my waist, which was 29 inches at the time. I held the old cable in my hand and thought of what a splendid whip it would be in a fight. I laced it through the belt loops of my pants under my belt, then pulled it out quickly. It was perfect. On one end, I soldered a section about an inch long, nice and smooth, then sharpened it to a point. On the other end, I soldered a key ring loop so that I could grab it with one finger and whip it out from under my belt in a single motion. I laced it into my belt loops so I could draw it out with my left hand. Then I practiced over and over until it became a serious weapon for my left hand. Now with my wrist pin on my right hip and my whip for my left hand, I was fully prepared to face any aggressor. I finished the trail bike and offered to deliver it to the attorney using my dad's truck and trailer, if Steve thought it appropriate. He agreed that would be a great idea and called the lawyer to set up a time. When the day came, I hauled the bike to the lawyer's house, expecting to just drop it off and leave, but the attorney insisted I come in and see his collection. From the outside, the attorney's house looked like every other ranch-style house in California City. Upon entering, the first thing that strikes your attention is the fact that there are 5 heads mounted in the living room. A gazelle, a Cape buffalo, an antelope, a wildebeest, and a mule deer, all looking right at you. Very creepy. Then I noticed a coffee table. It was a sheet of glass sitting on 2 elephant feet. Also on the walls were various African spears and shields, along with several objects I didn't recognize. On the wall going down his hallway towards the bathroom and the bedrooms was the skin of a green anaconda. I thought to myself, he definitely didn't eat these animals. Clearly he didn't share my ethical codes. On the dining room wall, visible from the entry area of the living room, was a large map of the Mojave. This drew my attention more than anything else. I asked if I could have a close look, and he walked to it with great excitement. I told him about my love of the Mojave and how I liked to roam whenever I had the chance. And he almost burst with glee, explaining how much he loved to wander for days with nothing more than some jugs of water and some jerky. We talked for hours. As it turned out, he was the executor of the Pancho Barnes estate. I had never heard of Pancho Barnes, so he told me all about her. What an amazing lady. She was a contemporary of Amelia Earhart, but not as reporter-friendly and media acceptable as Earhart. She was more likely to spit tobacco juice in the face of a reporter who pushed her too hard for a story, whereas Earhart was more likely to have her press secretary present the reporter with a prepared statement. In other words, Amelia Earhart was a media darling, whereas Pancho Barnes was a hardcore pilot who did her own navigation, her own airplane maintenance, and changed her own oil. She was also the granddaughter of Thaddeus S. C. Lowe, who had pioneered American aviation with the establishment of the nation's first military air unit. It's often said that in her later years, Pancho Barnes ran a bar and restaurant called the Happy Bottoms Riding Club, which was a favorite of aviators and test pilots including Chuck Yeager, Jimmy Doolittle, and Buzz Aldrin, among others. That is known as whitewashing history. It's not my job to besmirch aviators, but these men should have the integrity to be honest about the antics of their youth. They didn't frequent the Happy Bottoms Riding Club for the free steak dinners. It was Pancho's female employees that drew in the customers. I mean, really, just read the name of the establishment for Pete's sake. Anyway, that's all a dispute for historians to figure out. All I know about Pancho Barnes was what the lawyer told me, and he was clearly on the eccentric side of the scale. I wish I could remember his name. He ended up being a great help to some of my friends that appear later in this story, but I can't really give any details on that, as it would be too easy to trace back those events and reveal names that I don't have the right to reveal. So let's leave this topic on the note that in meeting this attorney, I found a friend and an important ally who, regardless of his oddities, loved the Mojave at least as much as I did, and maybe even more. They started it. I was working at the full-service gas station I mentioned earlier. Other than Steve, his brother-in-law, who was the manager, and one lady who was likely in her 30s, let's call her Vicky, everyone else working at the gas station were high school-age kids. Since we left Kentucky all those years ago, there was never a social life to speak of. There were no close friends that I'd go and do things with, no one I'd hang out with, and especially no one I went to parties with. I didn't go on dates, attend dances, or attend school sporting events. None of those things interested me. I spent my time trying to make money, whether that meant working for my dad, working at job nights and weekends, rebuilding classic cars for people for cash, or any other activity that would bring in a little more money. Any free time I spent exploring the desert. But working at the gas station with other teens exposed me to some other hardworking kids. So one day we decided to meet in the city park and relax together. Money was always tight for me, but that Saturday I decided to reward myself for all my hard work. There had been a hot streak, and I had been in the sun every day that week. That morning, I opened the station, but only worked until noon. I was paid for the week in cash, as usual. I clocked out of work, picked up a 6-pack of beer, and headed to the park. We met in a spot in the park that was mostly off the normal path, out of sight to most of the people in the park. 2 guys and 1 girl, just sitting there with a 6-pack of beer, harming no one and doing nothing wrong. I was the youngest at 17, the others were 18. About halfway through my first beer, 2 cops walked up and began harassing us. One of them picked up the remaining 3 beers and began opening them and pouring them on the ground. Then, he took each of our beers from us and did the same. Meanwhile, the other cop was telling us how lucky we were that they were such cool cops. They could have arrested us, but since they were so cool, they were just teaching us a lesson. I asked if the lesson was that if you have a gun, you can just take other people's property and destroy it at will while pretending to be cool. He didn't seem to appreciate my question, but I didn't care. He was simply a thief and a thug. He was exactly like every bully I had ever known. He was serving and protecting no one but his own ego. There is difference in kind, and there is difference in degree. A cop that enforces stupid, unfair laws simply because he's following orders is no different in kind to the Nazis who claimed immunity from prosecution at Nuremberg by stating, Befehl ist Befehl, or in English, orders is orders. There are differences in degree, as the pigs in the park that day didn't try to throw us into a concentration camp, but there is no difference in kind. That means the nature of the thug or the authoritarian on any level is the same. It's simply a variation in opportunity as to whether he is taking someone's property or taking their life, which is fundamentally still property. There are people who would do such things because they are told to do so, and there are people with principles who think for themselves and will not obey orders, just because they are orders. Having said that, I may have overreacted. Okay, I did overreact. I left the park and drove straight to the local grocery store that shared its parking lot with the police station, in the town's only strip mall. At the time, my underdeveloped working theory was that the local businesses hold the true power in a small town, and the police are a direct reflection of the will of those local businesses. That theory has some merit, but it's flawed and is not correct. Nevertheless, that was my belief at the time, so I saw the grocery store just as guilty as the police in the matter of the theft of my beer in the park. Nowadays, I understand that only the individual pig who stole from me is guilty of his actions. No one can be guilty for the actions of others, and no one but the individual who is guilty should be punished. But I didn't think that way then. I went into the store and walked around for a few minutes, then casually snatched a bottle of Jack Daniels off the shelf and walked out. That didn't make us even, since the humiliation and fear that the pigs caused us still had value, but at least I felt like I had struck back. Later that night, I parked at the opposite end of the mall from the police station. I took a pair of linesman pliers out of the trunk of my car and walked down to the police station. As I passed a pig car, I snapped off each of its radio antennas. Now, we were closer to being even. I did that a few dozen times over the next few years, just to let the pigs know that there was resistance. The game begins. That winter, once I was free from school, my life took a dramatic turn. In February of 1979, I found a much more effective way of making money than manual labor, and it gave me more leisure time than I knew what to do with, which allowed me to explore the Mojave even more. Late one evening, when I was the only attendant at the gas station, a guy I'm going to call Le Mans walked in the front doors. He was a regular customer who usually got a fill up and paid in cash. He never let an attendant pump his gas or even touch his gas cap. He also wouldn't let anyone wash his windshield nor check his oil, and he didn't like for attendants to even ask. The reason he acted this way was because he was obsessed with his car, an old Pontiac Le Mans. But this time, he was just standing by his car when I got to him. He explained that he was in a bad situation and needed to get out of town for about 6 months, but he had no money, not even enough for gas. I loaned him money for gas before, but this was different. 1 or 2 days was fine, but not for 6 months and not with him leaving town. I couldn't do that. But he had an angle. He had something I had never seen before. He opened his trunk, and inside a briefcase was a brick of hashish in this odd, pinkish/orange cellophane-looking wrapper. He asked me if I would be interested in buying 10 grams of this hash for $50. He claimed that was half price since it normally sells for $10 a gram. I gave him a counteroffer. Since I had never sold drugs before and I'd never even seen hash, I wasn't sure I could get rid of it. So I offered him a $100 loan, in which I would hold 20 grams of hash as collateral. If I was successful in selling it, we would be even and he would owe me nothing. However, if I hadn't sold it by the time he returned to town, he could take the hash and pay me back the $100 or begin making weekly loan payments, plus the standard VIG. He took my offer, and just like that, I was both a loan shark and a drug dealer. My problem was that I had no idea who would buy this hash. The next day, I wasn't alone on my shift. The lady I mentioned above, Vicky, was also scheduled that evening. It just so happened that she was one of only 2 adults who I knew locally that used controlled substances recreationally. So, I broached the topic. I asked her how I could measure, divide, and sell hash. That's when I found out why that guy was so hot to get out of town. He had very likely stolen the hash from a member of a Southern California motorcycle club that I shall refer to as the Brothers. An entirely fictional motorcycle club I just made up, not to be confused with any particular motorcycle club that may have a similar name. Wink wink nudge nudge, say no more. Also, as it turned out, Vicky and her husband sometimes rode with these brothers. I was more than pleased to hear this news, as I was very familiar with biker culture. I asked Vicky if she could get me a meeting with the gentleman who was the victim of the theft. She said she believed she could, and she did. Upon meeting the guy, let's call him Chet, I handed him the hash. I told him I expected nothing in return. I was just doing the right thing. He liked that. We talked for half a day and drank some beer. He asked me what I would do if I saw that dude that I got the hash from. I told him I would collect my money plus the VIG. He liked that too. As it turned out, Lomans hadn't stolen directly from Chet, but when you steal from any of the brothers, you steal from every brother. Chet would make sure it found its owner. A few days later, Chet showed up at the gas station just as Vicky and I were getting off work. He wanted to know if I was interested in making a little spare money. Of course, we know the answer to that question. He asked if I could borrow a bike for a short ride. I looked at Vicky and she smiled. I told her this would happen. She volunteered to loan me her 1975 Harley Sportster for a day if she could drive my '66 Mustang home. Deal? I told Vicky, just don't stomp on the gas. Treat her nice, and she'll do the same for you. That was my first ride with Chet, and my first of many rides with one of the brothers. Chet and I rode out to a farm camp near Cantil, California, where Chet introduced me to a guy. Chet told him that I would be making the weekly pickup for a while. The guy threw a hard look at me, then nodded to Chet. For the next 6 months or so, I collected $500 every Saturday from that Cantil dude. Each week, Chet would give me $50 as my sip of the juice. At 17 years old, I was now part of an arrangement that probably saved my life a few times. The flow. My dad was still running his construction company, but at a slow pace with no employees other than me. He liked it that way. We would dig 1 or 2 house footers a week, and Dad would pay me $20 or so for the 1 or 2 hours of work. I didn't really need the money, but he didn't know about my other business dealings, so this gave me the air of legitimacy. With the heat of summer coming on again, I had quit my job at the gas station, so it was good for people in town to see me in Dad's truck as he went around to construction sites arranging jobs. It was also good for people in town to see me at building sites, setting up siding strings and running the trencher. Having too much cash without a clear source for it can get you in trouble. It's better if people can see you doing actual work. That said, there was plenty of money flowing. I had a small crew that went with me to the city yard each month, late at night. The city ran its own trash service, and they had 2 gasoline-powered trash trucks. We would enter the city yard under the fence in the back, each of us carrying 2 5-gallon gas cans and a chunk of hose. We would take about 10 gallons from each trash truck, and then we would take 2 or 3 gallons from each city pickup truck or whatever was at the yard for repair. Often there was a police car in for repairs or service. Once it worked out a bit different. Normally, we never entered the city's buildings at the yard. We just took the easy pickings outside. The yard had a gas pump, but it was always locked. Someone had the idea that the key for the gas pump may be easy to find inside the main building. We talked it over and decided to give it a try. We thought we would just go in and have a look around. If we found the key, then great. If not, maybe some free tools. There was a small side door, and I was able to quickly slip the lock. Once inside, we saw a police car parked just inside the big main doors, which shouldn't be anything to worry about. But as we looked around, we saw a table and chair by the cop car. There was a thermos bottle and a dirty ashtray on the table. That shouldn't be there. The whole shop was no smoking due to all the flammables, and only a cop would be so arrogant as to sit there and smoke, so we got out of there. After that, we only hit the city yard, and then we stayed on the outside of the buildings. That was one of many times that dumb luck, chance, or perhaps some unnamed protector kept me from harm. It wasn't an anomaly. It was a pattern that has followed me. It's a thing that has made itself known. Now, the gas thing wasn't a big cash producer. We gave away all the gas we didn't use, mostly to the brothers, and we never mentioned how we got it. Of course, no one asked either. At first, my primary cash flow came from increasing the number of people I was collecting for and delivering to. Few transactions were the size of Chet's dude in Cantil, but it was really more about doing favors for the brothers. They didn't want to ride all the way out to Barstow to drop off an envelope, so I would go. It was uncomfortable for them to ride into Hell's Angels territory in Bakersfield. But the best run was when they needed me to go to Riverside. I would take their package and board the bus in Mojave, ride to San Bernardino, then catch the bus to Riverside. Their drop point wasn't far from the Riverside bus station, so it was an easy walk. I never looked in the packages, and I never asked any questions. Eventually, I began making the run every 4 weeks, and they would pay me $200 each trip. Like I said above, I didn't have much of a social life until I got out of high school, but once I did, I quickly started making connections with like-minded business people. I flourished. Nowadays, we would call it networking. Chet introduced me to some guys, and we did business. Those guys took me with them on small jobs and introduced me to other guys. Eventually, I found the source of that kilo of hash, and it was in Riverside. Not where the brothers were sending me, but not that far from there either. That's why I liked it so much when the brothers would send me to Riverside. The Riverside hash operation was not like anything else I ever encountered. It was a bunch of preppy white guys in slacks and polo shirts in a nice neighborhood, in an average house. There was usually 3 to 5 guys in the house, but they weren't always the same ones. And they always smiled way too much. At first, I thought it was some kind of gay living arrangement, but I quickly figured out they weren't so gay. I used their bathroom once and took a quick look around. Nothing in the cupboards, no soap or shampoo in the shower, and nothing in the medicine cabinet. I peeked in a bedroom, and it was empty. No bed, nothing in the room. There was always delivery food like pizza or Chinese food boxes on the dining room table and on the tables in the living room, but the kitchen looked spotless. I came to believe I was dealing with a government operation. I don't want to go all Gary Webb here, so cough, CIA, cough. I don't have any idea who those starch-white drug dealers could be. The hash, as I mentioned above, was wrapped in oddly colored cellophane and often had writing on it in some language I didn't recognize. It kind of looked Arabic, but it also looked a bit like Hindi. Many of the kilos had a round symbol stamped on the top. The symbol had arched branches with leaves on the right and left, with a fist holding a rifle in the center, then a bunch of writing all around it. Later, I found out it was the stamp of the Mujahideen, the Afghan Rebel Alliance. I thought that was pretty cool. I saw Star Wars, and I thought rebel alliances were a good thing to be a part of. But I didn't ask the Riverside preppy guys any questions about it. You just didn't ask that kind of questions. They had a nice set of triple beam scales there, and they always let me divide up my kilo right on their table. I split it into fourths, then split one of the fourths into grams. That gave me 3 250-gram bricks and 251-gram balls. The balls went into the lining and pockets of my jean jacket, and the quarters went into my case. From Riverside, I followed the bus lines back to Mojave, where an associate would meet me, take the case, and pay me the same amount I paid for the whole kilo. Then, I would stay on the bus to Bakersfield. At the Bakersfield bus terminal, I would hang out a few hours and sell most of the hash balls. I developed regulars that expected me. Then, I would ride the bus to Fresno and sell the rest. At Fresno, I knew a guy that had a small local growing operation, so I would pick up a half or a quarter pound of weed from him, however much his plants had produced that month. It was all leaf shake, so he considered it junk weed, but people still bought it. Every 6 months, his crop would mature, and he would have premium buds. From Fresno, I would ride back to the Bakersfield bus station, where I would sell some of the weed. Then on to Mojave, where a ride would be waiting to take me to California City. It was a nice run. I did that every 4 weeks and usually cleared around $3,000 as my cut. This was 1979, so $3,000 a month was a nice chunk of money for a 17-year-old kid, and that didn't include my other income from collecting and delivering for the brothers. It didn't really seem to matter how much money flowed in because it flowed out just as quickly. Almost every weekend, we had a party somewhere. We always had kegs of beer, lots of bottled spirits, and sometimes we hired a band. We sold lots of weed, hash, or maybe acid or mushrooms at the parties, but I think it was more about supporting the culture and lifestyle of the day than making the parties profitable. Either way, the money seemed to vanish. Our cars and motorcycles swallowed up a lot of our cash, too. We all had some kind of muscle car or hot rod, and we all had various motorcycles and dune buggies. I had 3 1966 Mustangs, a 1965 Fairlane, a 1964 Galaxy 500, a 1969 Fairlane, and a VW dune buggy, plus several motorcycles, including a custom-built 360 Bultaco Persang that was like riding an angry, menstruating tiger. Seriously, she was one pissed-off machine that tried to eat me several times. The whole experience was like standing in a river of money. It was everywhere, and yet, as soon as you step out, you're dry. Remember that time I was shot through the hand? Before I tell the story of the first time I was shot, I need to tell a different story and give a little lesson in loan sharking. It will help with context. The first thing to know about biker gangs, the mob, street gangs, or whoever runs a loan sharking operation is that, in my experience, literally everything from Hollywood and the government stooges in the media is wrong. Please understand, loan sharks serve a purpose. Consider living in Barstow, working some crappy job that barely paid the bills. Then, imagine some emergency came up which forced you to go to Los Angeles for some reason, but the ratty car that gets you back and forth to work dies on I-10 on your way home. If this is the case, you have big problems. A county-contracted tow truck will be there very soon to haul your car to a county-contracted yard, and it will cost you big time to get it back. And it will still be dead. You'll have to get it towed to a garage and cough up more money to get it fixed. You'll be at the mercy of a mechanic you don't know and a garage you'll never see again. That's fascism in action, and it's inescapable. Unless you have a relationship with the brothers. Then you get to a phone booth, back in the days before cell phones, and you call your guy. A taxi shows up and takes you to the garage where your car is already being repaired. No one even brings up the topic of money, not even the taxi driver. The county doesn't get a dime from you. Your car will probably run the best it has ever run since you owned it, and you only have to arrange a friendly payment plan with the brothers. That, in a nutshell, is the difference between the market and fascism. The way the loan thing was actually very simple. Let's say dude A needs money, there's some emergency, and he can't go to a bank for whatever reason. He goes to one of the brothers, say dude B, and he borrows enough to get him past this emergency. Let's say A borrows $1,000 from B. Let's also assume it gets paid weekly. They usually do, so that means his payments are weekly. On a $1,000 loan, he will pay $110 per week every week for 10 weeks. In the end, if he makes all his payments completely and on time, he will have paid $100 to borrow $1,000. That's 10% for a 10-week loan. I think that's fair. If they can't make a payment, it's not a problem, so long as he pays the VIG, which is $10 a week. If he can't pay the VIG each week, some other arrangement must be made. For example, maybe he has some object that B would like to own. If B finds that A has some possession worth about $10, then A can surrender that possession to B in order to keep the loan current. Or perhaps they can offer some service to B to cover the VIG, say wash B's car or mow B's lawn, or whatever they agree upon. This continues every week until A is able to pay off the loan. No matter what Hollywood or the state has claimed, successful loan sharks almost never turn to violence to collect their payments. After all, a dead or injured man can't work and earn money to make his loan payments. It's simply bad business when a loan shark resorts to violence. And that's really what this is, business. It's not the senseless violence of Hollywood. It's simply people doing business in a voluntary way that doesn't involve government and their inherent regulations and violence. And in most cases, business doesn't involve violence. In almost all cases, the state is the primary source of violence, not independent business people. For example, when was the last time you watched a mom and pop ice cream shop attack a Baskin-Robbins? The very idea is absurd. And yet the state murders hundreds, if not thousands of people a day, and most people don't give it so much as a thought. Occasionally some thug robs someone, but it's the state that robs people continuously. And anyone who resists the state's theft faces a violent and deadly domestic military we call police. Loan sharks do not behave in this fashion. They are usually honorable people with principles and standards of behavior. Unlike the domestic military who will drag you out of your car and beat you for a minor infraction, or choke you to death on the street for selling a loose cigarette. Having said all that, loan sharking can have a twist. Let's say our friend A can't make his payments, but he can make the VIG each week, and this happens often. Our friend B collects his VIG each week, but the loan principal remains unpaid. After 100 weeks, B has recouped his investment of $1,000, and every VIG payment after that is pure profit. Eventually, A will fall into some money or whatever and will pay off his balance, and that will be pure profit for B as well. The twist comes after B has recouped his investment. He may reward a friend or business partner by giving him A's loan as a gift. He may or may not tell A about the exchange. Maybe B is too busy to go and collect $10 a week from A, so he gives A's loan to a junior partner to encourage him or reward him for loyalty. This was the case with a gentleman I will call Adam. Adam borrowed some money from our old friend Chet. For about a year, Adam made his payment every week, but some of the principal still remained unpaid. Eventually, Chet gave a loan to me as a gift. After about 3 months paying me every week, Adam fell into some hard times and could only pay the $10 VIG each week. I simply didn't have time to hunt down Adam every week and collect $10, so I gave Adam's loan to one of my crew members that I'll refer to as Alvin. Alvin needed the money and the experience would be good for him. Unfortunately, around this time Adam discovered a thing we used to call speed, but nowadays the kids call it meth. Under any name. For people who are susceptible to the power of amphetamines, they can quickly take over a person's life and cause them to do incredibly stupid things. Adam was not that smart to begin with, so speed made him stupid on a level rarely seen. He had a simple job, driving a water truck around town and dumping water on trees. But add speed to the mix, and he couldn't even keep that simple job. That meant he couldn't pay Alvin. Rather than renegotiate the loan that Adam thought still belonged to Chet, he decided to pull a shotgun on Alvin and threatened to blow a hole in Alvin's chest. Alvin was not a person accustomed to violence, so when he came to me with this problem, he was quite unhinged. I was able to calm him down and get the details of the encounter. As it worked out, Alvin arrived at Adam's house. Adam invited him into the living room. Alvin explained that Adam couldn't keep skipping his VIG payments, and Adam responded by grabbing a shotgun from over his mantle and sticking it against Alvin's chest. I knew all about Adam's shotgun, as I had gone rabbit hunting with him on several occasions. It was a little 410 single-shot breech loading shotgun. I knew this shotgun well because I had received a similar one as a Christmas present when I was about 14 years old. I told Alvin I would take care of this mess, and I went to see Adam. He invited me into his living room, where I assured him we could fix everything, and Chet wouldn't have to know about anything. I told him, friends help friends, and I'm your friend. Then I asked Adam for a drink of water. I had been riding my motorcycle in the desert and was parched. Adam went into the kitchen and prepared a glass of ice water for me, and as he did, I took the shotgun off the mantle and unloaded it, then put it back in its place. When he returned, I thanked him and began drinking the water. I could tell by Adam's general appearance that he was quite high on speed at the time. After a couple long drinks of the ice water, I said, "You know, we can fix this whole mess, but you have to pay the VIG, even if that means you have to give me something from here in your house." Adam snatched up the shotgun and stuck it to my chest. "How about if I give you some lead?" This wasn't the first time a gun had been aimed at me in anger. I answered, "If that's the way you think this thing should go, then jump, Froggy, jump." At times like this, I usually said, "If you feel froggy, just jump." But I remember distinctly messing up the line. I heard the snap of the hammer on an empty chamber, so I grabbed the shotgun by the barrel with my right hand while whipping him with my cable whip in my left hand. I rammed the butt of the shotgun into Adam over and over and whipped him until he let go of the shotgun. As soon as he did, I gave Adam the most thorough beating I have ever given to anyone, and I've given a few beatings. Eventually, I stepped back, picked up the shotgun, cracked the breech, and loaded it. Then I walked through the house and took anything of value that I spotted, including the keys to Adam's pickup truck. I piled it all in his junky, old pickup and then pulled my dirt bike into the back of his truck. When I returned to the living room, Adam was still laying on the floor weeping and apologizing. I told him the debt was settled and he was free of his obligations to Chet, but I was taking his stuff and his shotgun. I told him that if I ever saw him again, I would assume he was trying to harm me and I would kill him on the spot. He believed me. I don't know if I would have. I was very upset at the moment. The thing is, I liked Adam, but I hated what he had become. When I got back to Alvin's place, I was still buzzing with adrenaline. I was violently shaking. I had never reacted like that to any situation before. I wasn't afraid, I just couldn't stop shaking. I did a line of coke with Alvin, and that helped calm me some. I gave Alvin all the stuff I had taken from Adam, including the shotgun and the pickup keys, and updated Alvin on the ending of Adam's loan. I told Alvin to figure out a way to get Adam's truck back to him, as we had no right keeping his only means of transportation. Then we did a few shots of whiskey. I didn't plan on telling the brothers about what had happened with Adam, as I knew they would have a far more harsh ending for Adam than I thought was necessary. That was a mistake. I should have gone straight to them with the story. It would have prevented a lot of pain and blood. Rather, I parked my dirt bike at home and took my Mustang downtown to hang out and calm my nerves. That was stupid. I was already pretty buzzed at that point. By the bowling alley, I saw a friend, an associate I will call Rodney. He had been out of town for a while, working in Bakersfield, so I was happy to see him. I asked him if he would like to have a few drinks. Rodney was one of the few people I knew that could keep up with me drinking whiskey. So I just walked into the grocery store and walked out with a bottle of Jack Daniels. They were in the process of closing for the night and didn't even see me. Or maybe they did and just didn't want the consequences of stopping me, considering who my friends were. Either way, Rodney and I spent the next few hours consuming that bottle of Old No. 7. At some point, Rodney told me that our old friend, Lil Mans from the gas station story, was back in town, living at his old place like nothing had happened. Evidently, he had made things right with the brothers. I told Rodney about loaning him money that time, and that, since I never sold the hash, Lil Mans still owed me the money. About the time we finished that bottle of Jack, in an idiotic drunken stupor, I decided to go get my money from Lil Mans. So drunk I could barely walk, we climbed into my Mustang and I drove us over to Lil Mans' house. It was a single-level duplex, and Lil Mans lived on the right side. As we walked by his precious car, I picked up a landscaping stone about the size of a football and smashed his headlight. I may have smashed his windshield as well. I'm really not sure. The events are a bit fuzzy in my brain. I do clearly remember walking up to his bedroom window and throwing the rock through the window while shouting orders to get my money right now. The rest of the night is lost to my memory, but due to circumstances, I have to assume Lil Mans paid me on the spot. The next morning, I woke up in Mojave on the bench at the Greyhound bus stop, my car nowhere in sight. I didn't know where it was, I didn't know where Rodney was, and I didn't know how I got there. At first, I didn't remember anything about what happened the night before with Lil Mans. I walked around Mojave for a few hours, looking for my car, but with no success. Eventually, I called Alvin from a payphone, and he came to pick me up. We drove around Mojave some more, looking for my car, and then decided to go back to California City to look there. Back in California City, we headed to the bowling alley parking lot. Flashes of the night before started coming back into my brain. Alvin made a round of the bowling alley parking lot as we scanned for my Mustang. Alvin's car was a 1965 Falcon painted with a psychedelic-colored falcon on the hood with its wings running down the doors to the back fenders. It was quite a sight. As we rounded a turn in the parking lot, a guy shouted to Alvin to hold up, dude, as he came jogging towards the driver's side of the car. All of the windows were down, and another friend/associate was in the seat behind me. I was in the front passenger seat. I recognized the guy as a close associate of Lil Mans, and suddenly I remembered what I had done to Lil Mans in his car the night before. Alvin stopped the car, but I told Alvin we needed to leave. He said he wanted to wait to see what this guy had to say. At that moment, the associate behind me shouted, "Ben, "Watch out." Lil Mans had come up behind us on the passenger side of the car and was pointing a gun almost exactly at my right ear. Fortune, luck, chance, or some higher power was helping me that day, because Lil Mans was not a violent person and was not accustomed to using a gun. A moment before he pulled the trigger, he closed his eyes and turned his head away so he wouldn't see the deed, or maybe just so he wouldn't be splattered in the face with my brains. Either way, the turning of his head to the right changed the angle of his hand, and therefore the trajectory of his shot. Also, I turned at that moment and threw my right hand toward the gun. The bullet passed through my right hand, missed my head, and struck Alvin's radio, fragmenting into at least 2 chunks. One fragment hit Alvin's dash near his speedometer. The other fragment hit Alvin's right knee. Alvin slammed his foot on the gas, and the Falcon came alive, fish tailing out of the parking lot and down the street. I was temporarily deaf from having a revolver fired about 3 inches from my ear, but I shouted a location for Alvin to drive to. The brothers' safe house was no more than a mile away, so we got there quickly. They took us in and hid the Falcon in the garage. One of the ladies there took the lead in caring for us. She looked at Alvin's knee first because the way he was acting, you would have thought he was going to die. It was basically a scratch with a little splinter of the bullet sticking out. The worst pain for Alvin was when he finally saw how much of my blood I left in his Falcon. The pain of cleaning my wounded hand was almost more than I could endure. There was a badly burned circle on the back of my hand that was a little over an inch across. In the middle of the circle was the entry wound, and the exit wound was in my palm near the base of my thumb. Somehow it didn't break any bones. The cleaning process involved a squirt bottle of salt water that the lady put into the wound. She forced the salt water all the way through it and out to my palm. I can't describe the pain, but at that moment, I thought of my dad as a 9-year-old boy with his left hand hanging in shreds. I knew I could handle this. Afterward, cocaine and codeine eventually took the edge off the pain. I just wish they had given me the drugs first. Once everything had settled down, I told the brothers that were present everything that had happened. They were not happy with me. They said I had to stay in that house until this thing was fixed. No contact with my family or anyone outside. Alvin was allowed to leave, but he first had to clean the blood out of his car. The brothers didn't want him driving around in a vehicle that looked like someone was murdered inside. After he cleaned his car up, he was to stop by and tell my mother that I was in Bakersfield helping a friend fix his roof. Alvin was to tell her I would come home as soon as we had it done. Mom, being out on the ranch, had no phone, and I was a good roofer, so this would all sound plausible to her if Alvin did his job. And Alvin obeyed and did as he was told. Over the next 2 weeks, California City saw a series of reprisals as the brothers cleaned up the mess I had made, while Le Mans and his friends tried to fight back. Adam, on the other hand, slipped further into a speed-induced lunacy. The brothers had put the word out that no one was to sell him any drugs, so Adam went to Lancaster to try to score some speed down there. Somehow, while in Lancaster, he had upset the local Lancaster brothers and subsequently vanished. None of us knew what happened to him, and none of us asked. We assumed his remains were at the bottom of some mine shaft, deep in the desert. I also didn't know what happened to Le Mans, and of course I didn't ask. The brothers were not brutal, but they were fast and efficient. In response to my stupidity, Le Mans should have come to them. The brothers would have made me correct things with Le Mans with fair compensation. Le Mans knew I was riding with the brothers. You can't just kill someone over money, and you can't touch someone who rides with the brothers without asking permission. When everyone follows the rules, no one ever needs to get hurt. But when people break the brothers' rules, the brothers have to step in and keep the peace. I have to step away from the narrative for a moment and say some things. So-called organized crime is actually a display of the failures of government being corrected by the market. Every kind of organized crime, be they the mob, biker gangs, or inner-city ethnic gangs, are a direct result of government failing to fulfill its promises and the market stepping in to fill that need. Granted, these gangsters are not perfect. They may not even be nice, but they are at their roots businessmen providing a service that the government has promised but failed to provide. Let's take a moment and think about the appeal of inner-city gangs, specifically those gangs that target young black men as their primary recruits. What is lacking in the market that creates a need for these types of associations? What stimulates their creation and fosters their growth? I'll answer that in a moment. Back in the 1800s, gangs developed in the big eastern cities because immigrants were pouring in with little or no job prospects. The existing city governments did nothing to protect the immigrants from crime and abuse by the poor, who were already in the cities competing with the immigrants for those few jobs. So, Irish, Italian, and Jewish gangs developed to both protect their ethnic brothers and control localized crime by taking a tax from all criminals in their area, while taxing local merchants for protection from those same criminals. Eventually, the Irish gangs were hired by the cities as police, which almost crushed the Italian and Jewish gangs. Please read the book Gangs of New York. Then, government handed the remaining gangs an act of salvation, that being prohibition, and not just of alcohol. Around 1900, nanny government barfed out laws forbidding many vices that offended the tender emotions of those seeking to perfect society through force of law. Prohibition of alcohol, prostitution, gambling, and loans were the big money items that funneled millions of dollars into the pockets of the competing gangs, but it went far beyond that. Price and wage controls, along with building restrictions and mandatory union membership, drove money into the hands of the gangs, as they provided the services that society needed but government had outlawed or regulated. Jewish gangs faded due to several reasons, perhaps the most important being the tight family structure of Jewish families with the added drive to be in a respectable profession. But due to the incredibly easy money to be made and, I believe, the Catholic faith of the Italian mobsters, the mafia flourished. Inner-city black gangs of today have a very different origin. If you step back in time to the 1950s, there were no black gangs. None. But there should have been. There should have been someone to stand up for the poor black people, and powerful gangs would have done just that. But the family structure of the poor black families of the first half of the 20th century, along with the incredibly powerful faith of those people, didn't make room for gangs. Also, anytime these poor blacks began to organize outside of churches, the KKK would move in and murder the leaders, and often burn the churches where the leaders attended. Then along came fascism. The 1960s saw the introduction of the Great Society, which was a mobilization of government along with key corporations, which, no matter the intentions, broke the power of black families while driving them away from their faith. Welfare money flowed into poor black neighborhoods, rewarding unwed mothers with free government food and cash, relieving young black men of the responsibility for their actions. This broke the family bonds and drove the people away from their faith and redirected that faith to government, and specifically the Democratic Party. This was the point in time when LBJ made his famous statement about having the black vote secured by the Democrats for the next 200 years, except he used derogatory terms as he often did in regards to black people. But there was a glimpse of hope. The late 1960s saw the original Black Panthers in California and some northern cities, along with men like Malcolm X. Had that movement continued unabated, I believe it would have eventually drove the negative influences of government out of black neighborhoods. But this was not to be. The FBI, who had ignored the mafia for so many decades, saw very clearly the danger of empowered young black men, and they literally took aim at the leaders and the members, as the KKK had for the first half of that century. Free government money and the fist of the FBI did what the KKK could never do. They broke the unity of black families and redirected their faith away from God and towards government. And many of the black clergy were as guilty as the FBI in everything except the violence. It was Stockholm Syndrome on a massive scale, and it worked. The lack of family unity in the inner cities caused a need in the market. People need family, and gangs provide it. Inner city gangs, for all their flaws, provide a family structure for young black men. Prohibitions provide cash to fuel the gangs, and the structure of the gangs give young men a sense of togetherness and fellowship. But gangs don't threaten the powers that be. Gangs will never divert faith away from government. Gangs will never provide independent development and invention. Therefore, gangs are not in the least way a threat to the state. Just like the mafia, inner-city gangs actually help convince the civilian population that they need government to protect them, especially when the clergy actively preach the praises of government. That is why you will never see a government program that will ever be successful at deterring inner-city gangs. A variation of this pattern can be used to explain biker gangs and gangs of other socially displaced people like illegal Hispanic immigrants. Okay, Ran off for now. Let's take this back to our narrative from the Mojave Desert and my hijinks with lawmans. In case you were concerned about my lost Mustang, it was at Rodney's mother's house. In a drunken stupor, I had dropped Rodney off there and just left my car in the driveway with the keys and the ignition. I never found out how I got to Mojave. In 2 weeks, I was back home with my hand bandaged from a nail gun-related accident. No one thought a thing about it. I often hurt myself when I worked too hard. I'm well known in my family for being clumsy.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
Mom was done with the ranch. The sunsets were amazing on the ranch. There were often rolling clouds at the peaks of the Sierras, and as the sun would ease behind them, they would dazzle the mind. And it was so quiet out there, except for the occasional airplane. Every evening, you could hear the coyotes near and afar as they sang their night songs. At night, you could watch the bats and owls working the desert right in front of you. We also had a mama Mustang that would bring her foal to our corral in the evenings to get a drink from a water trough we kept there just for her. We had moved it outside of the corral, so she wouldn't have to go inside the fence to get to it. In the daytime, there were clownish ravens that would come around and beg for handouts. You haven't lived until you've taught a wild raven to catch a hot dog in the air. I think one of the things my dad loved most about the ranch was that it was so cheap to live there. He could earn a few $100s a month in cash with his construction business and pay all the bills, buy groceries, and still have a little left over. He had no boss to answer to and no time clock to punch in and out, and no tax man would ever come looking for him. There was no utility bill. There was no city ordinance to obey, and he could walk out the door, get in his airplane, and go for a ride anytime the notion struck. Mom didn't fly. She liked to watch TV. She enjoyed having a telephone call. She liked to have coffee with other old ladies and drop in to visit her kids and grandkids. None of that happened on the ranch. The ranch had snakes, and Mom hated snakes. Mom liked air conditioning in the summer and central heating in the winter. Mom wanted life to be like it was on Chevalier Drive, before Dad had hauled us all into the mountains of Kentucky. Mom liked for Dad to go into work and come home at the same time every day, then have weekends off. She liked when Dad had a steady paycheck that she knew would always be there. Mom liked to have insurance from an employer in case someone got sick or injured. None of that was possible on the ranch. 1980 had arrived, a new decade and a time for changes. Dad was an inventor, a natural mechanic, and an excellent machinist and engineer. Any factory, machine shop, or auto shop would have been fortunate to have him as their employee. So, Dad went out to the U.S. Borax plant in Boron, California, and applied for a job. They gave him a good hourly pay and steady hours, along with full benefits and a union membership. Dad bought Mom a house in California City. It was a brand new, ranch-style, 2-bedroom and 2-bath house with a 2-car garage. It had a dishwasher, an in-sink disposer, and a refrigerator with ice and chilled water right in the door. These are things my mom had only dreamed of. Dad and I had dug the footer for the slab of this house just a few months earlier, and now Mom was the first person to live in it. She didn't have to clean anyone's filth before moving in. Everything was brand new. It also came with a mortgage, taxes, and a corrupt city council making up new ways to rob from the residents. It came with neighbors who could watch your comings and goings, and it came with police that told you how fast to drive and where you could park your car. The house in town had everything my mom loved and everything my dad disliked. Dad went off to work every day and returned home to Mom at the same time. He worked 5 days and had 2 days off every week. I stayed at the ranch a little longer, but with spring approaching, I had a job opportunity working on a farm in Cantle. It came with housing and gave me the flexibility to adjust my hours so that I could mostly continue working for the brothers, although I stopped the monthly Riverside-Bakersfield-Fresno route because it was just getting too dangerous. More and more cops were hanging out at the bus stations, and they started asking people questions. So, I lost that income flow, but I still had more than enough money to waste. Times change. The farming company in Cantle supplied a double-wide 2-bedroom, 1-bath trailer on a lot behind the repair shop and the office. It was a fairly new trailer, so it was nicer than living on my dad's ranch. Alvin was hired there a couple weeks before I was, so he had already moved in. We drove tractors for the farm, unless a tractor broke down, in which case we became the mechanics that had to repair them. But mostly we prepared fields for planting, planted the fields, and harvested the wheat as it became ready. The job didn't pay much, but the housing was nice. At the time, Cantle was centered in a community of mostly undocumented farm labor, and that was great for the brothers. We could run the brothers' operations in the farm labor camps without the need for them to ride in on their loud bikes drawing attention to themselves. So, Alvin and I split the camps between us. He had his and I had mine. It went great for a while. Things were looking good for me. I was making far less money, but actual everyday work, along with answering to bosses and keeping up appearances, meant less alcohol and drug consumption. Also, right at this time, I met and started dating the love of my life, Cindy. Technically, I had met Cindy some months earlier when I was introduced to her at a party, but I wasn't paying attention as I just never took note of girls at parties. So, even then, I had no memory of the meeting, but I should have noticed her. She didn't fit in with the types that attended those parties. She was an actual good kid, pretty and bright. One day, I was sitting in the yard of an associate in California City, and I saw this girl walking across the desert. I watched her walk for probably 400 yards, slowly walking toward me. At first, I wondered if she was just in my imagination, as the whole event seemed surreal. I wondered if I was having some kind of drug flashback, or maybe someone had slipped me some LSD without telling me. It was just at twilight, and the closer she got, the more her magic possessed me. She wore white ditto jeans and a pink top, the height of teen fashion for the day. She walked right past me, within a few feet, without looking at me. I couldn't talk. I was mesmerized. She crossed the street behind me, and only then did it dawn on me that she was walking to one of the other nearby houses. Finally, I asked the other guys there who she was. They all said something to the effect of, "You know her, that's Cindy Ishman?" But I honestly had no memory of her existence before that evening. A few days later, a friend and I were cruising down California City Boulevard in my best Mustang when I saw her walking the other way with some other girl. I whipped around at the next block and went back to offer them a ride. We chatted a little on the way to dropping them off at the park, and the two girls agreed to a double date with me and my friend. After that first date, my priorities started to drastically change. But for the time being, there was still business I had to attend to for the brothers. This time it wasn't my fault. Back in the double wide on the farm, something was happening that I knew nothing about. Alvin was not serving his customers fairly. I don't remember the details, and that may be because I never fully learned them, or maybe they didn't matter to me at the time. Either way, Alvin had upset several gentlemen who couldn't express their frustrations in English. In the trailer that night, Alvin was in his bedroom, closest to the driveway, sleeping hard. We had two guests, a guy and a girl, sleeping in the living room, and I was in the back bedroom farthest from the driveway, asleep. Sometime late in the night, a station wagon with 5 or 6 angry men pulled into our driveway and began shouting in Spanish. I woke up and went to the door to see what was going on. As I walked into the living room, I flipped on the lights, walked over to the door, and bent over slightly to look out the peephole. In doing so, I created a situation where light suddenly came through the peephole, grabbing the men's attention. Then, the peephole went dark, indicating someone was just inside the door. From my view through the peephole, I saw a guy raise a rifle and shoot. The bullet hit the door about 8 inches below the peephole, striking me in the center of the sternum. Pain overwhelmed me, and my legs went limp. I hit the floor in a pile, unable to catch my breath. The girl in the living room screamed, and the angry guys outside opened fire on the trailer. The next day, we counted the holes in the trailer. Including the one in the door, there were 39 in total. I remember being amazed they didn't hit a single window. Laying on the floor, I was desperate for air. I pushed my upper body up with my hands and exhaled as hard as I could. That got me breathing again. The old phrase, knocked his wind out, is not usually what happens. I know this because of the many times that I fell out of trees, off of horses, or off of houses, and had the wind knock out of me as a kid. What actually happens most of the time is that you have plenty of air in your lungs. It's just that the shock of the impact throws off the part of your brain that tells your diaphragm what to do, and it responds by locking. You need to get the air out of your lungs to start breathing again. The shooting stopped, and I was just lying there on the floor, holding up my upper body with my arms. I kept expecting to die, but it just didn't happen. Then I noticed how little blood was on the floor, really only a few drops, including one more that fell as I pondered the meaning of this. I came to a seated position and touched the wound. There was the bullet sticking out of my chest. Later, I figured out what must have happened. From the size of the bullet, we estimated the rifle was a .22 caliber and likely firing the short version of the bullet, which is a weak subsonic round. The thin aluminum on the outside of the door, along with the cardboard filling and thin paneling on the inside of the door, took enough of the energy away from the round that it only hit me with enough power to break my sternum. Of course, a broken sternum is excruciatingly painful and takes time to heal, but a little to one side or the other, and there's a good chance it could have penetrated a lung, which would have been real bad. A lung injury wound means a hospital and gunshot wound, plus a hospital means cops. Now the fun part began. No one there had the grit to pull a bullet out of a guy's chest, so I had to stand in front of the mirror and grab it with pliers and pull it out myself. The door had splattered wooden splinters and a few little shards of aluminum into my chest in a pattern about 4 inches across. I had to stand there and pluck each one out with tweezers, swab the whole thing with iodine, and bandage it all up, working backwards in the mirror. I took some kind of pain pills the girl had, I think it may have been codeine, and washed it down with a water glass full of whiskey, then went back to bed. The girl and the guy left, which I would expect given the events. I woke up the next day about noon, took a shower, and rebandaged myself. I noticed Alvin was still asleep and had left his door open, so I decided to walk down to the shop to see if news of the shooting had made it to any of the farmhands. By this time, it was about 1 p.m. Saturday. As I walked into the shop, the guys told me I needed to go see the boss in the office. They said he was pretty mad about something. I assumed he had heard about the shooting and had come in to work to fire us. So, I walked over there. Sure enough, he was mad, but not for the reason I had guessed. He told me he had informed Alvin that he wanted us both to work that morning and to be at the shop by 7 a.m. at the latest. He told me how he came to the trailer about 8 a.m. and banged on the door and yelled. He even blew the horn of his truck and couldn't wake us. Evidently, he was so angry he didn't notice the hole in the door or the ones all over the trailer. He finished the scolding me by telling me I was fired, and so was Alvin. I could have saved my job if I would have just told him that Alvin never mentioned anything to me about working, or I would have been down to the shop on time. But I didn't. I was getting sick of everything that was going on in my life at the time. The only thing I wanted to do was run away with Cindy and start a new life somewhere else. A grocery bag full of cash. Mom and Dad were living in California City, in a new house that my mom loved, and Dad had a good-paying job. But all this wasn't enough. Mom wanted more. Mom wanted to know for sure that the ranch life was over. Dad needed to sell that ranch and get rid of the last piece of construction equipment. He owned the trencher. So he did. Dad sold the trencher to a construction company in Bakersfield. The ranch sold the moment Dad told the real estate broker it was for sale. It was almost as if the local real estate broker was looking for a remote location with a giant ranch house that contained a clear view of every practical approach, but was still not too far from the airport while also having its own airstrip. Some coincidence, right? The real estate broker, the only one in town, told Dad that if we could get completely off the property in 2 days, the interested party could give us half the listed price in cash as a down payment. So, we scrambled, and in 2 days we were off the property. A very polite, well-dressed gentleman representing a respected Northern California Sicilian family of wine producers, and you would know their name if I said it, met my dad and the real estate broker at the bank where they could finalize the papers. The gentleman handed my dad a grocery bag full of cash. No, stop. Let me say that again. A Sicilian dude showed up with a grocery bag full of cash. Never blame malice when stupidity is on duty. This story should have ended right here. Dad should have taken the cash, and that should have ended our history with the ranch. But no, for some stupid reason, my brother had to go stick his nose in someone else's business. Roy drove out and started poking around. He's lucky no one was there, or this story could have turned ugly. He entered the house and stole a sample of the plants that the new owners had hung up to dry inside the house. Then, he came into town to find me. It's been a lot of years since I've seen any of this, but I think I know what it is. Is it what I think it is? He asked as he handed me the sample. That is a bud of a female pot plant. I said, "Where did you get it?" "The ranch house is hanging full of it. That's why they were in a hurry for us to get Mom and Dad's stuff out of there," Roy explained. Then he went on to provide an excuse for his going out there. Something about a mattress. I don't know. It seemed to me like a lame excuse for him to stick his nose where it didn't belong. Then Roy dropped the bomb. He was going to call the FBI. I just shook my head and walked away. He was actually proud of himself. I had some things I had to take care of, so I couldn't get to Mom and Dad's new house for a few hours. By the time I got there, things had escalated past the point of no return. Roy had called the FBI, and they had told him it wasn't really their issue unless it involved interstate trafficking or organized crime. Remember, the DEA was formed by Richard Nixon in the early 1970s, but wasn't funded to any significant level until the Reagan administration in the 1980s. So in reality, there was no DEA to speak of. The FBI suggested Roy call the Kern County Sheriff's Office. So Roy did that. Since the deed on the property hadn't been officially transferred yet, the sheriff said he needed my dad to go to Bakersfield and sign a paper giving the sheriff's department permission to search the property. So Roy talked Dad into leaving right then for Bakersfield. My mother explained all this to me when I arrived. I didn't know what to do. Every possible scenario that I imagined was disastrous. Every possible act that I could do, including doing nothing, would be wrong. I knew the brothers weren't involved in this kind of an operation, so that means they likely didn't know about it. If they didn't know about it, then that means someone moved a major operation onto their turf and wasn't giving them a taste. Who could do that? Who could afford the risk of disrespecting the brothers in their own territory? Only the mob could do that. This could get real messy, I thought. I spent the next few hours slipping in and out of panic until Dad and Roy returned. Then a new twist was added. Since the time Roy had called them, the sheriff's office had already assigned an investigator who recognized the Sicilian family name and had already called the FBI. The investigator also discovered that a large set of greenhouses at the California City Airport had been purchased by the same people that purchased our ranch. And that was just a few months ago. So, the Kern County Sheriff himself had hand-carried a warrant to a judge's house in Bakersfield for his signature to search the greenhouses. Since this was a potential RICO case, in other words, organized crime, the FBI would be running the show. So, there we were. We were sitting on this information, and Dad and Roy had been ordered to tell no one what would happen first thing in the morning. I saw no choice. I had to act, and it wasn't for the money. The sheriff's deputies would keep samples for evidence, but then haul that pot out of there and burn it all in a bonfire. Beautiful 10-inch-long buds of Sinsemilla, with bright purple and green hairs and a delicate scent, would all be destroyed. It was a sin to let this happen. I had to turn off all emotions, dig down to my grit, and do what had to be done. I had to save the weed. That sounds idiotic, because I had a twisted sense of loyalty and a brain damaged by concussions, drugs, and a steady diet of whiskey. I wasn't thinking straight, but I was determined to save as much of that weed from the sheriff's fires as I could. I needed a crew that could walk into a building of armed professional guards and take them out. I couldn't ask the brothers. First, they would forbid me from doing anything. Then, they would do nothing. They couldn't afford a war with the mob, and they couldn't afford a possible confrontation with the FBI. The Hells Angels were more than they could deal with at that time, much less the feds. The brothers were out of the picture. But if I didn't ask them, then they couldn't tell me not to do it. I also couldn't ask my regular crew. First, they weren't the violent type. They had never done anything like this. Second, I really liked those guys, and I knew that this could be a death trap. Dinky could do this. Other than the brothers, Dinky was the one person I knew that could walk into a pit of death and not think about it. If I talked him through it enough times, he could do it. He had experience doing smash and grabs, and he had robbed several pharmacies, so this was right in his field of expertise. Dinky and I could clear the ranch house. There was probably just one guy guarding it, but at the most only 2 or 3. If we could get the drop on the guard, or guards, we could wrap them up with duct tape, and things would be easy if we could get the drop on them. Once this was done, how would I get rid of the product? It's not like I could stash it at Mom and Dad's house. I needed an individual with a connection to someone not local, and I needed them to be someone not connected to the brothers. Mr. Garcia. It has to be Mr. Garcia. Plus, Mr. Garcia has a fast car. Fast car? Mr. Schmidt is my other man. That's it then. Now I just need to get them on board. Into the bunk hall. Dinky was steady as a rock. I don't think he expressed the slightest bit of fear. However, no matter my attempts to control my emotions, I was screaming inside my brain and the blood in my ears was pounding so loud I wasn't sure if I was hearing anything in the house or not. I could not dig deep enough to find the grit I needed to control myself. But I pushed on. I was prepared to do whatever had to be done. What I didn't understand at the time was that when you experience events with this much tension, they imprint thoughts in your memory that may come back to haunt you in thoughts or dreams 20 or 40 years later. I had run every possible scenario through my head and made every possible decision ahead of time. I had imagined what would happen if I found a sleeping or awake guard, or more than one awake guard, or what if Dinky was hit, or what if Dinky shot but didn't kill a guard? What did I have to do? Each of these scenarios plays out in my dreams to this day. Even when I'm awake and something unexpectedly happens, I'm back at the ranch ready to plunge my dagger into a chest. Young men should be taught that the choices they make in their youth may cost them dearly in their old age. Hell is not a thing that comes after you die. It's what you face if you live too long. Don't misunderstand me here. I'm not talking about guilt. I feel no guilt for stealing pot that was doomed to be burned by the Kern County Sheriff. I'm talking about raw emotions and the pressure of taking or preparing to take extreme actions when you don't know what the outcome will be, but you know it could be very ugly. Tension that high scars your ID, your ego, and your superego, if those things are even real. A quick flick of the flashlight, and I could see no one was in the bunk hall. All the rooms in the ranch house had tall 10-foot ceilings. The growers had stretched rows of wires every couple feet apart for the full length of the bunk hall, about a foot from the ceiling. Pot plants were hanging upside down from the wires, almost to the floor. The room was absolutely full. You couldn't walk in without first taking pot out. Dinky and I moved on to the next room. We crept into the main hall, only to find it devoid of guards. It looked like they hadn't put this room to use yet, but they had prepared it with wires across the ceiling. The dining hall was their processing center. They had long folding tables and chairs set up. The tables were all covered in white sheets, and there were several white sheets around on the floor with mounds of buds on them. Back on the table, they had several sets of scales and several pairs of large scissors. At the ends of the tables were large plastic trash cans with stems and trimmings. We kept moving until we went through the whole house. We swept around the porch to make sure no one was outside and finally came to the conclusion there were no guards. How were there no guards? How do you leave a giant illegal drug operation with no guards? Arrogance or stupidity? Who knows? Maybe they were shorthanded? Maybe someone called in sick? Can you do that in the mob? Maybe the muses were watching out for me. There is no way of knowing. You see, this was a key turning point in my life. Had there been guards, I would not have hesitated. I would have taken actions that couldn't be reversed. I would have become a different person, a person who had killed another human up close and eye to eye. I would have looked at myself differently. My co-conspirators would have looked at me differently, and the brothers would have most certainly looked at me differently. My job assignments would have changed, and a whole different life path would have been laid out for me. But that didn't happen because there were no guards. Dinky threw his rifle over his shoulder on its sling and walked into the bunk hall. He wrapped his big arms around as many plants as he could. With a yank and a grunt, the wires gave, and the plants came free. Dinky was headed to the cars. I ran to those sheets with the buds. Grabbing the corners of the fabric, I carried all I could lift. We overfilled the trunks of both cars until we almost couldn't close the trunk lids. Big pieces of plants were sticking out of both vehicles. Then we filled the back seats of both cars. We worked as fast as we could, but it still seemed like we had been there way too long. For our exit, I decided to cut straight west and make for CA HWY 14. From there, we headed south. Mojave was the shipment's first stop. A garage was already prepared for us, and there was a crew there waiting outside as we pulled into the garage. They were prepared to weigh and package it, then carry it south to be sold in San Diego. It was Saturday morning, and we still had a few hours before anyone would discover what we had done. The bust. I had a friendly set of eyes watching the ranch from a safe distance. He told me that one car arrived at the ranch just after sunrise, then a second car about 20 minutes later. There was a total of 3 men, and they were clearly agitated. They went in and out of the house and walked around where we had our cars parked a few hours earlier. They examined the tracks in the dirt. Then a strange event happened. A California City police car pulled up to where the men were standing. The cop said something to the men from his window, and they all ran to their cars. The cop drove away on the south approach, not toward the main road to the west. The cop was quickly out of sight, but my observer could see the 2 cars that the men were in, going west for the main road. They got about halfway to the main road before they encountered the FBI and the sheriff's deputies, along with a large box truck. The deputies searched the 3 men, then cuffed and stuffed them. They searched the cars and then the ranch house. At that point, my observer started getting nervous and slipped away into the desert. The Bakersfield Californian ran a story the next day in their Sunday edition. According to the story, it was the largest bust of a marijuana growing operation up to that time in Kern County, California. They said the house alone held $25 million in pot, plus a similar amount at the greenhouses. They also said the bust yielded automatic rifles and at least 1 hand grenade. Here's the real zinger. The Bakersfield Californian stated that my father assisted in the warrant process, and they named him by name in the newspaper. Then they said my father's son was the witness that called the FBI, and they named me by name as that son. Sometime later, they ran a corrected version of the story naming my brother Roy as the person who called the FBI. But what does it matter? I had been publicly named as a rat. I had the mob thinking I had both robbed them and ratted them out to the FBI. Now, who would do business with me? No one. No one could trust me. No one could count on me. No one could buy from me or sell to me. No one could lend to me, and no one would borrow from me. My closest friends knew I didn't rat the mob out, but they were mad at me for not cutting them in on the robbery. I pulled in a little over $20,000 from the heist, but that was it. I would never earn in the business again. It didn't matter what I was selling, and it didn't matter how dry the area was. No one would buy from me. No one would attend a party that I arranged. To top this off, none of the brothers would even meet with me. They wanted nothing to do with me, and I can't blame them. Until the mob figured out what to do with me, none of my friends or associates could afford to be connected to me. There were 2 exceptions to the above, but I can't name them. During this very lonely time, I had one friend that Cindy and I would visit every day, and we would sit and talk while playing board games. One other friend owned a small restaurant, and Cindy and I would drop in to see him every few days, and he would always insist on treating us to lunch. Otherwise, we were alone. One day, I was at Mom and Dad's new house working on my last remaining Mustangs. I was covered in grease and filth, so I stepped out into the front yard to wash up with hand cleaner and the water hose. A Mercedes with blackened windows pulled up in front of the house. A back window went down, and a big guy was looking at me. A little old dude leaned past him, his glance focused on me too. He said something to the big dude. Then the window went up. It was well past time to get out of town. When it came to cars, I was best known for my Mustangs. Almost no one knew my 1969 Fairlane. So I stashed my remaining Mustang in Dad's backyard and loaded the Fairlane. It was time to work the farms. My sweet girlfriend, Cindy, went with me, and we headed to the San Joaquin Valley to find work. The bust of the growing operation was huge news, but almost no one knew about the robbery. At that time, even Cindy didn't fully know what had happened. But the mob knew. Actually, Cindy didn't know a lot of this stuff. She didn't know anything about either of the times I was shot, and she knew nothing about the brothers. Eventually, I told her, but by that time, years had gone by, so she didn't make a big thing out of it. If you've read this book from the beginning, you may have noticed that you just read the finish to the teaser that this book started out with. One may be inclined to think, that finishes the story. Why should I read on? Well, keep in mind that, early on in this book, I stated that the statutes of limitation in Ohio don't expire on some of my actions until 2022. There's still some story to go before you, and I've finished this journey. Nobody's fault but mine. None of the charges against the mobster stuck, and none of them even went to trial. The wonders of the so-called criminal justice system almost always favor the rich and powerful over the rest of us, even when they're caught red-handed with millions of dollars worth of pot, automatic rifles, and a hand grenade. Since the growing operation was busted, they didn't make the remaining payment on the ranch, so Dad filled out the required paperwork and took back possession. Shortly after that, someone burned down the ranch house. I was relieved when I heard the news about the fire. That indicated to me that the mob had decided the fire was the punishment and the score was settled, at least as far as my dad was concerned. But that didn't clear me. Or at least it's what I thought. Finding work was never a problem for me. I was strong and could endure hard labor, plus I had a decent amount of mechanical ability. I landed a job working the cotton harvest in Tulare, California. At first, I was in the sun in the cotton fields, but that quickly changed. Once the boss saw what I could do, I was back at the shop repairing cotton harvesters. It was hot and dirty, but it was work. Cindy and I had a room provided, and no one back in California City knew where we had gone except a couple members of my family. Even Cindy's family wasn't sure where I had taken her. No wonder they hated me so much. I worked hard keeping the harvesters running, then in the evenings I would work out. I fully expected that someone would come looking for me, and I wanted to be ready. Again, I worked my hand speed. I punched bales of hay until my fist bled. Whoever came after me would need to take me from a distance, because if they got within reach of me, I would own them. But no one came. Summer turned to fall, and my hands toughened from manual labor and my boxing routine. My system was clean of drugs, and my brain was starting to clear. I could see that I needed to make things right with the brothers and with the mob, so I started sending out feelers. I made some calls from phone booths in Tulare, and I found out that my associates in the robbery had made things right with the brothers. My share was covered, so I was square with them. But the brothers didn't want to see me, and they didn't want to meet with me. The mob was a bit trickier. I didn't know anyone with a connection to them, and since the brothers wouldn't meet with me, I couldn't even ask them to intercede. As the cotton season finished and all the harvesters were done for the year and readied for the next, Cindy and I decided to go back to California City and get married. After an unnecessary amount of drama between our families and much wringing of hands and idle threats, we got married anyway. There were no brothers at the wedding, nor in the procession that followed. However, word had gone out that the brothers were not after me and that I was not a rat. On the day of our wedding, after the ceremony, a procession of hot rods, muscle cars, and junkers were following Cindy and me from the church to Cindy's parents' house for the reception. Cindy's mother had told me, "Lead them on a merry chase, so we have time to set things up." So I did. California City Boulevard is a wide street. It runs east/west through town with parallel service streets on both the north and south side, plus bike lanes in both directions. In actuality, it is 10 lanes wide plus a center divider. We took it over and paraded up and down it until all the available California City police came out to break us up. The cops did what cops do. Their lights were flashing and their sirens howled, so I stopped, and that meant everyone else did too. There were 4 cop cars and 4 cops. There were probably 50 cars in our group and likely 150 half-stone partiers, and we all hated the cops. The cops were visibly afraid, as they should have been. We literally had them outgunned, to say the least, and they knew who they were dealing with. Things could have turned real bad when the ranking cop started to try to talk tough. I had dealt with him many times, but this time, I decided to follow a hunch. I stepped over to him and quietly asked if it was him that warned the growers back at the ranch house early that morning of the raid. His face went white. I stared into his eyes, and I didn't blink, but I smiled. Then I jumped up on the trunk of my Fairlane and yelled at the crowd, "Is anyone getting arrested today?" They shouted back, "No." I looked down at the pig. "What are you going to do?" His face still pale, he said, "I can't let you keep this parade going." I answered, "We'll go straight to the reception in single file under the speed limit, and the parade is over, I promise." He answered, "Good. Then we're done?" Just like that, it was over, and I knew who had a connection to the mob. I knew who to talk to. As it turned out, they never blamed me for ratting them out. They knew it was Roy the whole time, but they didn't retaliate because Roy was a civilian. They burned my dad's ranch because of the robbery. That was their strike at me, but that was it. They held nothing against my dad, again a civilian. I was not forgiven, but the incident was closed. It was over. No blood was spilled, so no blood was needed. The mob's justice was fair and without ego or emotion. I had the honor of explaining this and apologizing to Dad for getting his ranch burned down before he passed in 2012. He laughed and forgave me. What a great old guy. A new life. Cindy and I had a wonderful honeymoon in the Sequoias. She forgot to pack shoes, so she only had the high heels she wore for the wedding. That limited the amount of hiking we could do, but we managed to plant about a pound of pot seeds anyway. We talked a lot. Both of us wanted kids. Both of us wanted to be out of the drug-based lifestyle. I was tired of always looking over my shoulder. I was tired of always expecting violence. Mostly, I was tired of the hierarchy of the drug world. Mostly, I was tired of the pseudo-state in the crime world. What is the point of being free of the state if you're always under the thumb of an organized crime syndicate? After all, the mob is just a state in exile, or maybe a state without a geographic border. And what is a biker gang but a wannabe state? All these people are authoritarians, little Napoleons, would-be Hitlers, Stalin without a Red Army. Authoritarians both in government and in the private world are simply variations in opportunity from the worst people in history. Given the chance, they would all be Pol Pot on steroids. I was done with all of them. I turned my back on every friend and every foe. I left without saying goodbye, and I didn't care if I never laid eyes on any of them again. It was Cindy and I against the world. Death Valley days. Cindy and I moved to Trona, California in the Searles Valley, the next valley west of Death Valley, where the International Chemical Workers Union was on strike at Kerr-McGee's West End chemical plant. The manager of the contract labor company that was providing scab labor asked me if I was a qualified machine mechanic. I would have told him I was a heart surgeon if it would have gotten me hired. But as it turned out, working at West End was far more than a job. It was an 8-year-long life-changing experience. In Trona, we moved into one of the worst places we ever lived. Maybe the worst or second worst if you consider Barstow in later years. It was a cheap motel that had been converted into cheap weekly rate apartments. It was clean, but cramped, and it had a pervert as an owner/manager. We started to notice that every time we went to town to grocery shop, things seemed different when we got home. We couldn't put our finger on it, but something seemed different each time we came home. Here's where my love of film noir paid off. One day, as we prepared to go into town for shopping, I took tiny pieces of paper and placed them on select spots on doors, windows, drawers, in our closet and other places. When we returned, I checked them, and I saw that someone had entered our apartment, looked through my wife's underwear drawer, and looked through both our dirty laundry basket and our closet. This person would have to have a key to have done this, as entry was made through the door, which had a deadbolt that couldn't easily be slipped. The next day, I saw the apartment owner in the parking area, and I moved fast to block him against the wall. I placed my face very close to his, as I shared with him a secret. I quietly explained that our apartment had been entered by a pervert, and I told him my evidence, but I didn't accuse him. I presented the possibility that a former resident had made a copy of the key and was entering, so I required he change the locks right away. Then, I explained in detail exactly what I was capable of doing to a man who would come into my apartment and ruffle through my wife's things. I described in detail how I had given men beatings for far less infractions. I also informed him that Cindy not only carried a gun, but was far better of a shot than I was, and bested me every time we went shooting together, which was often. I assured him that I looked forward to catching the pervert before my wife shot him, as I would deeply enjoy giving that pervert a beating. I love to mess with the minds of cowards. I'm pretty sure my dopamine levels surge when I terrify some pathetic creep like that guy. Morally, I don't feel good about that fact, but it's still true. The landlord changed all the locks that day, and our things were never bothered again. The strike lasted a few months and then ended. Kerr-McGee hired me to work elbow to elbow with the union guys I had replaced during the strike. Things were tense at first, but I worked hard. I made sure I was always working hard enough to make the load lighter on the guy next to me. If the job was to shovel caustic lime, then I shoveled the most and didn't brag about it. If the job was to produce sodium sulfate, I produced the most. I threw myself into my work, both in physical labor and in the learning of how the factory operated. I entered a training program that was supposed to make an engineer out of me in 4 years. I finished it in less than 1 year. I became a stationary steam engineer, a water treatment specialist, and a lab analyst. I had job offers from nuclear power plants. After 8 years at the West End chemical plant, I could have gone most anywhere in the world where electricity is produced or where mining or manufacturing are done, and I would have a job. I learned a lot more than engineering at West End. The seeds of wisdom that my father, mother, and grandmother had planted in my brain began to be watered at West End. I was in an ancient chemical factory that had been built in stages from 1920, when it was established by Borix Smith of 20 Mule Team fame, to the 1970s, and it was largely run by old guys that had spent 30 to 50 years at that plant doing the same job. Yet, they all had their unique stories. I spent countless hours picking their brains and listening to them. Some of them were idiots, some of them were bigots, some of them were just old men with stories, and some of them were true heroes whose stories will never be told, but I listened and learned. Sometimes you can learn more from a fool than a professor. One of the guys that I worked with at West End was named Don Bagwell. He became a good friend and a great mentor. He was hardworking, one of the few I have ever met that could keep up with me when I was in my prime. And Don was incredibly honest. I learned not to lie by working with Bagwell. I had preferred to be honest before I met him, but he was the guy who showed me by his own actions that lies never produce a long-term good. Don Bagwell helped me to be a better person, and I was honored to know him and work with him. I rank him among the finest humans I have ever encountered. Hearing the music in the noise. One of my first assignments at West End was in the quicklime, chow, production area. Quicklime is a white, powdery caustic alkaline that is unstable and reacts violently with water, expanding and producing heat in the range of about 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Things like sweat will cause it to react and burn exposed skin. Remember, West End is 50 miles from Death Valley, so you sweat. Also, quicklime easily mixes with soda ash and A2CO3 to produce the nasty substance used in drain cleaners. And soda ash, like quicklime, is a white, powdery alkaline that was produced in large quantities at West End at the time. Whenever the wind blew, and that was every afternoon, you had the potential of getting covered in drain cleaner, which was fine if you weren't sweating. One of the buildings in the quicklime production area was called the Hydrate Building, as it was formerly used to convert quicklime into calcium hydroxide. This huge building was mostly no longer in use. However, we still used its truck loading docks and equipment to move the quicklime from tunnels under the quicklime tanks up into hoppers over the truck loading docks. In order to load the quicklime into the trucks, you had to manually turn on 7 separate sets of machines in the correct order before you manually opened the quicklime chute in a tunnel under the storage tanks. Then, when the truck was loaded, you had to close the chute in the tunnel and allow each machine to clear itself of all product before turning off each of the 7 sets of machines in the reverse order that you turn them on. Any variance from this procedure would cause either a plug-up or an overflow, usually dumping several tons of quicklime in some very inconvenient location that would then have to be cleaned up by hand with a shovel. Many areas of West End were very loud due to the machines, so you pretty much wore hearing protection all the time. The Hydrate Building wasn't all that loud, but the hearing protection helped keep the quicklime off and out of your ears. Early one morning, I was running the machines of the Hydrate Building to check them for potential maintenance needs, when I suddenly thought I was noticing something odd. I removed my hearing protecting to see what it was. There were so many sounds, as bucket elevators clattered, vibration hoppers hummed, chains rattled, metal against metal grinded and squeaked, and rotary hammers thumped. But then I heard it again. It sounded like a great orchestra tuning and warming up. You see, there were so many different sounds being produced in this huge building, and the acoustics were amazing, so much so that among the many sounds being produced, there was music. Sure, the out-of-pitch sounds were present, along with the out-of-rhythm sounds and the squeaks, but if you concentrated and blocked the noise from your mind, you could hear the distinct sound of an orchestra tuning and warming up. I wasn't pressed for time that morning, so I just stood there feeling amazed at my discovery, for maybe as long as an hour. You see, life is like the noise of the Hydrate Building. All around us are the constant shrieks, screams, moaning, bellowing, honking, grinding, and the misery of life. But what is it that we choose to hear? What do we focus our mind upon? That's not to say we should ignore the suffering around us and live in a happy, insane world where everything is perfect in our eyes and we refuse to see reality. But if you don't focus your mind and find the music in the noise, then the noise will dominate your mind and you will never hear the beauty of life. That is the lesson of the Hydrate Building.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, Published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
The Ridgecrest years. Cindy and I only lived in Trona for a few months. Then we moved to Ridgecrest, about 30 miles from the West End factory. Most of the time, I made the commute to work on my motorcycle. Mile after countless mile, up and down Poison Canyon. Sometimes so hot you didn't dare expose skin to the convection power of the heated air blasting past. Not to overemphasize the harshness of the Mojave, but if you just consider the place names in this desert and realize each place has a reason it was named thusly, then you can get an honest picture of life there. Some examples: Poison Canyon, Death Valley, Stinky Socks, Gold Hill, Silver Queen, Lost Canyon, and Jawbone Canyon, to name a few, were all entirely appropriately named places. When we left California City, we did so to escape the drug culture that we were immersed in at the time. The drug culture was just as prevalent in Ridgecrest, but we weren't a part of it, and we didn't know any of the local drug connections. This is an important point. Changing your location to flee a drug problem or any other problem you have will only work if you change yourself at the same time. Cindy and I understood this point, and we set about changing ourselves. We had stayed in a motel a couple nights when we were transitioning from Trona to Ridgecrest, and there was a Book of Mormon on the nightstand. I spent a few hours skimming around in it trying to get the gist of the religion. I thought it was interesting, so I decided to just walk to the local Bible bookstore a few blocks away and buy a copy. The man at the bookstore explained as best as he could that many, if not most, Christians consider Mormonism to be a cult. He was a bit hesitant to share his thoughts in any depth, but he gave me a small book about Mormonism and a small Bible for free. He said that if I read that little book on Mormonism and still wanted a Book of Mormon, that I could stop by the Mormon temple across town, and they would likely give me free material and maybe the book free too. I read his little book and decided Mormonism wasn't for me. But I also started reading the Bible he gave me. I hadn't read the Bible in years, but my grandmother used to sit and read it to me in the evenings sometimes. It was familiar, so when I read it again, the story started coming back to me. After about a year in Ridgecrest, Cindy and I decided to try a small non-denominational church that was meeting in a local school cafeteria every Friday night. They had just purchased some land, but hadn't started construction on their building. They had a very young congregation, many in their 20s and 30s, and very few over 40, so we fit right in and felt welcomed by the warmth and love of the people. At the time, I was consuming as much reading material as I could get my hands upon. I bought books when we could afford them, but mostly I made use of the Kern County Library system. Often, Cindy and I would visit yard sales, and I would always pick through their books looking for something interesting. I didn't care for fiction of any flavor. I was seeking truth, not fantasy. I looked for books on history, theology, geography, economics, and even metallurgy. But mostly, I was fascinated with the history of Christian theology and doctrine, specifically how it developed and how it changed over the centuries. The most expensive books I bought couldn't be found at the library, nor at yard sales. They were Hebrew dictionaries, Greek dictionaries, concordances, and copies of early scriptures. I also did a lot of fasting, meditation, and introspection to really try to figure out who I was and why I was alive. My personality shifted dramatically to the point that I couldn't even explain to people my previous life in the drug world because they thought I was not capable of such things. They would refuse to believe me. It was during this time that I was properly introduced to the concepts of libertarianism. I had bumped into libertarians before in 1979 when I was working with NORML to try to change marijuana laws in California, but that exposure was very limited. However, one of my coworkers at West End was a staunch libertarian and quietly an anarchist. We didn't get to talk much due to the vastly different jobs we did, but when we did talk, it was very productive. Also, around the same time, I found an interesting book at a yard sale. It was one of a 4-volume set of books by Murray Rothbard titled Conceived in Liberty. I think I may have paid a couple dollars for it. I already had a healthy skepticism in regards to the government-sanctioned version of history that schools taught, as I had discovered quite a few lies in school history books some years earlier. But now I had a book that would drive me to question everything I thought I knew about history. This, coupled with my growing skepticism regarding religious dogma, doctrine, and organized religion as a whole, was quickly changing who I was and what my charge was in raising my family. I became involved with the local Libertarian Party and spent some of my free time meeting with them, hearing their ideas, and in mild debates with them. One of the strategies we were developing was to infiltrate the local Republican Party and try to get one of us to be chosen as a delegate to the upcoming 1988 Republican Convention, where we could pull off some kind of stunt to get the cameras on us, and then reveal a Ron Paul banner. We thought we were so smart, but actually we were just doing what libertarians have tried over and over with the same bad results. As it turned out, several Republican Party groups had also been infiltrated by libertarians that year. I ended up being chosen by the Republicans as one of the stand-in delegates. They paid for me to fly to the convention and set me up with a room, shared with 3 others. When I arrived at the hotel, one of the delegates was waiting for me near the front door. He told me that I was already checked in, and he gave me my room key. He said I was late for an important meeting, and I needed to let the bellhop take my baggage to my room, so he could take me straight to the meeting as they were waiting for me so they could start. I gave the bellhop my bag and a $5 bill and followed the man up some stairs to a room where about a dozen men and 2 ladies were waiting. The delegate I was with introduced me and left the room. An older man stood up and began speaking. He read each of our names from a paper on a clipboard. Then he explained that someone in the party suspected we were libertarians there for disruptive reasons rather than in support of the party. We were told very clearly that if we did anything to disrupt the convention, or if we so much as mentioned Ron Paul's name or the Libertarian Party on the convention floor, we would be removed from the convention and we would have to pay for an incredible hotel bill just to have the honor of leaving. Again, this was 1988, not 2012. We were also instructed that we were expected to support George Bush. I went straight from that room to my room, packed my bag, and left for home. Well, actually, I ordered dinner and charged it to the room first, then left without checking out. I wasn't lured back to politics until Ron Paul ran for president as a Republican in 2008. At that time, I forgot every lesson I had learned and supported him. It was a stupid mistake that I won't repeat ever again. Working at West End allowed me plenty of reading time. We were allowed to read on the job, so long as our work didn't suffer because of it. So I took advantage of my spare time by filling my head with facts. One of my duties at West End was to operate a natural gas-powered GE 5000 series turbine electric generator with attached high-pressure steam boiler. Assuming nothing went wrong, and nothing ever went wrong, I had pretty much nothing to do but read for 8 hours a day. Once an hour, I would walk around the generator and boiler and manually check each of its gauges and write down temperatures and output levels, but that took less than 5 minutes, so the rest of the hour was mine to read as I wished. This is a good time to mention the Mojave's most evil child, the tarantula hawk. To give you an idea of this little monster, just consider that entomologists that study tarantula hawks advise that if you're ever stung by one, your best course of action is to quickly lay down and scream. But don't lay down where the tarantula hawk is trying to bury its catch, or it may sting you again. They advise this because people stung by a tarantula hawk tend to do stupid things like run into walls and ditches, run into traffic, or run into a cactus. Do an internet search, and you'll see what I mean. The female tarantula hawk flies around at a height between about human crotch level and human face level, across the desert floor looking for tarantulas. Upon finding one, they attack and sting it. This paralyzes the spider, but doesn't kill it. They then drag, or if the tarantula hawk is large enough, fly with the spider hanging underneath to the hole they have prepared. There they lay a single egg on the spider and bury it. The living spider provides the tarantula hawk larva its first meal. Here's the weird part. The female never needs to encounter a male tarantula hawk in this whole process. Unfertilized eggs still produce a male tarantula hawk. Fertilized eggs produce female tarantula hawks. During my hourly rounds, I would often see a very large tarantula hawk, usually with a tarantula in tow. Evidently, the sandy soil around the turbine at West End was a favorite place for her to bury her hairy victims. If you didn't pay attention as you walked around the turbine, you could unintentionally find yourself in her path, and she wouldn't give ground. She expected you to get out of her way. With the above knowledge, You'd be surprised at how fast you can swivel your hips and get out of the path of a tarantula hawk that's approaching your crotch. Daydreaming while walking in the Mojave is never a wise option. Imagine a world with tarantula hawks the size of condors. In such a world, we would be the ones paralyzed in a hole in the ground, with a larva feeding on us. Wow, this is getting weird. Let's get back to talking about reading and religion and junk. Cindy and I made some good friends at this new church, but we also dedicated a large portion of our energy and income to it. Between the construction of the new church building and other church-related projects, we were constantly busy doing something with the other church members. Because the congregation was so young, there were a lot of babies, and the church was growing fast, bringing in more and more young couples with little babies. This was perfect for Cindy. Around this time, she was pregnant with our son. Then the next year, she was pregnant with our first daughter, and this church was the perfect fit for us. They were super supportive, and being around several other young women that were pregnant at the same time was tremendously helpful with Cindy's pregnancies. Cindy helped with the church nursery and the church school, and it was very rewarding for her. Since the church was so youthful, the music was very upbeat and a very important part of every meeting. They always had between 5 and 12 band members, and some of the congregation had donated a very nice sound system to the church. I started out helping with the sound system as soon as the building was completed. Soon, I was completely in charge of the sound for the church. That included making sure every sermon was recorded and copies were made available, and every band practice was provided with professional sound support. The church band began going on the road to other churches and also playing in public parks and so on, so it was my job to be the roadie that moved all the equipment from location to location, set up everything, ran the sound system, then broke it all down and transported it back to our church building or to the next venue. It was a lot of work. As much as Cindy and I loved the friendship and fellowship we found at our church, my studies seemed to drive me away from their theology and doctrines. The more I learned about early Christian doctrines, the more I realized modern Christianity is nothing like the teachings of early Christians. Also, the fanatical attachment to modern versions of the Bible, including and especially the King James Version, fly in the face of the historical evidence on the matter of Christianity itself. I don't want to make this a theological dissertation, but as beautifully written as the King James Bible is, with its Elizabethan language and style, it's far from being consistent with Christianity at any historical point in time. And due to the popularity of the King James Version, pretty much every newer version is polluted by the flaws of the King James. If I have offended you with my criticism of the King James Version, please consider one thought before you judge me. If today, writing this in 2019, His Most Magnificent and Divine President of the United States, Donald John Trump, dirtbag that he is, or His magnificent, baby-killing predecessor, Barack Hussein Obama II, were to commission and authorize the production of a Bible, then be so arrogant as to place his name and approval upon it, would you consider it to be the actual words of God? Because I have studied the life and actions of the actual James Charles Stewart, the so-called King James, and I can tell you that James was the exact same kind of slime that Trump and Obama are today. There is no difference, except that James could have the innocent murdered in front of him for his entertainment, while Obama and Trump slaughter their victims by the hundreds at a time at great distances. But all three are the same kind of bloody murderers. Is this who you trust to deliver the word of God? And if so, what kind of God is this that you worship? Such a God would make Odin look away in shame. As you can imagine, things eventually turned sour for us at the church. Specifically, my questions to the leadership and visiting clergy became more and more uncomfortable for them to answer. It's kind of like what Terry Jones said about the movie Life of Brian. It wasn't blasphemous because it doesn't touch on belief at all. It's heretical because it questions dogma. After a while, it became clear to me that we wouldn't be able to maintain our relationship with organized religion for the same reason I was coming to the conclusion that I hated working for a major corporation. It was all politics, and advance was based on conformity, while tearing someone down in order to rise up. These are not the acts of men of honor who are dedicated to seek the truth. Of course, you don't expect honor in the corporate world, but one would think that so-called men of God would seek the truth at the cost of everything else, but rather they seem to seek the praise of their fellow men. 8 years I spent at West End, getting exposed to carcinogens, while breathing air contaminated with crushed glass and caustic chemicals, all the time enduring the blazing heat, just over a hill from a valley literally named Death. In addition to working in one of the hottest places on Earth, the entire factory was crumbling. There were 12-inch steel I-beam structural supports holding up the buildings around us that were so badly rusted, you could stick your hand right through them. One of my best friends at West End was walking on a walkway over a tank that was usually full of a boric acid solution, but had been emptied for maintenance. The flooring of the walkway had rusted out, and it gave way, dropping him about 40 feet into the tank. On his way down, the large impeller that stirred the solution partly broke his fall and his pelvis. He was fortunate and somehow survived. Others weren't so lucky. One odd thing I should mention about working at West End is that you learned to constantly glance at the floor as you made your rounds or any time you were walking in the chemical plant. If you spotted a puddle or wet spot on the floor, you didn't dare walk over it or step in it because it could be an acidic or caustic material. The last thing you wanted to do was step under an acid leak. That was life at West End. The floor could give away at any moment, and acid could drip on you when you least expected it. Much like the Mojave itself, if you didn't pay attention, West End would bite you. Oh, don't get me wrong. Kerr McGee made sure every OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, rule was followed to the letter, so we were certified by the government to always be 100% safe. We wore plastic hard hats, safety glasses, and hearing protection almost everywhere in the plant. We had monthly safety meetings where some company stooge would encourage us to be safe. We were offered trinkets if there were no reported injuries for the whole year. I mean, imagine the scenario where a guy is about to stick his hand into a rotating gear, but it dawns on him that if he shoves his hand into that gear and is mangled, the team won't get that pocket flashlight with the company logo. No, sir, he wouldn't do that to the team. So he puts his hand right into his pocket and throws off any ideas of grabbing that rotating gear. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Company safety policies for the win. Now let's go out there and paint that rusted support beam safety yellow, rather than replacing it because safety first. About 2 years after I was hired, a few of the guys at the plant decided to try to form a rescue squad that was specific to mining and industrial needs. In the Searles Valley, where the West End plant is located, Kerr McGee owned the large chemical plants that they have since sold. In addition to the chemical plants, Kerr McGee owned a quarry that fed limestone to the West End plant. Also, the Mojave Desert is riddled with abandoned mines and mine shafts, some of which can be straight vertical shafts of 100 feet or more. Many of them contain pockets of poisonous hydrogen sulfide gas that can kill with one breath. Most of these mines were not marked, and dirt bikers would sometimes fall into them and become trapped or killed. A mine and industrial rescue team would be helpful in the facilities, but would also be great for the surrounding communities. The guys pitched the idea of a rescue team to the Kerr McGee executives, and the executives agreed to fund it 100%. We were thrilled. I volunteered to be in the first squad to be trained, and I stayed in the squad as long as I worked at West End. It was fun training. We learned all the basics of mountain/ice climbing and all the basics of rescue work. We learned basic first aid and triage, but we weren't attempting to be paramedics. We knew going into this that we would mostly be doing body recovery work. That's not fun or glamorous like rescue work is thought of or how it's portrayed on television, but it was the reality of our job. Cindy and I had some friends visiting our home once, years later, and we were all telling things about our lives. I made the mistake of telling the story of just one of the incidents I was called out to handle when I was on the rescue squad. As I finished the story, I realized what a terrible thing I had done. I had painted a picture in their minds of the horror that I see whenever I think of that night when I was called out to the Argus plant for a rescue. I should not have burdened them with that image. So, I won't tell the stories of the rescue squad again. I'm happy to say that due specifically to my training, I have saved 2 lives, one of which was a child. But you never wake up from a dream where you save a life and everyone goes back to what they were doing. You wake up from the dream that replays over and over, where you're picking up parts of a body and putting them in a bag for the county coroner, while the blood just gets deeper and deeper around you. Being a part of the rescue squad was rough work, but incredibly rewarding. It's not for everyone. If I hadn't learned so young how to shut down my emotions and bring up the grit during an emergency, I would not have made it on the squad. Setting aside the heat, the chemical exposure, the physical dangers, and the hard work at West End, The thing I hated the most was the corporate politics. By that I mean the constant struggle between people in the company to get ahead of others through any means available, including character assassination. The backstabbing and the power struggle sickened me. I hated it. Success wasn't measured in hard work or production accomplishments. Success came in tearing someone down so you could climb on top of them to reach the next person who you would then tear down. So I quit Kerr-McGee, I left West End, and I took a job delivering pizza in Ridgecrest. No, you read that right. With 2 little kids and a wife to support, I went from a good-paying career as an engineer to a delivery boy. Cindy and I had looked at restaurant franchise programs and decided one national pizza chain was our best bet at owning our own restaurant. So I risked everything and jumped in head first. Head first. LOL. Concussions. You either get it or you don't. Okay, back to the story. The idea was that if you successfully managed one of their pizza restaurants for a year or longer, and if a company superintendent or a franchisee would vouch for you, then they would finance you 100% to own your own franchise pizza restaurant. It was 1988, and it was time to get out of the chemical factory and build a future for my family. And what better way than to own our own business? No backstabbing, no corporate ladder, no office politics, just a free market. We make pizzas and sell them to people who want them. Then we toss a cut of the profits to the big pizza company so we can use their name and advertising. I know. Yes, that is ridiculously naive. I was 27 at the time. My brain hadn't fully developed yet. Let me just point out that I don't particularly want to be sued. So rather than mention the name of this highly litigious pizza restaurant company, I will replace their name with Pizza Restaurant and Pizza Company. It's bad writing when you overuse a word or a phrase in a paragraph, so when you see me say these phrases, it's because I am avoiding a lawsuit. I very quickly became a pizza restaurant manager, as did Cindy. We ran several pizza restaurants together and several separately. It was a bit bumpy at times, but we both had great reputations as managers and began becoming big fish in the little pond of the Southern California division of this pizza restaurant chain. We did this for several years, and we somehow found time to add our 3rd child to our family. It's all a bit blurry in our memories because life was moving so fast at the time. We were putting in crazy hours, but we were moving towards our goal. We wanted to own our own restaurant, and this seemed to be the way to do it. Remember that time I broke that big dude's nose? During the course of my pizza restaurant career, I faced 3 attempted robberies. The first happened one evening while I was delivering a pizza on the China Lake Naval Base, which was the last place I would have expected to face a robbery. It was a very routine delivery to a regular area of the base housing. When I rang the doorbell, a woman answered and said she had to write a check. She asked me to put the pizza on the kitchen counter a few feet away while she grabbed her checkbook. Yes, people actually order a pizza, wait a half hour for it to arrive, then start to write the check for it after you get there. It's frustrating, to say the least. Then she couldn't find a pen. I handed her mine, and she seemed to be really taking her time writing out the check. I got the impression she was intentionally stalling me, so my awareness picked up a bit. Sure enough, as I exited the door, I saw someone in my car. I dropped the pizza bag and ran to the car while yelling confrontational accusations, to put it politely. He stepped away from the car, and I looked inside to see what he had done. It was clear he was ransacking it, looking for money, as some delivery people are known to keep their delivery money in their car, something I consider very unwise. Unfortunately, as I was looking in the car, he approached me and was standing in such a way that he had me blocked between the car and the open door. Also, he was about 3 inches taller and a good 50 pounds heavier than I. Right then, his 3 buddies came running up to the car. I had to act fast. His buddies were off to my right by my car door. I was within striking range of 3 of the 4 of them, but I only had a clear shot at the big guy in front of me. So I faked a slight movement with my left arm to draw his attention. At that moment, all of my hand speed exercises paid off. I delivered a fast right jab to his nose, followed by a hard left hook that was aimed at his right ear. But because his head moved, my left hook caught his nose, snapping the cartilage, tilting it oddly to the side while splattering blood all over his 3 buddies. They were stunned and all took steps back as their big friend went to his knees crying loudly. One of the neighbors had seen the big guy searching my car and had called the Navy base police when I was still inside the house. The cops pulled up just in time to see me take the big guy down, and in doing so, they may have saved him a lot more pain, as I hadn't planned to stop with only 2 punches. The big guys stayed on the ground moaning and crying while the other 3 all started talking at the same time, desperately trying to sound like victims. The cops told them very firmly to shut their mouths. A different man came from one of the nearby houses and identified himself to the cops as the guy who called them. He stated his naval rank and said the 4 were clearly trying to rob me. He stated that he saw the big guy raise his hand first and that I was just defending myself. Evidently, when I made the motion with my left hand, the big guy's response appeared as if he was trying to punch me. The cops asked if I wanted to press charges, and I said it wasn't necessary. As far as I was concerned, the incident was over. This situation really upset me. I had spent years trying to break free from my violent tendencies, while attempting to seek a peaceful solution to every confrontation. But that night, I not only fell back into my old ways, I fully enjoyed the whole confrontation. I was very confused. I knew I had to act to prevent them from harming me, but I questioned myself as to why I let it escalate to the point that it did. What good does it do to spend hours, weeks, months, and years meditating, studying, and fasting, only to throw it all away in a single moment? The second and third time I faced attempted robberies produced similar results for the robbers, likely sending at least one to the hospital with burns from a pizza, which came straight out of a 700-degree oven and ended on their face before they could get out the door. Once again, I should not have enjoyed that as much as I did, but I did. The pizza company I worked for would have fired me had they known about any of these 3 incidents. It was a strictly enforced policy that we were never to resist a robbery. We were to give them the cash or whatever and let the situation end as quickly and peacefully as possible. I understood their reasoning for such a policy. I even taught every new hire this policy. I was simply incapable of allowing myself to be robbed. It is according to how you look at it, either a survival strength passed down through generations of rustic Appalachian Scotch-Irish folk who refuse to be bullied and shoved around for the entertainment of others, or it's a barbaric trait of uncivilized men who are stuck in old clan traditions. I will say, as a barbaric, uncivilized man, it's very inconvenient to live in a modern world dominated by state goons who can stop you anytime they get the urge and rifle through your belongings and your pockets, all under the guise of so-called security. This means I can't use modern conveniences like airports, because I don't have the self-control to stand there and let some half-wit Vogon run his hands over me for the sake of security theater. For a long time, I considered this as a flaw in my character, but with the passage of time, I have come to realize the problem is not with my character. The problem is a flaw in the character of all those who would stand there and allow a stranger to abuse them and their loved ones in this manner, while doing nothing to stop it. If I recall, it was Thanksgiving of 2010 or 2011 that my friends George Donnelly and Jim Babb, along with some of my other friends, organized a nationwide We Won't Fly campaign to urge people to boycott the airlines industry for the holiday season. It was wildly popular and in every way appeared to be a success. The airlines pressured the Transportation Safety Administration, TSA, to back down on their plan to install body scanners at major airports. Airline profits plummeted for almost 2 months, and a lot of people stood up and took notice. Memory fails me, but it was either Whoopi Goldberg or Joy Behar on the TV program The View that called for the arrest of George Donnelly and Jim Babb as terrorists. People in the campaign claimed a major victory, and all our privacy problems were solved, tongue firmly in cheek. Then, after the new year arrived, the whole campaign fell apart, and the TSA went ahead with their plans to install body scanners. All of the campaign's efforts were wasted, and the Vogons went ahead with their plans like none of it ever happened. The masses forgot the whole thing and went back to acting like sheep, moving along wherever the dogs herded them. Google mostly scrubbed We Won't Fly from its search engines, Twitter and Facebook cleansed or hid their pages, and the whole campaign vanished down the memory hole. Seemingly, that's all off the topic of allowing yourself to be robbed, so a pizza company isn't liable if an employee gets hurt resisting the robber. But actually, it is the very point. People tend to want someone else to be responsible for their own safety, when in fact, no one is rightfully responsible for your safety except you. You are responsible to protect yourself and your belongings. This is the only way a society can be successful. Otherwise, you create a defenseless people who can be manipulated and controlled by fear, which is the most accurate description of America today. Remember that time I threw away any hope of franchising a pizza restaurant? After several years, the company was slated to sell 2 of its pizza restaurants. The 2 in Ridgecrest, one of which I had opened and was the current manager, and the other of which was an older unit where Cindy was the current manager. Together, with a third seasoned and respected pizza restaurant manager named Chuck, we were actively in talks with the company headquarters to buy the 2 pizza restaurants. It would have been perfect. We were going through the financing process and were preparing to make an offer. We had multiple vouchers from company superintendents and all of our ducks were in line. It was just a matter of agreeing on a price. Then, a powerful franchisee with close personal ties to the CEO/founder of the company took a look at the 2 restaurants and bought them right out from under us, along with all the company-owned pizza restaurants in the Mojave Desert. It was company politics, and there was nothing we could do about it. Just to add lemon juice to this paper cut, Cindy and I instantly became employees of this powerful franchisee. At the time, I was the highest paid company pizza restaurant manager in Southern California, and I suddenly had a new boss who was asking me why I was making almost double his average manager's salary. I was being asked that in a meeting with his other managers. I looked right into his eyes and said, "Because I'm that good. I consistently work harder than anyone else, and I make my numbers." Make my numbers is a restaurant phrase that refers to keeping your labor dollars and your food cost dollars within the company guidelines for a profitable return on investment. And I did that no matter what it took. I hit my numbers if I had to buy pepperoni out of my own pocket and add it to the inventory. I made my numbers if I had to work a 60-hour week or an 80-hour week. I made my numbers if I had to go on the road and deliver. I made my numbers if I had to park my van in the Burger King parking lot and sell pizzas for $5 each. As it turns out, that made me a threat to those with less enthusiasm for hard work, including my new boss, the area supervisor. It also didn't make any friends for me with the other managers, who suddenly found out how much I was being paid. One of the other reasons I was such a successful pizza restaurant manager was that my mind is so suited to crime that I could see gaps in the company's security practices. As such, I could see how delivery drivers could steal in ways that most managers missed. If you can cut employee theft, you can save a lot more money than most people would guess. But not only that, I could see many ways that theft could take place on a manager level, so I would work with the area supervisors to bust thieving managers. The area supervisors would routinely take me to other units in their area, where I could quickly find out how managers and assistant managers were stealing. I wasn't going to be doing that with this new area supervisor. There was clear tension between us from the moment we were introduced. I wasn't going to do anything that helped him. He was every USMC peckerhead I had ever known, all rolled into one rude jerk. And I'm sure he felt a similar feeling towards me, minus the USMC thing. Somehow, he found a way to threaten or insult me every time we talked. Not long after the powerful franchisee bought us out, I visited their main area and their primary store where their main offices were located. Right away, I saw how a franchisee steals from the parent company. It's not that different from the way a driver or a manager steals. The franchisee just does it on a larger scale. The tension and the politics continued to get worse and worse. Then I caught wind of a plan to permanently close the brand new restaurant that I was managing. I could see the scam that was about to take place, so I took radical action. I rented a VHS camera recorder and I made a video showing how this powerful franchisee was ripping off the parent corporation, along with the IRS. In the video, I walked through all the steps he was taking and how his plan to close my restaurant and fake a loss was a part of his scam. It was a bit complicated, but I think I explained it fairly clearly. Then, I sent that video cassette to the company headquarters. Did I mention how powerful this franchisee was and that he was a close personal friend of the CEO/founder of the parent corporation? Benito Mussolini once said, "Fascism should more properly be called corporatism, since it is the merger of state and corporate power." This is exactly the truth. Corporations survive in the market because governments give them advantages the mom and pop companies don't get. In return, corporations support key politicians and those in political power. Then, those corporations rake in unbelievable amounts of money from government favors. The state is a many-headed beast, made up of all the governments of the world and the giant megacorporations, along with the powerful banking cartels and the small group of families whose names repeat on the charters and investor lists of the top. But the state is also made up of lower-tier vogons and corporate fat cats who are willing to bribe the right people so that they get their way. The city of Ridgecrest had an annual Taste of Ridgecrest celebration where local restaurants supplied samples of their dishes. The powerful franchisee insisted that both Cindy and I attend, while his people ran our restaurants for the day. The Pecker head supervisor ran my restaurant for the day, from opening to closing. About a week later, I was arrested in my home and charged with stealing some $700 from my restaurant. I didn't have the money to hire an attorney, and I didn't trust the dirty local public defender, so I acted as my own defense. In court, I asked for the evidence of the theft and was presented with the receipts. They were all dated from the day the Pecker head ran my restaurant. I called the Pecker head to the stand and got him to admit under oath that he ran the restaurant that day, and I had no access to any of the money, nor any of the receipts. I didn't even have the keys to the store on that day. I rested my defense. The judge found me guilty and ordered me to pay some $700 plus another $150 or so in court fees. Justice is whatever the powerful say it is. Thus ended any hope of owning a franchise. And since owning a mom and pop restaurant is a huge investment with a ton of work and little return, due to the lack of an actual free market, a private business was out of the question. It was probably all for the best. There is one good thing I should say about the Pecker head. He had the good sense not to accuse Cindy of anything. I strongly believe that he knew that he and I shared a trait. Specifically, if anyone would have messed with his family in any way, he would have gone after them with everything he had. And I believe he knew that if he accused Cindy of anything, I would have rained hell down on his head. When men of honor have a problem with another man, they go after that man. They do not bother the man's family. Fiber optics. Where does an engineer with extensive pizza restaurant experience turn when he needs a job? You guessed it, I went back to construction. It was the early 1990s and fiber optics had become the craze of the dawning communication era. I heard that China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station was installing miles and miles of new fiber optics to replace and expand their communications and security systems. So I found out who was hiring the contract labor. One Friday, I walked into their office to get a job. The lady interviewing me explained that handling fiber optics was tricky and most of the contractors had no experience with it. I told her fiber optics were no problem for me. She asked if I could start Monday, and I assured her I would be there. I didn't lie to her. I just knew I could do this job. From the interview, I went straight to the library because I didn't know the first thing about fiber optics. The Kern County Library in Ridgecrest had a book by Paul Rosenberg explaining the basics of electrical construction and the basics of working with fiber optics. I read it over and over for 2 days, so when I arrived at work on Monday morning, I could direct my crew as if I actually knew what I was doing. I highly recommend the writings of Paul Rosenberg. Over the years, we have become friends, and I'm a better man for knowing him. However, installing fiber optics wasn't providing as much money as my wife and I had earned with the pizza restaurants, and it wasn't covering our bills, so I needed more money. There's gold for the taking. I've never understood people, but there are things about them that I have observed. For example, many of them are slobs. Rather than going to the county dump that was west of Ridgecrest, where they could dump a truckload of junk for free, they drive into the desert and just dump it there. Once one person dumps their junk in a spot, it seems to give license to others to dump their junk there too. That never made any sense to me. Sometimes someone would dump a stolen or junk car in the desert, often shot full of holes. That would quickly become a dumping spot for other junk. The nice thing was that I had a pickup truck, and with all my wandering in the desert, I knew where lots of those spots were. Aluminum prices were high, and that meant free money for me. So weekends and evenings, I would go driving in the desert collecting aluminum. Sometimes my son would go with me, and it was a great time. Back then, there was a television show by this guy named Buzzard who went around prospecting for gold. I watched it and eventually bought a pan and some other prospecting equipment. Then, when I was out collecting aluminum, if I was near an old gold mine, I would grab 4 or 5 buckets of dirt from the mine's tailings. I would take it back home and run it through a sluice box that I had built based on what I had seen Buzzard using on that show. Pretty soon, I stopped picking up aluminum altogether because it distracted me from collecting gold. I mean, why pick up free aluminum when there's free gold just lying there? Eventually, installing fiber optics mostly paid the bills, but prospecting for gold was bringing in almost as much as working. When the fiber optics gig finally ran its course and dried up, I just increased the amount of time I spent prospecting. Cindy wasn't thrilled with the direction things were going. I was playing in the desert, or with my sluice box in the backyard, while she was stuck in a tiny apartment with 3 little kids, no job, and no money to speak of. Plus, she wasn't really convinced it was legal to go gather tailings from abandoned mines. Much like my mom, Cindy wanted things to be predictable and consistent. She wanted a steady income and things like insurance. So, eventually we decided to head to Eastern Ohio, where I knew we had enough family support to get us through anything. But before we left, I had to go get shot at one more time. Remember that time that crazy lady tried to shoot me? During my years at the West End chemical plant, I made some good friends. One of the best was Johnny Flathers. When I told Johnny I was taking the family to Ohio and I would likely never see him again, he suggested we do something big together, like take my son Brian to his first Major League Baseball game. The LA Dodgers were playing the Philadelphia Phillies the following Wednesday night, April 29th, 1992, and Johnny had arranged the tickets. Johnny was going to come by our apartment and pick up Brian and me. Our plan was to get up early and get to LA before the morning traffic snarled everything to a crawl. Then we would hang out at Knott's Berry Farm until it was time for the game. We were all very excited. I was awake and dressed by 5 a.m., just sitting in the living room watching the television, as Brian got dressed and ready. Cindy was making him breakfast and assembling some sandwiches for the trip. The early news came on, and the lead story was that the jury was expected to make its announcements in a few hours on the Rodney King trial. Cindy and I both froze and looked at each other. I was not taking Brian into the Los Angeles basin on the day of that announcement. Cindy and I both knew what was about to happen. Johnny arrived a few minutes later, and I explained the news. He understood my concerns, but the gravity of the situation wasn't obvious to everyone just yet. But I knew what would happen. I remember the Watts riots, and I knew that a white jury from Simi Valley was not going to convict white LAPD cops who beat a black man. I had been smelling the anger in the air for days. So I made a different suggestion. I asked Johnny if he knew the story of Burroughs Schmidt, and he didn't. As Brian joined us in the living room, I told him the story and how the Burroughs Schmidt tunnel was made. After the story was told, everyone agreed we could go to a ball game most any time. But today we would have a peek into the history of the Mojave. Until we went outside, I didn't realize that the desert was socked in with fog. Johnny asked if I could find Last Chance Canyon in fog this thick. He wanted to make sure we wouldn't get lost. I laughed. That was a good one. No matter my experience with the Mojave, I missed the entrance to the Burroughs Schmidt tunnel by about 200 yards east and 100 yards up the mountain. We left the truck on the ridge where we could see it as soon as the sun burned away the fog and picked our way down the mountain on foot. The tunnel is about a half-mile long, so we explored it and kept ourselves busy until the fog lifted. By that time, we could see the road I had missed, so I told Johnny to stay with Brian and I would jog up the hill and fetch the truck. Johnny had fought a tumor on his spine some months earlier, so it would be easier for me to just run up the hill than for him to do it. In those days, I was pretty healthy. I had been lugging pails of gold mine tailings and then processing them. I was fairly fit. Running 100 yards up a mountain, while running east for 200 yards would barely get me breathing good. When I was almost to the truck, I heard bullets whizzing past me, striking the rocks around me, and then buzzing off into the distance. 6 shots in all. I looked down the mountain, and this old woman was feverishly trying to reload her revolver. She was about 10 feet from Brian and Johnny. I jumped in the truck as fast as I could and got down the hill as she finished loading her revolver. As I exited the truck, she began the motion of pointing the revolver at me while threatening me in some kind of senseless gibberish. Johnny had been shouting at her, commanding her to stop shooting, but she was clearly not in charge of her faculties. I moved on her much faster than she could process, and I almost crushed her hand when I snatched the pistol from her. I emptied the ammo on the ground and threw the revolver into the desert as hard as I could. I wasn't in much of a mood to talk, so I motioned Johnny and Brian into the truck, and we went back to Ridgecrest. The old woman was the notorious Toni Seeger. She claimed to be the wife of Burroughs Schmidt, but that story has never had any validity. Burrow Schmidt would have been gone for maybe 10 years or more before Seeger began squatting on the land, trying to charge people to see the tunnel. I had heard of a crazy old woman who hung around there sometimes, but in all my visits to Last Chance Canyon, I had never seen her before that day. For me, the takeaway was in seeing how inept the Bureau of Land Management handled the whole Seeger/Schmidt problem. The BLM employees and the Kern County Sheriff's Office knew they had an armed, unstable old woman who believed crazy fantasies about her marriage to Schmidt, whom she never knew. They knew she was randomly extorting money from anyone passing by, and they knew she had shot at people, yet they did nothing. But hey, at least we weren't in LA when the Rodney King riots broke out. Keep in mind, these riots weren't the product of anarchy or freedom. They were directly caused by government fanning the flames of hate that the same government had intentionally lit. Hillbillies on the road. We had to be a comical sight to see. We had 2 old pickup trucks. The first had a cab-over camper that didn't fit that truck. It was made for a compact pickup, so I had to build a wooden support for it to sit on, or the overhead part wouldn't clear the cab of the truck. Also, it was about 2 feet shorter than the bed of the truck and narrower than most campers, so the truck kind of looked like it had a mohawk haircut. All that, and then realized this truck was the better looking of the 2. The second truck didn't have a camper or a cover, but we needed to haul an extra pickup truck bed to Ohio for my dad. We just turned it upside down and sat it on the bed of the second truck. Try to imagine a regular, older pickup truck with an extra truck bed on top of the original bed, but upside down. We bolted and clamped the beds together. In the cavity between the 2 beds, we packed all our stuff that we were moving. The icing on this hillbilly cake was that since none of the tires on either truck was very good, I scrounged around and found about 10 or 12 used tires and strapped them on top of the upside-down truck bed. Not knowing if either truck would make it, I rigged foldable tow bars on the front of each truck so that if either of them died on the road, I could use the other to haul it to a place where I could fix it. The only thing we lacked to complete this picture was Granny Clampett in a rocking chair on top of the camper. The kids seemed to enjoy the trip. Cindy drove one truck, and I drove the other, obviously, and the kids switched back and forth as they chose. Hannah, our baby, mostly rode with me in the lead truck so that if we needed to stop for her a dirty diaper or whatever, Cindy wouldn't have to try to signal me from behind. We veered very little from the straightest path possible. Money was tight, and we couldn't waste gas on this trip. Seeing the sights would have to wait for better times. Cindy's family had moved to a little town in Missouri, so we made sure to stop there briefly, but I kept watching the mileage and checking the maps to calculate the fuel needs as close as possible. By the time we were nearing Cincinnati, I made the decision to only refill one truck's gas tank. That took our last dollar. Just outside of Cincinnati, Cindy's truck ran empty. She eased it onto the shoulder, and I connected the tow bar to my trailer hitch. Everyone climbed to my truck, and off we went. We were still 3 hours away from Dad's house, and we had to climb a pretty good hill on the way. By the time we rolled into Dad's driveway, there couldn't have been anything but vapors in that tank. I was 31 years old, the father of 3, a trained and qualified stationary steam engineer, a water treatment specialist, a lab analyst, a seasoned carpenter, and a successful restaurant manager, but I was flat broke and fighting hard not to feel like a complete failure. I would say it was the low point in my life because it felt pretty low, but I was years away from understanding just how low life can take you while leaving you alive to contemplate it all. It wasn't long before I had a job as the maintenance superintendent of a private water company in eastern Ohio. I wasn't making much money, but we were improving our situation. Cindy never finished high school, so now was her chance to hit the books and get her GED. Winter was on its way, and the house we were renting only had a single wood stove to warm the whole house, so I spent the next few months cutting and splitting wood. It was rough, but we pulled through. The house was like something out of Dr. Seuss Whoville. It was kind of askew in every direction, and it looked like it had been built in at least 3 phases, yet it was still small. The back half of the house sat on stilts, dangling at about 50 feet over the water of the Scioto River when the water levels were up, but the front door stepped directly onto a busy road. You couldn't park a car between the house and the pavement. The house was the shoulder of the road. Remember that time I worked for that old lady? We pulled through that winter, but my job at the water company was very frustrating. I'll explain the water company problem, but I have to give you a little history lesson first. The water company was owned by a trust set up by an evil old politician, a former Ohio lieutenant governor. In his heydays, back during the Great Depression, he used his power to get a government dam placed in an unlikely location in eastern Ohio, across a tiny seasonal creek. There was no logical reason for the dam. It wasn't large enough to build a hydroelectric plant. It was just a creek. But having foreknowledge of the project, the crafty old politician went into the land business. With the backing of his banker friends, he purchased the hills around the creek at rock-bottom prices, but didn't buy any of the valuable farmland in the little valley. Then, when the government men came in with their eviction notices, it was the farmers who lost their land, but the old politician gained lakefront property. After the farmers were gone and the dam was in place, the lake filled, covering the farmers' fields. The old politician had roads cut into the hills at the cost of the county, and had the whole place surveyed and divided into lots. With the help of his banker friends, he contracted the first wave of houses to be built on the top of one of the hills, away from the water. At the same time, he had wells drilled near the base of the dam, and he had a water system built all the way around the lake and up to the houses he had built on top of the hills. The sale of the first wave of houses paid back all the money he had borrowed, and the rest of the sales from then on would be profit. He donated a large chunk of land on the top of one hill to an organization owned by his banker friends, and they built a hospital there. The money flowed in over the years, especially after the war, when all those returning GIs needed housing and the government was handing out construction loans. By the time the old politician died, he was one of eastern Ohio's wealthiest men. But his children hated him, and for good reason. The dirty old politician had a particular fondness for children, specifically little girls. When he turned his unnatural affection on his own granddaughter, his family acted quickly, snatching the little girl away from him, moving her to California. However, they had not detected the abuse in time, and he used his granddaughter for his twisted pleasure for over a year before the girl let the secret of her lover slip out to her parents. The move was too late, the damage was done, and the little girl grew up never facing the facts of her abuse. She maintained to her final days that her grandfather was her lover, and her parents just never understood the depth of their love affair, as she referred to it in her old age. Her mind was twisted in ways that would affect her in every relationship for the rest of her life. She developed fantasy enemies and magical beliefs about the forests where her grandfather had abused her. Her parents raised her in California, never letting the dirty old monster see her again. None of his children would have anything to do with him, and when he died, they were glad he was dead. They didn't want his dirty money. It's just as well. His will specifically stated that none of his family was to get a dime of his estate. He set up a trust and named close lawyer friends as the trustees. They were each to have a salary plus expenses, and the trust would hire managers to run his real estate company, his water company, and his timber interests. Many years after he died, the granddaughter returned from California to throw herself on the mercy of the trustees and beg for her inheritance. They refused. After much efforts on the part of the granddaughter, who was a very old woman by that time, trustees took pity on her and gave her a job managing the 3 businesses with a tiny salary. Due to her incompetence, she drove the companies into near bankruptcy. Then, she hired me as the maintenance superintendent. I didn't know any of the above story at the time of my hire, and if I had, I would not have worked there. In the hiring interview, she told me the job was 8 hours a day for 5 days a week and a half day on every Saturday. She stated clearly that the Saturday pay would be overtime. She also stated that if there was some emergency, I may have to work other overtime as the job needed. We agreed upon an hourly wage, and I verified with her at that time that the overtime pay was at 1.5x the regular pay. As the weeks passed, I never saw any overtime pay, no matter how much I worked. I asked her about this many times, and she always said it was a mistake and she would get to it and fix it. But she didn't. Additionally, she was obsessed with the addition of the state-required chlorine into the water supply. She hated the idea of adding chlorine to the water. The previous maintenance superintendent went to the local grocery store each week, where he purchased gallon jugs of the cheapest bleach he could get. Then he would manually pour it into the water tank. That's not how you run a water treatment operation. Right away, I contacted a chemical supplier, purchased a chlorine injection system, and arranged to have them come fill it monthly. This terrified her. She was convinced we were poisoning the community. I brought in the representative from the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio, PUCO, and together we tried to explain how jugs of bleach from a grocery store are not consistent in their content, nor are their ingredients even listed on the label. They are not intended for human consumption and are not safe as a water treatment. None of our words could convince her. After I would leave at night, she would go to the water treatment building and turn off the injector. She insisted that she be the person who tested the water every morning, and she simply falsified the records. Around this time, she told me, in great vivid and specific detail, of her love affair that had caused her parents to move to California. At first, she left out 2 points: her age at the time and the fact that her lover was her own grandfather. Eventually, she filled in those tidbits of information, and I suddenly understood her madness. After several months of arguing with her about the water treatment, and still no overtime pay, I sat down and did the math on how much the unpaid wages added up to, and I was shocked. If I recall, it was over $12,000. By then, I had been pushed past the point of no return. I went to her office with my hours and with a written demand for my pay. While she was reading my demand letter, I used her phone to call the PUCO representative and told him what she had been doing with the chlorine injector and that she had been falsifying the records. When I hung up, she told me she couldn't pay me because the company hadn't made a profit in years. I picked up her phone again and called the National Labor Relations Board and asked what steps I needed to take to force my employer to pay me my wages. I spent about half an hour talking to them, explaining the situation. When I hung up the phone, she fired me. I walked out of her office, drove straight to the local Ohio unemployment office, and filed a grievance against her. They sent a request to her, stating my grievance, and asked for her rebuttal. She sent them a 22-page, handwritten letter rambling on and on about how her nonprofit company was struggling, and some nonsensical gibberish about a grand Republican conspiracy to ruin her life. She talked about how the PDA in Anaheim, California had conspired against her to drive her daughter away from her. But she never once in all those pages presented an argument as to why she didn't owe me back wages. The guy from the unemployment office sent me a copy of her letter, then called me. He asked if I wanted to rebut her letter before he made a judgment on the case. I laughed and pointed out that her company is not a nonprofit. She just doesn't know how to run a business. I also told him that I'm no Republican, and she knew that. But I had no reason to rebut her ramblings. I won the grievance and was granted unemployment payments to be covered entirely by the water company. I was later told the trust sold the water company to another utility company. The week after this happened, my brother Roy and his wife Becky came to visit Cindy and I for the very first time in the history of our marriage. Becky took one look at our Dr. Seuss house and said, "You can't live here." I explained about the back wages and how they wouldn't be paid in a lump sum, but on a weekly basis. She didn't care. She didn't want us in that house one more day. We started packing, while Roy and Becky drove back to their home in Western Ohio. Before we could finish packing and make it to Roy and Becky's house, Becky had rented a nice double-wide trailer for us in a town near where they lived. When we got to their house, she took us to our new place and offered me a job installing window covering for her company that she co-owned with her sister. I took the job and the rented trailer. About a month later, Becky was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. Very quickly, I learned that nothing I had ever faced in life and no hard times that I had ever experienced can compare to what Roy and Becky went through. Becky suffered beyond what my words can tell, and then we lost her. I can't even imagine what Roy went through. A chance for a new start in Reno. While Becky was fighting cancer, she was in no condition to manage a window coverings and carpet store, so I stepped up to help. Her company had 2 stores, and the 2 sisters managed one each. I took over Becky's store so they wouldn't have to close it. Meanwhile, Cindy went to work at a garment factory nearby. Cindy is a very hard worker, and when she locks onto a job, she throws herself into it with all her might. She did that at the garment factory, and management quickly took notice. Cindy made such an impression that after about a year, the company offered to transfer her to their Sparks, Nevada factory as a supervisor. By this time, Becky had lost her battle with cancer, and her sister decided to close the store that Becky had been managing, which meant there was nothing keeping us in Ohio. Cindy took the job in Sparks. Sparks is a bedroom community that borders Reno on the north and east. We quickly found an apartment in Reno, and I set about trying to figure out what opportunities there were in the area for me. As it turned out, my wide skill set of experience came in very handy in the Reno area. For example, I built display cabinets for the camera department of the new Walmart. I installed a computer network for an office. I built some porches and stairways for houses, and I painted a doctor's office, among many other small tasks. I was able to stay just as busy as I wanted to be by doing odd jobs and light construction. It was perfect for us because, in addition to being a supervisor at the garment factory, Cindy had begun attending college full-time, and my handyman job gave me the freedom to work when I wanted and still homeschool the kids. Reno had a school supply store that carried all the typical homeschooling supplies of the day, so we stocked up on the state-required curriculum and hit the workbooks. We only homeschooled for about 3 months when I figured out that I didn't care for the state-approved homeschool curriculum. We dumped it, and I started working with the kids on my own, on their levels, and as they had an interest. Nowadays, we call this unschooling. Things were going well in Reno. Cindy was very successful at her job and also eventually graduated from college with a degree in computer information systems. She didn't make much money as a supervisor at the garment factory, but now that she had that degree, things could change. Cindy could begin sending out her resume. My little business had expanded, and I was purchasing supplies and equipment to make it even more successful. It was becoming too much to run out our apartment, so I began running my business out of a storage rental space, which was against the local zoning rules. Not that I cared about their rules. I was also doing light construction without paying the local union, which was against city ordinance, but again, I didn't care. Remember that time a truck fell on my head? On the evening of Sunday, August 31st, 1996, after I had completed a series of jobs for a chiropractor, I was driving my pickup over to his house to deliver the bill. I was sitting at the red light in the northbound right-hand lane at the intersection of South Rock Boulevard and Gregg Street. I noticed a red 4x4 Chevy pickup coming southbound at a high rate of speed approaching the intersection. I remember thinking, that guy's going to run right through that red light. Then everything went blank. The next thing that I can remember with any certainty was hearing a firefighter yelling, "Hey, I think this guy's still alive. Get over here." From his point of view, I was sitting upright in the driver's position of my truck with my eyes and my mouth wide open, with windshield glass hanging out of my mouth. Someone had looked at me a moment earlier and assumed I was dead, so they were helping other victims, but this firefighter took a closer look and saw I was breathing, but unconscious. He began speaking to me, telling me not to try to move. As I awoke, I was spitting out glass. According to the police report, the red Chevy 4x4 pickup had entered the intersection southbound at an approximate speed of 50 to 60 miles per hour, struck a 1996 Volkswagen, which sent the truck airbound. The truck went sideways in the air with its rear differential landing on the roof of my pickup directly over my head. The roof was smashed down on my head, pinning me in the driver's seat. The impact knocked me unconscious, damaged vertebrae in my neck and back, and jammed me down into the seat so hard it displaced the end of my tailbone by 4 inches and separated my pelvis. 5 vehicles were destroyed and 8 people were taken to the emergency room, including the driver of the red Chevy 4x4, Christopher Reed, age 20, who had a small cut on his left elbow. He was treated with a Band-Aid and released. One of the attending police officers told the Reno Gazette-Journal, "It was the worst accident I've ever seen where no one was killed." From the police report, Christopher Reed's passenger stated that they were on their way to the Scorpions concert, and the two had begun arguing. Reed became agitated, and as they approached the intersection at Gregg Street, where they should have made a right-hand turn, instead Reed accelerated hard and changed to the left lane, entering the intersection through the red light. At this point in the narrative, this sounds like thousands of other car wrecks that happen every day somewhere. But we have a slight twist here that I will do my best to explain. You see, for quite some time, I remembered one more memory that I haven't stated here so far. Or at least I once believed I had one more memory about this crash. Now I'm not sure what I believe about this next part of the story. Originally, I thought I remembered that in the moments right after the crash, I exited my pickup somehow and went up on top of the car beside me to look into the red Chevy 4x4. In this memory, when I looked into the Chevy, I saw a young man and a young woman, and the woman was screaming and cursing at the man. The odd thing was that, even though I somehow knew what she was saying, all I heard was complete silence. No sounds of any kind. The man slowly turned to look at me, and his face quickly changed into an expression of shock and horror. I knew he was terrified of me. He was holding a small cut on his left elbow with his right hand. I spoke as calmly as possible and told him everything would be fine. It would all work out somehow. All this time, the woman never noticed me and didn't stop screaming at the man. Then, I had the strong urge to return to the driver's seat of my pickup. As I turned away from Mr. Reed, I saw a woman with a baby getting out of the vehicle that was behind the car that I was standing on top of. She seemed to be in a panic to run away. I thought it was strange because the car she exited was barely damaged. None of that memory could have happened. It would have been impossible for me to get out of my pickup on my own power. And had I done so, it would have been impossible and quite stupid to climb back into my seat and rejam myself into place. It simply could not have taken place. So for lack of a better word, let's call this memory a vision. Yet there are some odd facts that make me wonder what really happened. For example, keep in mind, I had never seen Reed, the driver of the Chevy, ever before. And when he was approaching the intersection, he was too far away for me to see his face, nor could I have seen that there was a passenger. He was not in the ambulance that carried me to the hospital, and I didn't see him in the emergency room. Outside of the vision, I had no idea what he looked like, that he had a woman passenger, nor could I have known the extent of any injuries that he may or may not have had. However, as I sat on a retaining wall near the main entrance to the hospital, waiting for my wife to come pick me up, Reed and the woman came walking out of the hospital. He had a Band-Aid on his left elbow, and the woman was on his right, holding his right hand, talking politely but nonstop. Outside of the vision, how would I have recognized Reed and his passenger? Reed didn't see me right away because he was looking back and forth from the woman to the ground as they walked towards me. As they walked by, Reed looked up at me and his face went white and his mouth fell open. He almost stopped walking, but the woman yanked on his arm and said, "Come on, they're waiting." By itself, this can be explained in several ways. Maybe he climbed down from the wreck and saw me pinned in my pickup. Maybe there's some other reason he recognized me. But that doesn't explain how I knew him to be Reed. Here's another fact. In my vision, the lady with the child was clearly Hispanic. This is interesting because about a week after the crash, I was standing in the lobby of the business located on the southwest corner of that same intersection. There was a man in that lobby telling the story of the worst car crash he ever saw. As he told his friend, he was standing on that very corner on the night of my crash. He described the crash and then said that a woman with a baby exited the last car back in the pile of cars, and with a man from that car, they ran away from the intersection. He believed they were undocumented, afraid of being caught by the police, and trying to avoid an immigration-related arrest. Outside of my vision, I would have no way of knowing any of that. Even if I were awake in my pickup, there would be no way of seeing that because it was not within sight of where I was seated. Here's another odd thing about my vision. Nowhere in the vision is the memory of the actual leaving of my pickup, the climbing I would have to do to reach the Chevy, nor the actual climbing back down. I seem to float. Also, the lack of sound in the vision is a bit odd. The last odd thing was that we didn't get a copy of the police report for almost 2 weeks. That was the first time, outside of the vision and the witness story in the lobby of the business, that it was verified that the occupants of the last car back were Hispanic, had no insurance, and the car had a fake license plate. As it turned out, the driver of that vehicle was hurt and was taken to the hospital, then taken into custody. So what could this vision be? Perhaps a hallucination. I may have had an out-of-body experience. I may have died momentarily, floated around like Casper, the friendly ghost, then re-entered my body and came back to life. Of these, a hallucination seems the most plausible to me. After all, I'm quite skeptical about out-of-body flotation, auras, ghosts, and other magical answers to difficult questions. But if it was a hallucination, how would I know those details? I first told the story of the vision to the doctor who examined me in the emergency room, and at the time I thought it was an actual memory. I like facts. Mystical things that can't be verified may be interesting and worthy of investigation, but I refuse to draw hard conclusions without hard facts. So I don't know how to deal with this vision. Not long after the crash, 2 men came to our apartment door and rang our bell. I answered, and they handed me a packet of papers. Christopher Reed, the wealthy son of a local business owner, had filed for bankruptcy and had named me as one of his debtors. I was told by my attorney that I could fight the bankruptcy, but I would likely lose. This means that I could not sue Reed, and neither could his other victims. Christopher Reed was free of responsibility for his actions. That is how the legal system works if you have wealth. There was $40,000 in insurance liability to be split between the owners of the destroyed vehicles and the 7 people Christopher Reed had injured. My ambulance bill was almost $12,000, and my insurance would only pay $500. And yes, Christopher Reed was his real name. I spent the next 3 months trying to find a position to sit, stand, or lay that didn't hurt. I was not only incapable of working, I was so filled with rage that I was afraid of going out into the public for fear that I would harm someone over some minor conflict. I struggled to maintain my sanity because the rage was so intense. I was perfectly fine around my family, but I was furious with humanity in general. Just seeing someone walk by our apartment angered me. Once, during this time, I watched a man walk across the apartment parking area eating a banana. He casually dropped the peel on the ground near my car. I ran out of the apartment and confronted him. He was afraid and humble, apologized and retrieved the peel and placed it in a nearby dumpster. Had he reacted in any other way, I don't know how bad I would have hurt him, but I was seriously out of control. After 3 months of attempting to get my act together, I finally thought I was safe enough to venture out of the apartment by myself. I gathered the billing information that I had attempted to deliver to that chiropractor on the evening of the crash and headed to his house. As I traveled northward on South Rock Boulevard, just a few blocks from the crash site, going just under the 35 miles per hour speed limit, a car going the wrong way on a one-way street came out in front of me into traffic from a side street. With pedestrians on the sidewalk, I couldn't swerve right, and with oncoming traffic, I couldn't swerve left, so I plowed into him. He was cited by police for the accident, and I had another destroyed vehicle and a fresh new concussion. This new concussion came with nausea, blurred sight, and heavy vomiting that may have saved the life of the other driver. I exited my car and headed toward him with every intention of tearing him apart with my bare hands. But before I could reach him, I found myself on the pavement heaving and throwing up everything that was in my stomach. I couldn't focus my eyes and I couldn't get to my feet. Fortunately for that other driver, the police arrived before I could gain control of myself. The cop wanted to call an ambulance, but I insisted he not do so. A tow truck hauled my car away, and I walked the 3 miles back home. It was another month before I left the apartment, and my eyesight never fully recovered. All of my childhood, I had incredibly good eyesight, so much so that I worried that at some point I would become blind as a sort of payback for enjoying such good vision. I know that sounds stupid, but as a child I believed it. I even had dreams where I was old and blind. Now those silly childhood fears seemed like a very real future.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
Get out of Dodge. Through an unfortunate series of circumstances in 1996, namely, those 2 auto accidents destroying 6 automobiles and a major flood, my business adventures in Reno, Nevada died. The mainstream news called the flood a 100-year event. Actually, the Truckee River goes out of control every 10 years or so. In this case, it filled my shop with about 2 feet of mud and 3 feet of water, destroying most of my stock and much of my equipment and tools. I didn't have insurance on my business because I was running it without the permission of local authorities and without the protection of the local mob-based guild system, the union. Since I had invested heavily in my equipment, my stock, and in my new shop, and since I was almost incapacitated from the car wrecks, I was flat busted. When it became obvious that it was time to get out of Dodge, or rather Reno, I loaded everything I could fit into the pickup truck that replaced my other pickup, and we hit the road, 3 little kids in tow. It was Grapes of Wrath 2.0. Okies go east, and we looked the part. Out into the Nevada desert we roamed. Due to some complications with the Carson City Police and the Nevada State Highway Patrol, At some point in this writing, I should more thoroughly address concussion-induced rage. We chose to take dirt roads and avoid the highways, as we worked our way north into Idaho, which was closer than Utah. The goal being to get out of Nevada as quickly as feasible without entering the People's Republic of California. No details on any of this. Please use your own imagination. Nevada's statutes of limitation laws are quite different than California, Kentucky, or Ohio, so I am limited to what I can comment about on this matter. Suffice it to say, while picking up supplies for our trip, I had an encounter in Carson City where I narrowly avoided a collision with an idiot in a Cadillac. Then the police and the highway patrol became involved, so it was best just to leave. Late one evening, as we made our way up a dirt road in northern Nevada, I was having a hard time finding a place to make camp. The ground was littered with sharp rocks the size of basketballs, and there was nowhere to pitch our tents. Finally, at dusk, we found an area about 30 feet in diameter, where the rocks had been pushed away to create a flat, smooth dirt pad. It was perfect for my truck and our 2 tents. We quickly set up camp. As the evening descended upon us, a strange opera played out. It seemed the rock-free pad we were camping on was not a product of the elements. It was created by a herd of mustangs as their night bedding area, or wallow. We sat quietly, not moving, as a herd of about 15 mustangs slowly walked around and through our camp. They had befuddled looks on their faces, as they tried to comprehend what had become of their bedding. One mare, with a young colt close behind, walked right between our tents, looking right and left, trying to understand these new sights and these odd creatures she had never seen before. The lead stallion gave some snorts and grunts, and the herd moved away. Then, we saw another herd a few hundred yards away. The 2 herds slowly approached each other, and that's when my family and I witnessed the classic Western iconic view. The 2 alpha males began their dance, followed by the 2 alpha females clashing with equal vigor. The fights didn't last long, but ended in one stallion absconding with half the herd of the weaker stallion. Thus, nature ensures the survival of the fittest. The next day, we resumed moving slowly north to Idaho, camping where we could, staying unseen. We fished and frog-gigged whenever possible to supplement our rations. Once in Hollister, Idaho, it was time to rest and earn some gas money. A week went by with me doing odd jobs, until we were ready to move on to Twin Falls. Twin Falls is a wondrous place, divided between the town that exists on the rim of the canyon and the landscape 500 feet below in the Snake River Canyon. We didn't spend much time there, just long enough to see the sights, including Evel Knievel's launch ramp. It was in American Falls that we really learned how kind and generous the people of Idaho can be. Here we were, after 2 months on the road, a homeless ragtag family, looking about as bad as a bunch could look, and the people of American Falls welcomed us like we were part of their family. There was always some little job to do, posted on a bulletin board at the local grocery store, and the kids could spend their days in the town park without harassment by the local constabulary. We recharged and healed in American Falls, camping just out of town in the shadow of a small hill. Eventually, we worked our way across America to eastern Ohio, where my sister Judy took us in. After a couple of months in Portsmouth, a town without many job prospects, my brother Roy asked us to come to western Ohio. We did, and I humbled myself by going back to work for a giant corporation, this time in the aerospace industry. I never enjoyed being an engineer, but you can't always get what you want in life. Working for a megacorporation was not a pleasant task, but it paid the bills and provided shelter for my family. Around the same time, Cindy obtained a very good job with a leader in the information industry. She also went back to school and obtained her second degree, this time in business administration. Taking my family on the road, with little to no cash, was terrifying. But life is filled with choices, and that was the best choice I had, given the circumstances. Being homeless while wandering the countryside was an experience that helped to create the man I am today. I skipped some meals so the kids could eat, and had to leave some important things behind in Reno, but in the long run, it was a wonderful adventure. My kids understood that we were broke, destitute, and homeless, but at the time, it was just a long camping trip, a life-changing adventure. We experienced the West the way few people nowadays get to see it. We experienced the West like our forefathers saw it, except in a pickup truck rather than a Conestoga. I've found that the difference between knowledge and wisdom involves the difference between knowing what you think is important, as opposed to the deep understanding that much of the noise in life is not actually important. It's quite possible that had I not been homeless for that time, I may have never learned this valuable lesson. Additionally, I learned that no matter how bad things seem, there's always someone who has suffered more than you and still came out of it to prosper. There is always an opportunity to make things better. You just have to be prepared to see it and act on the opportunity. Fighting IP and promoting the free market. As bad as I hated working for a megacorporation, this time wasn't so bad. I contracted my skills through a small company that connects scientists, engineers, and other professionals to major corporations and government agencies. I have to be very careful how I word this section of the narrative, since some of the actions I am about to allude to have no statute of limitations. So expect me to be vague. On the other hand, I need to talk about the things in this section, otherwise later parts of the book won't make sense. Prior to the release of Napster in mid-1999, some of us on the internet had been seeking ways to crush the government-granted intellectual property laws, IP. Naively, we believed that if we could widely distribute IP-protected information on servers that belong to corporations and governments, then make those files available to the general public for free, IP laws would become a moot point. IP laws would become unenforceable. Our first target was the music industry monopolies. There was a hacker collective back in those days, called Cult of the Dead Cow, CDC, that I was associated with for some time. They developed a software backdoor design for a popular office management network software of the day. This backdoor made it possible for the other anti-IP group of us, not associated with CDC, to load large quantities of MP3s onto office servers, then open that door to anyone who knew the internet address. In late 1999 to early 2000, we paused our anti-IP work to see how the government and the music industry would respond to Napster. I was never active in the group after that. At that same time, I was teaching myself how to code in Java. I was looking for something on the internet that was Java-based and complicated so that I could take it apart and see how it ran. I found an MMORPG that fit the bill perfectly. It was a game where the world inside the game was based on mining, trade, fighting, and magic. It had a gold-based economy with active gold mining and refining. I liked playing the game, but mostly I was searching it for holes and ways to dissect it so I could hone my Java skills. It wasn't my intention to harm the game, nor its owners. I just wanted to know how it was written in Java. Eventually, I became a high-level player in the game, ranking in the top 100 in almost all skills. I was friendly with one of the two brothers that developed and ran the game, and I eventually became one of their moderators. I got the impression that the other of the two brothers didn't like me very much. The gameplay contained what the developers believed to be a flaw, but this was only because they didn't understand a free market and had no understanding of how a gold-based economy works. One of their mistakes was based on their own actions. The developers thought they were doing a nice thing for the players by having massive gift drops on some holidays like Christmas. They dropped odd things like hats and other vanity items. What they didn't realize was they were passing out free items that would quickly become scarce goods. Scarcity in a market drives the price of the scarce good up in direct proportion to the demand for that good. So for example, if the developers dropped 5,000 free hats to the 5,000 players that were logged in at that moment, the other 20,000 players that weren't logged in would want those hats. With time, half of the original accounts that received hats would drop out of the game, destroying 2,500 hats, making the goods even scarcer. The longer the game goes, the less hats are in the market, and the more new players enter the market, the more expensive those hats become. The developers were appalled that players were spending crazy amounts of money for a vanity item that served no function in the game. That's because the developers understood neither markets nor human nature. The next thing the developers were upset about was that the prices of items created by the players in the game, like weapons and armor, experienced price fluctuations. The developers failed to understand how supply and demand works on a free market, so they destroyed the gold-based free market by dumping large amounts of gold or weapons and armor into the game, in an attempt to control the prices. Of course, it had the opposite effect. The in-game market became wildly unstable and billionaires were created, while millionaires became destitute and disgruntled, then left the game. I already had a pretty good understanding of markets and how a gold-based economy worked, but I wasn't good at explaining what I knew since I didn't know the terminology used by economists. Therefore, my attempts to educate the developers pushed me to learn more about the economics of a free market with a gold-based economy. But there was an interruption in my education. The Homer problem. I'm not a fan of phones. Although, I realize that in our modern world it's very difficult to function without one. I have 3 adult children and 1 grandson, and a phone means I can stay in touch with them in case of an emergency. But I wish it were not so. When we arrived in the town we currently live in here in Ohio, back in 1998, my wife made a simple but almost deadly mistake. Against my advice, when Cindy obtained phone service for our home, she allowed it to be a listed number rather than unlisted, as I had preferred. Maybe I watched too many film noir crime dramas where some bad guy gets some woman's address from a phone book. I don't know. Maybe I was just paranoid. In late June of 2002, one evening sometime after 11 p.m., our home phone rang. I was still awake, but Cindy had just fallen asleep. The phone woke her up before I could answer it. The male voice on the phone asked for Cindy Stone. I assumed it was her work calling with some problem only she could solve, so I almost handed the phone to her. Then I had this odd feeling, and instead I asked who was calling. I'm going to refer to this idiot caller as Homer Simpson because of certain similarities to the TV cartoon character. Anyway, he identified himself and said he went to high school with Cindy. I knew how unlikely that was since Cindy attended high school in Mojave, California, and this guy sounded like a typical redneck with a Midwestern accent. I baited him by asking if he went to school somewhere around Dayton, Ohio, a city just north of us. He said he did and told me the name of the school. I asked how he got the number, and he stated he looked her up in the phone book. I was blunt, but not rude, as I told him he had made a mistake. I explained that Cindy is my wife and Stone is not her maiden name. I also said she didn't go to high school anywhere near Ohio. Then I hung up. About 5 minutes later, he called back and insisted on talking to Cindy. This time, I was rude and hung up on him again, but he called right back. I unplugged the phone from the wall, along with all the other phones in the house. Then I went back to bed, in hopes of never thinking about that idiot again. A few days later, this process pretty much repeated itself, except Homer was drunk. With the earlier calls, I had suspected he had been drinking, but this time it was clear he was drunk. The bad thing was that our son was away from home for the evening, and I needed to leave the phone plugged in case he had an emergency or broke down on the road or whatever. So for about an hour, stupid drunken Homer called over and over. We knew Homer's number because we had a fancy new feature on our phone called Caller ID, and we knew his name because he was dumb enough to tell me on his first call. So, with that information, the next day I called the phone company to see what they could do to stop this idiot from calling. Nothing is what they could do, absolutely nothing, unless commanded to do so by a court order. They did offer to record all of my incoming calls, but destroy the recordings within 5 minutes of the end of the call, unless I dialed a specific code. Then, the recording of that call would be saved. Again, it would take a court order for them to release the recording to anyone. I thought that was better than doing nothing at all, so I scribbled down the code and told them to do the recordings. They strongly suggested I contact the local police so that there would be a police report of the situation if the thing ever turned into a legal problem or if Homer ever tried to turn violent. I hated the idea of getting the cops involved. I rarely had a positive encounter with police and try to avoid them anytime I can. Nevertheless, I called the local police. The pig, make that police officer, came to our house to interview me. I told him the story and asked what he could do. Since Homer didn't present a viable threat, the pig could do nothing to stop the calls. He said that with evidence I could haul Homer into civil court and try to extract damages, but damages would be difficult to prove. About the only thing I could do was try to get a restraining order. Mostly the pig's answer was to just hang up on Homer. In other words, the pig just wasted my time. He oinked and ate a donut. Not really, but he may as well have. Homer started calling at later times, sometimes at 3 or 4 a.m., slurring words and throwing insults at me. He had stopped talking about Cindy, and I had become the point of his drunken obsession. During this time, Cindy used the information we had on Homer to look up all of his public records. We knew his current address, along with all of his former addresses. We knew the make and model of his current vehicle, along with every vehicle and boat he had ever registered. We even verified that he had indeed attended the high school he had claimed. One more piece of information we found out was that he was employed at the GM truck body plant just up the road from us. And considering the hours that he called, I could assume he worked the evening shift. I dropped by the parking lot one evening and watched to see what he looked like, and since I knew the pickup he drove, it was easy to spot him. More on this in a moment. This whole process continued on for about 6 weeks, with Homer taking a couple days off each week, only to start it up again the next week. We had adopted the process of turning all the ringers off on all the phones except the one in the living room, which we turned down and had an answering machine attached. But I would still hear him calling, and he still woke me up most nights. This went on until one night, when I was up late working on a project from my workplace. I decided to have a little talk with good old Homer. So I wouldn't disturb Cindy's sleep, I went to the living room to answer the phone. Sure enough, it was him. He sounded drunk, but only slightly. After he insulted me a bit, I told him a few things about him that I knew, like his address and his employer. I described his truck and told him that I knew he stops at the convenience store across the street from the GM plant after work, and he buys beer, cigarettes, and lottery tickets. I also told him I knew about a boat he used to own. He went silent for a moment, then he told me he knows some things as well. He said that he knew my youngest daughter arrives home from school to an empty house, and she uses the back door to enter. He said he knew that she was alone for almost an hour before her siblings arrived from their school. He called her, "Your pretty little blonde girl." He also said that oftentimes our son doesn't come home with our other daughter, and that on those days, the two girls are in the house all by themselves. Homer had made a serious mistake. I hung up the phone, waited a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed the code the phone company had given me. Then, I called the local police by their direct line, and I told the dispatcher to give the following message to the officer on my case. I gave her his name and roughly this message: "I gave you a chance to stop what is about to happen, and you failed. Now I'll take over. Do what you want with that information, but you may want to get the recording of the call Homer made to me tonight." I hung up the phone and disconnected the rest of the phones in the house. I changed into a pair of pants that fit snug enough that I didn't need a belt. They take your belt when you go to jail, and made sure I only had my driver's license in my pocket, nothing that could be considered a weapon. I wore boots rather than shoes because they take your laces when you go to county lockup, but many county lockup jails let you keep your boots on. I grabbed the keys to the car that we were letting my son drive and hit the road. I had a special surprise for Homer. It took almost 40 minutes to get to Homer's house. The living room lights were on when I arrived. I parked right in front of his house and walked up to the door, giving it what some call a cop knock, which is 5 hard, rapid pounds. As Homer began opening the door, I rammed it with my body, throwing Homer backward. At that moment, I hit Homer as hard as I could square in the center of his chest. He went down hard, and I closed the door. At first, I started kicking Homer in the ribs and stomach. I made sure not to touch his face. The reason I didn't strike his face is that when the cop showed up, I didn't want him bloodied. Cops aren't very bright and will often take the side of whoever looks to be the most beaten up. I didn't want to give the cops an excuse to be sympathetic towards Homer. Eventually, I sat down on him to keep him from rolling around, but I continued punching him, always in soft tissue areas. Soon, I noticed an old woman coming down the stairs into the living room. She quickly picked up the phone, then put it back down. She yelled at Homer, "What's the police number?" I don't know what she was thinking, but I imagine she was too panicked to remember 911. She then picked up the large Dayton phone book and frantically began searching it. Again, phone books? I should have stopped beating Homer and recognized her as the threat she was, but rather, I continued pounding Homer's soft tissue. That's when she decided to use the phone book differently. She bashed me in the back of the neck. It felt like lightning surged through my arms and they both went limp. My face fell on Homer's chest. Her next strike was to the back of my head. I tried to lift myself off of Homer when I took another strike to the back of the head. Then another. I don't know how many times she struck me with that phone book. The whole room was shiny, like it was all made of chrome. I knew I had to act, or this old hag would kill me right there on Homer's chest. I put every ounce of effort left in my body into getting to my feet. I slapped the book out of her hands and half picked her up, half shoved her onto the couch. I grabbed the phone and shoved it, probably harder than I intended, at her chest. I said, probably too loudly, "Dial 911, and tell them you have a home intruder. Do it now. Dial it. She looked at me dumbstruck. I shouted the order at her again. She began to dial. Homer surprised me. Most men would have been begging for mercy, crying, or maybe trying to fight back. Homer was just lying there on the floor looking at me. From the look on his face, I believe he thought I was going to kill him right then. I kneeled by Homer with my face very close to his face. I told him exactly what I would do to him, and then what I would do to his remains if he ever came near my family again. Then I told him exactly what I would do to him if I spent one day in jail for visiting him that night. He believed me. I told him if he or his woman told the cops anything other than that this was a simple misunderstanding, he would pay dearly. Again, he believed me. As I stood up, Homer vomited on his floor. I walked outside and sat down on the porch steps to await the police. They arrived fairly quickly, 2 cars, each with 1 cop. One pulled behind my car, the other in front, blocking Homer's driveway and pinning my car in place. The first cop walked right past me into the house. The other walked up to me. He started asking me questions, but I would only tell him my name. I told him that's all I would say. He tried threatening to arrest me for not cooperating, but I still didn't comment in any way. Then the 2 cops changed places and the process repeated. From what I could hear, Homer and his woman were sticking with the story that the woman had been confused, that she shouldn't have called 911. They kept apologizing to the cops. Eventually, the cops both came to talk to me. Still, I stayed silent. They asked me if I would come to the police station with them, and I asked if I was being arrested. They emphasized that I wasn't being arrested. They would just like to talk to me away from Homer and the woman. I said I didn't like the idea of leaving my car in that neighborhood overnight, but they said I could drive it to the station. I agreed. The cop that was parked in front of my car led the way, while the other cop stayed behind at the house. The questioning process continued at the station, with me sitting silently. They swapped off with several other cops, but they all got the same result. They acted tough, they acted like my friend, and they offered stories for me to use. It went on and on until almost 5 a.m. Finally, I asked if I could leave. It was nearing the time that I needed to take a shower and go to work. They said I could, but gave me the card for an assistant district attorney and asked if I could call this guy later that day. I agreed. I made it home in time to get my shower and leave for work before Cindy woke up. Later that day, I called the number on the card. The guy asked if I could come in and talk to him, and we arranged a time a few days later. I arranged some time off from work, and when the day arrived, I went to the address on the card. By that time, this guy, an assistant district attorney, had done a bit of research and had figured out the whole story, or at least most of it. He hadn't heard the phone recording because he had nothing to take to a judge to get a court order. I told him I still had nothing to say. He laid out his version of the story, but I wouldn't give him a reaction. I just sat there. At this point, he promised me that if Homer had threatened me or some member of my family, and if it was on that recording, he would prosecute Homer, but he needed something from me to take to a judge to get that court order. I didn't react. This went on for about a half hour before he gave up. I wasn't about to trust some Vogon with information that he could easily turn on me. Besides, as long as Homer kept his side of the deal, there was no need for a government man to be involved. Even then, if Homer didn't keep his side of the deal, I didn't need government help to solve the Homer problem. The zero aggression principle. Wikipedia says this: the non-aggression principle, or NAP, also called the non-aggression axiom, the anti-coercion, zero aggression principle, or non-initiation of force, is an ethical stance that asserts that aggression is inherently wrong. In this context, aggression is defined as initiating or threatening any forcible interference with an individual or an individual's property. In contrast to pacifism, the non-aggression principle does not forbid forceful defense. The non-aggression principle is considered by some to be a defining principle of natural rights libertarianism. The non-aggression principle is a prominent idea in anarcho-capitalism, classical, liberalism, libertarianism, and some minarchism. Some would condemn me for how I handled Homer. I don't care. If I had it to do over, I would have handled it exactly the same. Except I shouldn't have let Homer's woman hit me, and I shouldn't have called the police in the beginning. However, if someone presents a threat to any of my children or my wife, they should expect me to do everything in my power to neutralize that threat. Homer should count himself fortunate. Had someone threatened my wife or children when I was a young man, I would have just slit his throat and tossed him into a dumpster behind the nearest Kroger. Or gutted him on the street as an example for others. But I'm a better person now. No one bled, so no blood was required in return. Also, a large body of water is better for body disposal than a dumpster or a street. Leaving a dead body on the street or in a dumpster is forcing someone else to clean up your mess. And that's rude. All that said, life was about to get really hard for me. Fun with cluster headaches too. Electric Boogaloo. El Cajon Pass, elevation 3,777 feet, is a mountain pass between the San Bernardino Mountains and the San Gabriel Mountains in Southern California. It was created by the movements of the San Andreas Fault. Located in the Mojave Desert, the pass is an important link from the greater San Bernardino area to the Victor Valley area of the Mojave Desert and passages northeast to Las Vegas. The El Cajon Pass is where I experienced my first cluster headache back about 1990. I was driving my family north, back into the Mojave, after some excursion that escapes my memory. Maybe we went camping or something. I don't know. But in heavy traffic at around 50 miles per hour, about halfway up El Cajon, I felt what can only be described as the most intense pain I had ever experienced to that time, in both eyes at once, along with the sensation of a spike being driven into the back of my head. I was completely blind at 50 miles an hour in the center lane of 3 northbound lanes, while experiencing what has been called by some a suicide headache. They call cluster headaches suicide headaches because so many people suffering clusters have killed themselves by drilling holes in their heads or using power handsaws to remove their own skull caps. It's not really suicide. The victims are trying to relieve the incredible pressure they feel, and the pain makes them delusional. That's what I was experiencing on the freeway that day. Somehow, I was able to get to the shoulder of the highway. It lasted about 15 minutes. I had one more cluster attack a few months later. Then I was free of them until autumn of 2002. Fast forwarding to 2002, and after Homer's woman busted me in the head with the Dayton phone book, I began a cycle. At first, the clusters would hit randomly and last anywhere from a few seconds to about 15 minutes. Then, they slowly transitioned to only happening at night, around the time of the morning when the original concussion actually occurred. By December 2002, they had developed a predictable pattern. At around 1 a.m., a cluster would hit, waking me up and knocking me out of bed onto the floor. It would last 15 minutes and stop. Then, at about 4 a.m., another would hit for 15 minutes and then stop. In addition to the cluster headaches, my neck, left arm, and shoulder were hurting more and more every day. The first strike of the phone book had reawakened the vertebrae damage from the crashes back in 1996. By my doctor's advice, I began physical therapy on my neck, but that seemed to make it much worse. My doctor had never heard of cluster headaches and had no experience with concussions. I still hadn't heard of cluster headaches and didn't associate the concussions with any of these problems. By January of 2003, my left arm was almost unusable. I couldn't turn my head, and the nighttime clusters had caused sleep deprivation, sparking daily migraine headaches. About mid-January, my doctor declared me disabled and unable to work. I can't explain how that made me feel. All my life, no matter how bad a situation was, I could always just leave and get work somewhere else. Now I was trapped. I could do nothing, and I didn't know what was happening to me. The intensity of the clusters was such that I had clenched my teeth so hard that I had sheared the tops off of 2 molars and cracked several others. I began sleeping with a mouth guard, and that helped, but eventually I crushed all of my molars from the clenching. Additionally, my mind was failing me. I was confused very often, and my reading comprehension was falling off quickly. Under my doctor's advice, I went to specialist after specialist. They x-rayed and used magnetic imagery. They injected my spine with dye and viewed me from every possible angle, and they all agreed I needed spine surgery, yet none of them could address the headaches. They all assumed it was because of the vertebrae in my neck, except one neurologist who was convinced my symptoms were psychosomatic. Eventually, I was sent to 2 different psychiatrists who both proved their profession is quackery and their very existence as humans was a waste of carbon. By sometime around late February or early March 2003, I found a cluster headache support group on a website. For the first time, I read about cluster headaches and I became armed to deal with the ignorant doctors. The cycles of pain and anticipation of that pain kept me awake some 20 hours a day. After several months of this, I was in a severe state of sleep deprivation, and not one of the doctors was bright enough to realize it. I took this information to my primary care doctor and educated him about cluster headaches. At first, he prescribed 20 milligrams of Cadian, a powerful time-released opioid, twice a day. Eventually, I was up to 200 milligrams twice a day. The Cadian had no effect whatsoever on the clusters, but we expected that from the start. The Cadian killed the neck, shoulder, and arm pain and allowed me to sleep. And sleep was what I needed the most. With daily traction on my neck and light stretching and exercise for my left arm and shoulder, the non-cluster pain became manageable within a few months, and the migraines became rare. However, the clusters locked into a new cycle that repeated every night, starting around 4 a.m. There would be a 15-minute cluster followed by 15 minutes of no cluster. Then, either the clusters would be over for the night, or I would have another 15-minute cycle. In addition to the clusters, something else was happening. My balance was wavering, and I was beginning to develop a rhythmic shake in my left arm. At times, the muscles would stiffen and contract, distorting the arm. Also, I was developing serious memory issues and mild hallucinations. After 6 months on temporary disability, I applied for permanent disability on an insurance policy from MetLife that I had been paying on for years. And what do you know? Our old friend fascism reared his ugly head. When I bought the disability insurance policy from MetLife, no one explained that, in order for the policy to pay off, I had to first apply for and be granted Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI. Oh, it's in the fine print, and had I spent 4 or 5 hours reading the whole policy, I may have found that clause. I consulted the best law firm in Western Ohio on this topic. I had no choice but to apply for SSDI through the government or just say goodbye to all the payments I had made to MetLife. If the government granted me SSDI, then MetLife would pay me my benefits. The lawyer that Cindy and I spoke with asked me about my symptoms, so we described them. He asked for more details, and I freely told him all that I knew about my condition. That was the most important conversation I had in 2003. The lawyer asked me if I had ever had a concussion. Both Cindy and I laughed. I told him my concussion count at the time. I think it was about 37 if I recall. He was a bit shocked. He pulled a large medical book from his shelf, turned to the page on concussions, and started reading out loud the long-term symptoms. It was a perfect match to what I was experiencing. After 6 months of medical care from 9 doctors, it took a lawyer to diagnose me during a 30-minute meeting. That same day, Cindy made an appointment with my primary doctor, and we used the words the lawyer had used so that my doctor had the right thing to look up in his medical book. I was taken off the Cadian and placed on carbidopa-levodopa, a Parkinson's treatment. Within 2 weeks, the shaking and muscle stiffness were almost gone, and my balance had improved. As therapy for my memory and my reading comprehension, I began reading the works of Tolkien, starting with The Hobbit. Then I read all the way through all of his fantasy works. When I finished The Silmarillion, I realized I enjoyed it, but I had no idea what I had read. My memory was so bad, so I just read it again, and again, and again, and again. I forced my brain to find new connections and new neuron paths. I demanded of my brain that it work. At the same time, I fenced off about 1/8 of our backyard and dug a garden. I threw myself into gardening and woodworking. I gave away the heavy punching bag that I had used for workouts for years and converted my garage into a woodworking shop. I forced my hands to relearn how to work. Yet, with all the progress that I made, my balance problems continued to get worse and worse. However, the clusters broke their pattern and became fewer and farther between, until they mostly vanished. Activism and the birth of the bad Quaker. As my reading comprehension returned, I began looking for harder books to read. Around this time, I remembered owning Murray Rothbard's book, Conceived in Liberty, but I couldn't find it anywhere in my library. I must have lost it in one of our moves across country. Up until this time, I thought Murray Rothbard was some obscure historian. I did a search for Rothbard online and discovered the world of Austrian economics. I was taken back to a memory that had all but faded from my mind, namely the gold-based economy of the game I had been playing before good old Homer entered my life. I began reading as much of Rothbard's work as I could find, learning about Austrian economics and a more pure form of anarchism than I had ever encountered. Jeffrey Tucker was adding digital versions of Murray Rothbard's library onto the Mises Institute's website, and I was downloading them and absorbing them as quickly as I could. Floy Lilly was reading and recording Rothbard's major works, and I was downloading those and listening as I gardened or worked in my woodshop. I purchased as many books as I could afford from the Mises Institute and spent my evenings reading them over and over. When the weather was bad, I spent my time either using Photoshop to create libertarian-themed pictures, we didn't call them memes yet, for the website fark.com, or doing internet searches for more libertarian and anarchist writers. That's when I first encountered the works of Jim Davidson and L. Neil Smith, among others. Sometimes my daughter, Key, would stop by on her travels, and we would have long talks at our fire pit in the backyard. She helped me rediscover and refine my philosophy with challenging questions and helpful suggestions. She had fully embraced the philosophy of anarchism many years earlier, and talking things out with her helped me sort out discrepancies and contradictions in my own thoughts. During that time, I became a convinced friend, or Quaker as we were most often called. By 2008, I had long abandoned the cesspool of fark.com and had started spending more and more time on libertarian and gardening-focused forums, where I could express myself more freely. Sometime early in 2010, I was approached by some internet acquaintances on one of these forums, and the idea of my own website with exclusively my own content was suggested. I was told that they would fund the basic website for the first year, and in that time, we could see if it was a viable project or not. I agreed to the proposition. Later that year, we had a contest on one of those forums to determine the name for the new website. After a few weeks, the name Bad Quaker was the clear winner, so I did internet searches to determine if anyone else was using that name. At the time, I could find no one calling themselves Bad Quaker. I began refreshing myself on website construction and operation, and by the beginning of 2011, badquaker.com was secured, and I began site testing. On March 28, 2011, I published Waffle People, or Why Everything You Know About Anarchism May Be Wrong, the site's first public article. I published several more. Then on April 20th, 2011, Key and I published the first ever Bad Quaker podcast. The podcast became popular very quickly. However, there was one common complaint. The shows were too short. We tried to keep the shows under 30 minutes, but people wanted them to be at least an hour long. It took us a little while to adjust to recording that much, but eventually we began to relax and let things flow. Then, it became a challenge to keep them from becoming much longer. The Liberty Radio Network, LRN, picked up the show, and downloads and visits to the Bad Quaker site were skyrocketing. We started getting international traffic, and the emails began to come in faster than I could answer them. I began getting invitations to speak at events, and it appeared that people liked the show. I never understood the popularity, and I hated public speaking, but we continued. In September 2011, Cindy's mother suddenly took ill, so Cindy and I jumped into our motorhome and headed to Missouri. The Bad Quaker site took a back seat for 4 months, as we had to deal with my mother-in-law's illness. She passed away in January 2012, as we entered the year that we lost 5 close members of our family. It started with Cindy's mother, then Key's husband, followed a few weeks later by my nephew, then my Uncle Arnold, and in October of that year, my dad died. The year 2012 is somewhat fuzzy in my mind, but it finished on a positive note with the birth of our grandson, Miles. I can't remember when this happened, but at some point Michael W. Dean introduced himself to me and began incessantly nagging that I produce better-sounding audio recordings. The site was producing a steady cash flow by then, and we were developing a small war chest, so I thought that it would be a good thing to spend the money to make the show better. With advice from Michael, I dedicated a room of our house for the studio and bought microphones, stands, a mixing board, and a dedicated computer. When 2013 finally arrived, I thought things would get better, and in ways they did. At the end of 2012, Cindy had quit her job, we had sold our old motorhome, and upgraded to a nice new Class A coach. Then, we went on the road full-time. I had invitations to speak at events, paid invitations, and we had escaped Ohio just as the winter's first storm was invading from Canada. It chased us down into southern Kentucky before it caught us and forced us into a campground. Remember that time we outran that tornado? Cindy and I wintered in southern Alabama on the Emerald Coast, otherwise known as the Redneck Riviera. Late that winter, a strange event happened. We pulled into a campground near Foley, Alabama, and paid ahead for 2 weeks. It's a clean but simple campground with great access to Gulf Shores and all the sites, but it was a fraction of the cost of the campgrounds in Gulf Shores. Earlier that day, we had visited the Walmart and the Camping World stores in Robertsdale, and were fully stocked up and ready to kick back for 2 weeks and relax. We pulled into our spot and began our setup routine. I leveled the coach and slid out the room extensions, while Cindy started her routine of setting up everything inside the coach for an extended stay. I went outside to do all the hookups and get the satellite dish set up, so Cindy could watch her Food Network shows, when suddenly, for no reason that I know of, I had a very creepy feeling. I felt like something was seriously wrong, and I had a tremendous urge to run away. I stopped what I was doing and walked toward the motorhome door, only to be met by Cindy coming out to find me. "We have to leave right now," she stated flatly. I agreed and spun around to put away the things I had just pulled out of storage. While I did that, Cindy started breaking down the things she had set up on the inside. I quickly came into the coach and retracted the slide-outs, retracted the jacks, and fired up the engine. Right at that moment, my phone rang. Normally, I don't answer calls from numbers that aren't already in my contacts, but for some reason, I answered the call. It was a local campground that got my number from Camping World. They were offering us a week of free camping to try out their park. They were north of where we were, so I asked if we got there in the next hour, could we start the free week that day? They said that would be no problem. Prior to that moment, I had no idea what direction we should go. I just had this strong urge to leave. We left without even stopping at the office for a refund. I wouldn't have expected a refund anyway. Campgrounds usually don't work like that. We hit the road as fast as I could safely drive, and north we went. As we drove, I could see a giant black cloud descend behind us. At one point, 2 trash dumpsters rolled across the road right after we passed them. In my mirrors, I could see tree limbs flying and debris of all kinds whipping across the road behind us. The wind was buffeting us, but the big V10 engine in the coach was winding up and hauling us out of harm's way. But had we gone any direction other than north, the winds would have caught us. I have a possible solution for the strange feeling Cindy and I had simultaneously. There was likely a big drop in the barometric pressure, and Cindy had never experienced that feeling. I had been in the general vicinity of a tornado when I was a child, so maybe somewhere in my brain, some old memory was screaming at me. That leaves the phone call with the free camping in a safe direction as just a coincidence. Or maybe it wasn't a coincidence, and it all fits a pattern. Who knows? 2013, the year of coincidences and murder.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
With winter over, we hit the road north. I had several speaking engagements that would eventually lead us to the Porcupine Freedom Festival, PorcFest, in New Hampshire near the beginning of summer. It was a great trip, and we arrived at PorcFest a week early and stayed for an extra week when it was over. At that time, we only had T-Mobile for our phones and our internet hotspot, and that area of New Hampshire was a dead zone for T-Mobile at the time, meaning I was internet-free for 3 weeks. Also, I never watched television news. Because of these things, I had no idea that journalist Michael Hastings was murdered on the morning of June 18, 2013. Officially, he was speeding, crashed into a tree, and his car caught on fire. To believe that story, you have to ignore some facts. Michael Hastings was driving a 2013 Mercedes C250, top safety pick by the NHTSA and by the Insurance Institute. U.S. News ranked the 2013 C-Class as an 8.8 out of 10, one of its highest ratings for 2013. To believe the government story, we're asked to believe the following systemic failures: engine support crumple zone failure, engine hood crumple zone failure, airbag failure, fuel pump inertia switch failure, active lane keeping assist system failure, Distronic Plus pre-safe braking system failure. And all this happened simultaneously. Also, we would have to believe that somehow ramming a tree can launch a car hood across 2 lanes, onto a sidewalk, all with no impact dents from the tree. In addition to all of this, We would have to believe that a simple front-end collision of a 2013 Mercedes C250 could launch the engine and transmission over the tree that was impacted, and the powertrain could land over 130 feet down the street. Oh, and we would have to ignore the security film from the pizza restaurant that indicates the car exploded a split second before it hit the tree. If you read the autopsy report, you see the description of a man who absorbed a shockwave from an explosion somewhere near his right foot, not a man in a simple front-end collision in one of the safest cars built to that date. Also, I suppose I should mention the obligatory coincidences. For example, just a few hours earlier, he had asked a friend to swap cars with him because he thought this one was acting funny and was afraid someone had messed with it. Or how about the fact that he told several people that he was being watched and followed, and he needed to get off the radar for a while? I suppose we should also ignore the Fox News interview that morning, where former U.S. National Coordinator for Security, Infrastructure Protection, and Counterterrorism, Richard A. Clarke, said that what is known about the crash is consistent with a car cyber attack. He said, "There is reason to believe that intelligence agencies for major powers, including the United States, know how to remotely seize control of a car. So if there were a cyber attack on Hastings' car, and I'm not saying there was, I think whoever did it would probably get away with it." Wow, you think? I didn't hear about Hastings' murder until we left Pork Fest and traveled all the way to Turning Stone Campground in the middle of upstate New York. The news floored me. I wanted to know about this possible car hack, so that evening I contacted an old hacker friend from my CDC days. I asked him what hacker I could talk to that would know about car hacking. He said Barnaby Jack would be my man. I had heard of Barnaby Jack, but I didn't know him and was unsure how to contact him. My friend said he could connect us. He said that Jack was a super friendly guy, and he was sure Jack would speak to me. I told him I was on the road with bad phone reception and sketchy internet connection, so I would let him know when we arrived at home. We were on the road for a couple more weeks. Upon arriving home, I contacted my old hacker friend, and he said Barnaby Jack died just the day before, on July 25th. According to the coroner, Jack died of an overdose of heroin, cocaine, Benadryl, and Xanax. But then again, who does the coroner work for? A year earlier, McAfee, the computer security company, not the nutty millionaire, hired Barnaby Jack to research the possibility of car hacking. Jack and his team proved it could be done by inserting a CD into the car's stereo system. That would load the backdoor into the car's brain. Then, they could remove the CD and have access to the car's computer with a phone or laptop whenever they wanted to do so. They could take over the steering, the brakes, the seatbelt tensioner, override the onboard security systems, and accelerate the engine. In other words, they could very rapidly pull a driver back into his seat with the seatbelt tensioner, slide the driver's seat all the way back so he couldn't reach the vital controls, accelerate the engine, turn off the airbags, turn off the lane controls, turn off the self-braking features, and ram any object in front of the car. They could control his car like a toy by using a laptop from a helicopter or from another car. Of course, that doesn't explain how the powertrain of a Mercedes C-Class can leave the car in an upward direction with enough force to clear a tree directly in front of it and land over 130 feet away. By the way, gasoline doesn't explode like that. The best you can get from gasoline during a spill is a rapid burn, not an explosion. So many coincidences that coincidentally are connected. Wow, what a coincidence. Earlier that same year, I had been temporarily shadow banned on Fascistbook for posting pictures that were in direct contradiction to the constantly changing official story of the Boston Marathon bombings and the death of Tamerlan Tsarnaev. So, it was no surprise when Facebook began shadow banning me for every picture I posted about Michael Hastings. That's when I quit Facebook. Another coincidence was discovered the day we arrived back at our house in Ohio. Some point between the times that my youngest daughter, Hannah, had visited the house just before Pork Fest and the day we arrived back home, someone had kicked in my back garage door and forcibly entered my house. Signs indicated the house had been searched. Doors normally closed were open, and some items had been moved. However, tens of thousands of dollars worth of tools and jewelry were not taken, and none of our guns nor electronics were missing. As a matter of fact, nothing was taken. Who risked that kind of an entry just to look around? It was the end of July, so Cindy and I decided to hang around at home until Thanksgiving, then hit the road full-time again. I saw my doctor in November to get my prescription updated. At the time, I took a medication for Parkinson-like symptoms caused by my multiple concussions, specifically shaking and muscle control issues. The doctor listened to my heart and my chest and pushed and poked around on me like he always does. Everything seemed normal. No unusual weight gains and no indication of what was about to happen. Once Thanksgiving was over, we slid back on the road, headed south. Around this time, I was asked if I knew anything about TWA Flight 800, and as a matter of fact, I know quite a lot about that notorious flight. I had former co-workers who were part of the NTSB crew that reassembled the crash plane for inspection. I had actually held in my hand the exact same fuel sensor wire that was blamed for the explosion. So, I was asked to be a guest on a radio show that was transmitted on the airwaves across the country, and the topic was going to be TWA Flight 800. I would be the aircraft expert. I told them I would be delighted, and we made the arrangements for me to do a live show from the campground, where Cindy and I planned to be camping on that day. In the meantime, I began doing Google searches in preparation for the radio show. This way, I would have the correct dates and other detailed information on Flight 800. When we arrived at the campground, I was feeling great. I loved being on the road, and the campground was beside a shimmering lake with ducks and fish. It was wonderful. I did the radio show, and it went very well. But by the next day, I was starting to feel bad. I was feeling bloated and very tired. Within a few days, I started to feel chest congestion and run down like I was catching something. I thought maybe I had pneumonia. We hit the road again, headed south to Mobile Bay during winter. The drive south was difficult. I still wasn't breathing very well, and my feet were swollen and hurting. When we arrived at the campground, I had a very hard time setting up the motorhome, the sewer, water, electric connections, and the satellite dish. I had to stop halfway through and take a break. I was exhausted and out of breath. I continued to struggle with my breathing for the month of January 2014, but the whole time, I thought it was chest congestion in my lungs. I had tried a variety of over-the-counter mucus and flu medicines, but nothing helped. Cindy had asked me about going to the doctor several times, but I was convinced it was just a chest cold or something. On the morning of Friday, January 31st, Cindy wanted biscuits and gravy for breakfast. For her to use the oven, I needed to get in the floor and reach into the back of it to light the pilot light. Once on the floor reaching under the oven, I couldn't breathe and almost passed out. Eventually, I caught my breath. Cindy insisted we go to an urgent care clinic immediately. We looked up the closest one and headed there in the car. As soon as we walked up to the reception window, the lady attending the window knew she was looking at an emergency case. She got me seated and called the head nurse. The head nurse looked at me briefly and said I had to go to the emergency room at the hospital right then. The other nurse had already called the ambulance, and it was on the way. The ambulance took me to a hospital in Mobile that specializes in cardiac emergencies. As it turned out, I was minutes or perhaps hours away from congestive heart failure. The tissue in my torso, between the organs, was swollen and was crushing my heart, while not allowing my diaphragm to actuate my lungs. The oxygen level in my blood was dangerously low, and I was about to die. Even with the professional care I was receiving, at that point, they didn't know if I would make it through the weekend. Through and four, they dumped a powerful diuretic into my bloodstream, and I started urinating more than I would have thought possible. From that Friday morning until the following Sunday evening, they measured my urine output and my weight. I lost 35 pounds and expelled almost 4.5 gallons of urine. Starting Monday morning and continuing most of the day, they ran tests on my heart, lungs, and arteries. Fortunately, my heart was not damaged. I was released from the hospital on Tuesday, with an appointment to see a cardiologist in a few weeks. The hospital also arranged for a nurse to come to our camp and check on me each week. By that Wednesday, I was going for walks around the campground at a fast pace without the slightest problem. It was like I was never sick. I've been seen by 4 cardiologists and tested over and over. They all agree there is nothing wrong with my heart, but none of them can give me a reason why I would suddenly retain 4.5 gallons of fluid in the course of 6 weeks. The most obvious answer is often the correct answer. In this case, the most obvious answer to the question of why I suddenly retained 4.5 gallons of fluid is that I'm old, out of shape, and some part of my brain mishandled a signal which told my body to retain water. That's very likely what happened. However, there are other possibilities that are more sinister. Whatever happened, it's almost positively a coincidence that my health issues happened when they did, and they probably have nothing to do with my research on Michael Hastings, Barnaby Jack, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, and TWA Flight 800. Almost positively. Almost. While still in the hospital in Mobile, Alabama, I spoke with Michael W. Dean about the possibility of my health problems being related to my research the previous year. He responded that if 2 or 3 other activists had similar heart or breathing issues at or near the same time, it could be worth considering that the government was targeting our little group. That made some sense to me. Except, as it turned out, what actually happened was that I had heart-related issues, along with the incredibly healthy Bill Buppert of ZeroGov, Ron Holland of the Daily Bell, and simultaneously the death of Tim Wilson, author of Happy New Year, Ted, a blistering condemnation of the handling of the investigation of serial murderer Ted Bundy by the government. All 4 of us, all moderately influential libertarians, had heart-related issues, all within weeks. To top it all off, Tim, Ron, and I were all within an hour driving time from each other at the onset of our problems. Actually, Tim was traveling from Michigan to Birmingham, Alabama, and would have passed right by our camp about the day I started having breathing problems. Again, what a coincidence. To be fair, I've talked to Ron and Bill, and neither expressed belief in the idea that our illnesses were related. I couldn't ask Tim, he's dead. However, just a few months later, in remote Wyoming, Michael W. Dean suddenly developed breathing problems that almost caused his death. That's probably not related either. The Bad Quaker podcast nears retirement. As I stated earlier, I began the Bad Quaker site because no one I could find was expressing the concepts that I was expounding upon in the fields of libertarian and anarchist thought. I was growing weary of spending hours writing articles for other people's websites, and then being at their mercy as to if my article would be published or forbidden. Also, since most of the sites where I had regular readers were not actually dedicated libertarian nor anarchist websites, anything published would always receive harsh criticism by a small fanatical and outspoken pro-state faction. Or, even more frustrating, the education level of many of the readers was so poor in the fields of economics and politics that I would either have to dumb down my message or I could expect to spend countless hours explaining the basic concepts of freedom and the market after each article was published. At the Bad Quaker site, on the other hand, I could say anything I wanted. Plus, I had the added advantage that my audience enjoyed a far higher degree of understanding in the fields of freedom, the market, and politics than I had faced at survival, gun, and gardening sites. That said, by January 2014, my health was in serious question, and I just couldn't spend 4 to 6 hours preparing for a podcast, an hour sitting perfectly still so I would be at optimum distance from my microphone, and another 2 hours of editing and posting. Since we were in the motorhome together all the time, Cindy could see what I was going through and was pushing me hard to stop recording. After my hospitalization at the end of January, I took a few weeks off and rested. The rest of 2014 was focused more on events and meetings and less on podcasts. I was making more and more radio appearances, and by the end of the year, I was a regular on the nationally syndicated radio talk show, Freedom Fiends. At that time, they were on about 25 radio stations. Before I left the show, in 2015, we were broadcasted on 38 radio stations from coast to coast. Cindy and I put a lot of miles on our new motorhome, traveling through 25 states in 24 months. We made a giant circle from Ohio to Alabama, then going up the East Coast across New England, and then west of Missouri, where we spent the summer of 2014, then down to the Louisiana coast. That summer in Missouri was when I decided I needed to do more than make sound recordings. A supporter in Missouri had arranged for us to stay free for some weeks in a campground owned by a biker gentleman who was well connected with the militia movement. While in that campground, we had a number of visitors who came by to sit and talk to me about their operations and their plans for the future. When we left that campground, we moved from farm to farm as other militia activists hosted us. They had large barns and shop buildings with concrete slabs to park our coach and water and electric hookups. We dined on grass-fed cattle, free-range pork, free-range chicken, fresh out-of-season deer, and frog legs, all courtesy of our hosts. The summer of 2014 was the year of the Ferguson unrest, And the militias, bikers, and shopkeepers I spoke with were almost convinced the entire Ferguson incident was about to be used by government agents as an excuse to bring troops into Missouri, similar to what happened at Watertown, Massachusetts the year before. Except they believed it would eventually pour out into the countryside, and door-to-door searches would result in an attempt to disarm the Missouri militia. They expected some false flag event to happen in Ferguson, where a biker or militiaman would be accused of killing someone, and that would be the excuse to bring the troops out of Ferguson and start rounding up militia members. The above statement may sound a bit outlandish, unless you were there hearing their evidence. For a quick glance at one of their main points of suspicion, have a look at Fort Leonard Wood in Google Earth. It's a bit hard to find, but in 2014, there was a newly built facility there that strongly resembled a concentration camp. Many of the bikers and militia members had either worked there as contractors building it or knew someone who had worked on it. The workers were told it was a FEMA camp for people fleeing natural disasters, but that doesn't explain why you would surround it in tall, multiple layers of fences, topped with concertina wire and machine gun towers. If you want to know how to make a right-wing militia paranoid, that's how you do it. Having frank discussions with some very tough dudes about what they would do if the government came out of Ferguson and into their countryside fit perfectly with the book idea I had been working on that summer. I was able to record some of our discussions, but mostly I made notes by hand. We talked about ways to stop an MRAP armored vehicle, how to cause distractions and divide your opponent's forces, and how to disable communication systems. In return, I educated them on Bitcoin and blockchain technology and how to access the dark net. It was in Missouri that I learned about a vigilante group from the 1800s called the Balknabers. I actually stood on the hills they took their name from, and the bikers and militia guys and I talked around the campfire about their exploits. Many of them were descendants of the Balknabers. We also talked about how those hills worked to the advantage of not only the Balknabers, but the James Gang, the Younger Gang, and the Dalton Gang. Nowadays, such geographic advantages vanish with modern satellite imagery and helicopters with night vision and thermal imaging. But all of this discussion was fueling my need to put it all together in a book. So I did. We ended our visit to Branson, Missouri, where we suffered, hands down, the hottest 3 weeks we ever spent camping. But it was free, so we stayed. While we were in Branson, the campground mentioned earlier, owned by the biker gentleman who hosted us for some weeks, was raided by the feds, and the whole campground was confiscated, along with adjoining acreage. Few outside of Missouri will ever know how close to war the revenuers and the militia were that summer. The so-called Liberty Movement. There is a relatively large group of people worldwide that self-identify as the Liberty Movement. They are quite diverse in their philosophy, their goals, their strategies, their lifestyles, their talents, their wealth and social status, their levels of education, their understanding of how the world works, and their levels of self-discipline. They are also diverse in their levels of honesty and gullibility. That last line is glaringly obvious if you spend very much time around them, while using an honest approach to judge their behavior. The vast majority of people that I have encountered calling themselves the Liberty Movement are good people with the best of intentions. However, they allow a very small, dishonest element made up of failed Republican politicians, thinly veiled National Socialists, outright thieves, con men, bullies, and even some violent sexual predators to remain among their rank, along with at least one murderer, and perhaps more. As is usually the case, the scum tend to rise to the top, and they have done so in the Liberty Movement. These scum seem to have all the classic tendencies of sociopaths, and therefore often surround themselves with devoted followers who view them as heroes. The good people within the movement seem so desperate for members that they, on a whole, refuse to keep their ranks clean of these parasites, which of course makes their whole movement look bad. It also divides them into squabbling cliques that blindly and fiercely defend their hero against anyone from within the movement or without that points out the deeds of these sociopathic scum. I must tread carefully here, as I don't want to sound bitter or angry, because I am neither. I tried very hard to help the good people of the Liberty Movement, but they are determined to protect and maintain the parasites that feed upon it. So, for this reason, in 2017, I had to separate myself from the Liberty Movement, as I couldn't maintain a clean conscience while associating with people who embrace such vile creatures. There are proven cases and even court documents showing that prominent and respected libertarian leaders, famous politicians, public speakers, and internet personalities have been guilty of rape, violence, theft, extortion, threats, election fraud, bribery, and lies. Money scams have been uncovered that generated millions of dollars, in several cases draining good people of their life savings, and yet the perpetrators remain in good favor among the liberty movement. Instances of alt-right bigotry, hate speeches quoting Adolf Hitler, and respected libertarians having co-membership in racist hate groups have all been uncovered. Yet the liberty movement still embraces these vile people and continues to financially support them and pay them to give speeches at their events. Freedom cannot be achieved by embracing or even tolerating such people. In early 2019, a young activist was organizing a Liberty/Anarchy event to coincide with a much larger Liberty/Anarchy event that was operated by a known con man in the same Mexican city. Gunmen arrived at the young activist's home and shot him dead, while seriously injuring 2 other activists. The known con man immediately jumped in front of the media and declared the shooting to be a drug cartel-related event, even though everyone close to the situation knew drug cartels had nothing to do with the killing. Still, prominent leaders, or celebritarians, as they are known within the movement, attended the con man's event in the shadow of the murder. Apparently, so long as the speaking fee is high enough, the celebritarians will step over the bloodstains to get their honorarium checks. I'm not saying this con man had anything to do with the murder, he likely didn't. But he was quick to take advantage of the free publicity by standing in the blood of the dead, while the pain was still fresh in the hearts of the remaining family. Sometime later, he retracted his statements, as if that mattered. In addition to the herds of con artists feeding on the gullible in the liberty movement, there's a glaring lack of judgment among liberty-oriented internet websites, who feverishly link to other sites, no matter how poorly researched, poorly written, or poorly edited its articles are, so long as the website is slightly liberty-sounding. In doing so, it takes away any legitimacy the message of liberty may have had at the original website. The typical criticism of police in the U.S. today revolves around the argument of the bad apple. When an incidence of police brutality or corruption is revealed, the police supporters claim that the one cop is just a bad apple and the rest should not be judged based on him. However, that indicates they don't understand the principle that one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. This saying is very old and is true based on placing apples in a barrel for long-term storage. If you allow just one infected apple in the barrel, it will in time infect every apple. The same is true with police. They protect their fellow police, and in doing so, they are all infected by his misdeeds. Libertarians are very good at explaining the bad apple principle when it applies to police. However, due to the rampant hypocrisy within the liberty movement, they fail to apply the principle to themselves. It seems they have no problem shining the light of truth on the blemishes of others, while failing to look in the mirror to check their own infected faces. T. Lawrence, in the classic movie Lawrence of Arabia, said, "Sharif Ali, so long as the Arabs fight tribe against tribe, so long will they be a little people, a silly people, greedy, barbarous, and cruel, as you are." I have said the same about the liberty movement. However, the infighting is a symptom of the bigger problem of allowing and protecting the bad apples. Until the liberty movement cleans its own house, it has no rightful place in criticizing anyone else, and it most certainly has no ability to lead a movement toward freedom. Therefore, they remain a little people, a silly people, greedy, barbarous, and cruel. But they do so without me. I will not be a part to their foolishness. Research and an evolving philosophy. My good friend Bill Buppert has had a tremendous influence on my way of thinking. He and I have had endless hours of discussions around campfires on the phone and seated in my motorhome. He has inspired me to rethink my position on some key aspects of my philosophy. My interactions with Bill, along with my experiences traveling in Missouri, gave me the material to write my first book. Previously, I held the position set down in Franz Oppenheimer's 1914 classic work, The State, Its History and Development Viewed Sociologically, that humans would eventually stop feeling the need for the state, and with modern inventions and modern views, the state would simply be discarded at some time in the future. I still agree with much of Oppenheimer's conclusions regarding history, economics, politics, and the state, but I have grown to what I believe is a deeper understanding of the nature of the state than Oppenheimer had in 1914. I believe the state has become its own entity, its own unique parasitical being. And I believe the state has, for most of its history, adapted to new thinking and to new technology. It's slow to adapt, but eventually it adapts to and adopts new technologies and uses them to consolidate even more power for itself, at the cost of the freedom of humanity. I believe there are people who enjoy tremendous fortunes and incredible power beyond the imagination of the vast majority of humanity due to the existence of the state. And separate from those wealthy and powerful people, the state facilitates violent people of low intelligence who are allowed by their position in the state to express their violent tendencies and are even rewarded for their grotesque behavior. I believe this parasitical being, the state, has a symbiotic relationship with the wealthy and the power elite and their subservient violent enforcers. In a very real sense, together, they make up the body of this being, much the same as bees make up the body of a hive. I believe the state, using the fanatical tendencies of its enforcers and the greed of the elite, will do anything to stay in power, while feeding off of the labor of the bulk of humanity. Just from what we witnessed in the 20th century, the state, through its loyal servants, is willing to slaughter any amount of humans to maintain power, including slaughtering its own servants. This part is no theory, it's a well-documented fact. Considering these facts, I can no longer believe the state will simply become an abandoned, outdated good old boys club. Nor will it be like MySpace with millions of accounts but almost no actual users. The state will grow to the point that machines replace physical labor, and the state will no longer need the bulk of humanity. If we allow that day to arrive, we have waited too long and humanity will be exterminated, including the enforcers and perhaps even the elite. Don't confuse that last statement as being anti-technology or that we can battle the state by fighting the modernization of industry. The machines are not our enemy, in the same way as the gun in the hand of a mugger is not the problem. The mugger is the problem, not his tool. The same is true with the state. The tools of the state are not our enemy, but the people, the power elite, their stooges, and enforcers are the enemies of humanity and freedom. Humanity's only logical choice is to clandestinely plan and execute the death of the state. The entire hive must be exterminated from the top to the bottom. As this extermination progresses, many will abandon the hive and should be spared, but those who remain defending the hive must die with the hive, or they will simply bring it back at the first opportunity. We cannot work from within the state to obtain some promise of freedom, because the moment you use the state for your ends, you are the state. You become a part of the hive, and as such, you are the enemy of humanity. The crossroad. If you've come to the same conclusion about the state as I and some others have, and you wonder how such a process as killing the hive can begin, you can start with my book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, Field Manual Number 1, a 3-part solution to the state. There is an oft-cited quote that states, "For evil men to accomplish their purpose, it is only necessary that good men do nothing." This quote is usually wrongly credited to one of several thinkers and statesmen, extending from the 1700s to John F. Kennedy in the 1960s. However, the actual source of this exact quote is from Christian ministers of the early 1900s, pushing for the prohibition of alcohol. These are not the words of some wise thinker. They are the words of bumper sticker philosophers, attempting to bend the minds of the simple and the weak. Good men never do nothing. Evil men are winning because good men work and sacrifice for the wrong cause. Evil men depend on good men making stupid choices. There has been no single monster of history, nor any evil government in history, that didn't depend on good men facilitating or supporting that evil through misguided loyalty and by making stupid choices. Finding those misguided fools and bringing them to the light is a daunting task. But it is a task that some of us are driven towards. If you choose this path, the way of the abolitionist, you choose the path your forefathers lacked the courage to walk. But survival of our species demands courage. If you choose this path, you choose war. And if you fight a war, you can choose to be wise or you can lose. Wisdom is knowing when and how to fight, and when and how to avoid a fight. And winning this war depends on wisdom, not might, and certainly not numbers. If you accept this challenge, I wish you well. But if this challenge is not a thing you can face, don't apologize. Good men and women have faced this question and have chosen a safe, comfortable life. I don't understand such people, but God has not granted me the authority to judge them. On the other hand, if you seek freedom and can settle for nothing less, don't assume you only have the choices of fight or acceptance of slavery. There is a third road available to take, the way of Vonu. Vonu is a sea turtle that freely swims the oceans of the world, invulnerable to coercion. A person who seeks the Vonu life is one that seeks to make themselves invulnerable to coercion, and there are many ways to achieve this. My good friend, Shane Radliff, has done much to restore and republish the life works of a man known as Ryo, who championed the concept of Vonu. If the Vonu life suits you better than slavery or war, I would urge you to seek the works of Ryo and Shane. Conclusion. What you have just read is known in storytelling as a basic tragedy story. I once thought my story would be classified as a quest, but that wasn't to be. I lived a life overflowing with love, adventure, challenges, mistakes, foolishness, pain, redemption, and joy. But in the end, my quest to kill the state was never a realistic goal for me. I lived a life without regret, but ultimately without the success I wanted. I leave behind a living, breathing state for another generation to suffer and hopefully kill. If I have made any progress towards my goal of killing the state, it will only be realized by the hands of others. My only hope is that I have influenced someone to keep this fight going until we win and mankind is once again free. Appendix. How could it be done? In discussing the murder of Michael Hastings, I gave a basic overview of what likely happened to his car, which ended in his death. However, I didn't explain any of the other numerous cases where a government agent could or has murdered people. I thought I should touch on a few here. Let's start with the topic of suicide. First, let me point out that when a member of a family commits suicide, generally the last thing the family wants to do is drag the deceased through the mud and analyze every aspect of their life to make sure it was suicide. After all, their loved one is dead. Digging through their life and death for months or years won't make them less dead. It only stretches out the grieving process for those left alive. Because of this, most of the time the family just wants the case closed so they can move on with their lives. Also, if the government did murder their loved one and staged it as a suicide, the family likely doesn't want to risk another death in the family for uncovering the murder. It's exactly why police often can't find a witness to testify to a gang killing that happened within the clear view of neighbors. The witnesses don't want to anger other gang members. That said, the government of the United States of America has been shown to be guilty in its own courts of law of murdering people and then staging it as suicide. Many other cases are clearly murder, but the law now protects the U.S. government from prosecution if it can be shown the act was intentional on the part of a governmental agency and not an accident. One example of many is the case of Frank Olson, who in 1953 was murdered by being thrown out of a 10-story window. Police investigated, and the coroner ruled it a suicide, of course. After documents were uncovered in 1975, stating Olson had been the victim of a CIA drugging, his son began an investigation that eventually resulted in the body being exhumed and a private forensic team doing an autopsy. They found Olson had been bashed in the head prior to being tossed out of the window. Bashing someone in the head and throwing them out the window is usually not what comes to mind when we think of the way the CIA kills people. We imagine they are more elegant in their approach, more like James Bond or some other Hollywood hero spy. But, in fact, a bash to the head and a toss out a window is literally straight out of the CIA's assassination manual, written coincidentally in 1953. Sometimes a 10th floor window is not readily available and some other method must be employed. For example, consider the case of journalist Gary Webb. After exposing the CIA as a major player in the distribution of illicit drugs, Webb's reputation and career were systematically destroyed by both the U.S. government and the government puppets in the mainstream media. Then, as a final warning to other journalists, Webb was executed by 2 gunshots to the head. The coroner ruled it suicide, of course. I've known some pretty tough dudes, but I've never known anyone tough enough to shoot themselves in the head and live to do it again. That's hardcore. Consider the following suicides in regards to Frank Olson mentioned above. Lawrence Duggan, December 20th, 1948, plunged from a 16th floor window, ruled as suicide. James Forrestal, May 22nd, 1949, plunged from a 16th floor window, ruled as suicide. James Spire Cronthal, March 31st or April 1st, 1953, death by unknown substance, ruled as suicide. John C. Montgomery, January 24th, 1953, death by strangulation, ruled as suicide. Each suicide listed had documented CIA involvement. Look them up if you don't believe me. There are many other suicides that could be listed here, but for those who understand the nature of governments, it would be redundant to list page after page of cases where government agents murdered someone and then staged it to look like suicide. However, for those who refuse to believe the obvious, that people with power will kill to maintain power, no amount of reason or logic, and no list of proven cases will shake their love and faith in their God, the state. In the case of Tamerlan Tsarnaev, the level of hate that was focused on him by the media gave a free pass to the police to murder him in a vicious and public way. He may or may not have been the Boston bomber, but even if he was, the government has still refused to address what the witnesses of his death and even film records have shown, namely that he was alive and surrounded by police. He was made to strip naked because the cops were terrified he had a bomb strapped to his body. Then he was placed on the ground and handcuffed, naked. Then he was put inside a police car, all on film. Then sometime later, he was taken out of the police car, beaten and shot, then run over and almost cut in half. And we are to believe his brother did it. It's important to realize that you don't have to be famous to be murdered by a government agent. Eric Garner wasn't famous. He was just a guy in the wrong place at the wrong time who angered the wrong government-paid murderer. The same with Kelly Thomas. Once the pigs began to swarm on him, they couldn't stop themselves. It was more desirable to beat him to death, rather than process him into the system and hold him in jail overnight. Consider the personality type of a guy who would be a professional killer for a government or for some other body of criminals. The ability to murder is not the kind of thing a person turns on and off. It's very different from killing under battle or wartime circumstances. However, I would argue that morally they are no different. But the mindset that is required to murder is very different from the mindset required to fight under military circumstances. A person who is accustomed to murder is a person who has adapted their mind to do the worst thing a human can do to another human, short of torture. But then again, it's no surprise that the CIA is accused of managing some of the worst torture camps in recent history. Keep in mind, once the government has created a murderer, that option will always be available to that government agent in whatever situation he finds himself. Then, if you consider that this government murderer may have a new toy to play with, say a microwave gun that can shoot through buildings and cause heart failure, you can bet he'll be looking for an excuse to use it. If the existence of a microwave gun is a new concept to you, then you should read Bioeffects of Selected Non-Lethal Weapons, Addendum to the Non-Lethal Technologies Worldwide Study, NGSC 1147-101-98, authored by the Department of the Army, 1998. As you do so, remember that document is over 20 years old. What was your phone like 20 years ago? Also, read between the lines to see what these weapons can be used for when non-lethal is not the desired effect. Notice that with this technology, a person can be made to hear voices in their head. There's nothing nefarious about that, right? Consider the case of filmmaker David Crowley, his wife, and their child, who were murdered just before Christmas 2014. They were found dead in their home, and the police quickly ruled it a murder/suicide, with David Crowley being the culprit. There was a very good documentary on their deaths by a filmmaker named Eric Nelson, who almost stumbled upon the truth, then missed it altogether. David Crowley had produced an anti-government movie trailer and had just confirmed funding to make his movie into a full-length feature film. He was well on the way to doing just that. His movie could have possibly shifted a major portion of the American right away from the radical patriotism that they had adopted since September 11th, 2001, and back to the anti-government stance they had in 1993 after the siege of Waco. Elements in the government couldn't allow that to happen. As revealed in Nelson's documentary, in the final months of the Crowley family's lives, a strange thing was happening to them. Starting with the wife and then the child, they began hearing voices that they thought were some kind of spirit guide. Eventually, David Crowley began hearing these voices. Then, we are told David went crazy and murdered his family and himself. And maybe he did, or maybe he didn't. So, my question would be, if there were an agent assigned to watch the Crowley family, and that agent had a microwave gun at his disposal, which could throw voices into a person's head, why wouldn't he use the microwave gun to cause the Crowley family, and David specifically, to act in a way that would discredit them? And if it worked good enough to make the father kill his wife and child, then himself, wouldn't that be a desirable outcome for that government agent? Let's take this thought experiment a step farther. Once it was well documented in diaries and private journals and noted by friends and family that the Crowley family had isolated themselves and were essentially having mental breakdowns simultaneously. By the way, what are the odds of that? Then would it be easier to 1. Continue the process of driving them insane with voices in their heads, hoping they would discredit themselves, or 2. Would it be easier to just go in one day, kill them, and stage it as a murder-suicide? By doing so, the agent could walk away from the Crowley family and go home to spend Christmas with his, rather than waste more time on David Crowley, a proven subversive and enemy of the state. Think about it. Why would the agent just sit there, waiting for David to do something stupid? Why not just kill them and go home for the holidays? If he's already a government-paid killer, why not use that option and make life easier on himself? Oftentimes, the easiest solution to a mystery is the correct solution. So, which is easier to believe? That a man who deeply loved his family would simultaneously, at the same time as his wife, go insane and start hearing voices, which ended in him murdering his family and himself, or that a government agent wanted to get home for the holidays and just took care of them? Consider the aforementioned TWA Flight 800. Which is easier to believe? Could it be that an extremely low-voltage instrument wire, designed to be inside of an airplane fuel tank, which had never before nor since caused a spark that started a fire in a fuel tank, resulted in a massive explosion? Or is it easier to believe that 2 surface-to-air missiles were, either intentionally or unintentionally, fired, causing the explosion? Keep in mind that literally hundreds of eyewitnesses saw rockets travel up from the ocean and cause the explosion. Should we believe the thing that is almost impossible, or the hundreds of eyewitnesses? Which is easier to believe? That one of the safest automobiles ever produced to date had massive, multiple, simultaneous safety system failures that allowed a journalist, who happened to be investigating FBI, CIA, and Army misbehavior, to suddenly burn to death? Or that a government agent murdered a man perceived to be an active enemy of the state? If the argument on any of these cases is simply, oh, they wouldn't do that, then you should read about the Tuskegee experiments, where healthy black men, along with black men who had syphilis, were experimented on for over 40 years by U.S. government doctors collaborating with Tuskegee University. Even when a proven cure was known and available, the government doctors didn't tell the men they had or were given syphilis, and the government doctors refused to cure them. The lack of knowledge of their illness allowed those men to spread syphilis to their community and to their loved ones. This is what we know government agents did, so don't tell me you know what a government agent won't do. Of suicide and afterlife. Hamlet Act 1 Scene 2. Oh, that this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon gainst self-slaughter. Oh God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem, to me, all the uses of this world. Hamlet expressed his disdain for his own life, and for all of the world, because he was facing an unwinnable and maddening situation. His father had been murdered by his uncle, who had then married Hamlet's mother, thereby taking the crown of Hamlet's father. But Hamlet's only evidence of this crime was a ghostly apparition, which may or may not actually be Hamlet's dead father. Hamlet was burdened with the pain of his father's death, along with the knowledge that his mother was now sleeping with his uncle, who may be the killer of Hamlet's father. And to top it off, he sees this ghost each night, calling for Hamlet to avenge his father so that the patriarch could be released from the flames of purgatory. Hamlet would have killed himself had he not believed that God had condemned self-slaughter or suicide. I would like to state here, categorically, and in as clear terms as I am capable, that if a coroner or a police agency, on any level, ever attribute my death as a suicide, you should assume I have been murdered, no matter the circumstances. During the incredible levels of pain that I suffered from 2003 into 2005, I endured and didn't commit suicide. This was before we had any idea why I was in pain, with no available way to escape the intense, nightly cluster headaches. There was no hope that it would ever end, but I continued on anyway. I rarely speak of the future in absolute terms, but I can assure you I will not die by my own hand. Some future action on my part may lead to my death, but it won't be me firing the shot. I didn't take the easy escape in 2003, and I won't in the future. Unlike Hamlet, it wasn't fear of purgatory or even fear of hell that drove me to endure, as I don't believe in neither hell nor purgatory. That statement may shock some readers. However, I say that my disbelief is based on the gaping lack of evidence of either. Biblically, the strongest evidence that Jesus believed in or taught about a torturous afterlife is found in the Gospel of Luke, in the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. The problem I have with it is that in all likelihood, the Gospel of Luke was written between 50 and 80 years after the death of Jesus, and was almost certainly not written by Luke, the companion of Paul, nor anyone who personally knew or even heard Jesus speak. I believe the author or authors intentionally associated the name of Luke with that book, so that people would believe it to have Pauline authority. And deception is no way to convince me of authorship, nor would the actual word of God need deception as a selling point. Therefore, I reject the book of Luke as scripture. Also, the origin of the rich man and Lazarus parable predates Jesus by perhaps 1,000 years, and is based on an ancient Egyptian story about Osiris, god of the underworld. In other words, the best evidence is that Jesus never spoke the rich man parable, and the Gospel of Luke was not an eyewitness account of Jesus, but was written after a major split in Christianity, as were all other references to a burning hell in the New Testament. Such beliefs in hell are founded in Mediterranean paganism, not Judaism nor Christianity. Going in a separate direction from theology, I believe my life is my property, and as such I may rightfully do with it as I please. I assert this not only on my own behalf, but I defend the right of everyone based on this principle. If I don't rightfully own my own life, then how can I argue the right to own anything? After all, I was born with only the one possession, myself. That alone is the best evidence of any right to own anything. That being the case, I have no right to prevent someone taking their own life if they so choose, and no one has the right to prevent me from taking my own life if I so choose. The key here is that I choose not to surrender to the temptation of an easy escape from life based on far more complex issues than hell or my right of property. For example, suicide leaves behind all your friends and family to suffer a loss that you have willfully placed upon them out of your own selfishness and weakness. Frankly, I wouldn't commit suicide for that reason alone, but there are far more reasons. For another way to look at suicide, let's consider the case of Kurt Cobain. For the sake of argument, let's assume he actually killed himself, but let's place ourselves in the position of investigating his death to assure it wasn't murder staged to look like suicide. That said, we approach the death scene and find the body clearly shot in the head by a shotgun at close range. The shotgun is present beside the body. Next to the body is his open wallet with cash inside, along with several expensive items in the room. It was clearly not a robbery. We then pollute the investigation by our foreknowledge that Cobain was a drug addict who sang about loneliness, isolation, kidnapping, rape, and death. Guess what? He probably killed himself. The problem here is that our foreknowledge of Cobain would prevent us from further investigation. For example, the key to any possible murder investigation is an attempt to find a motive. Who would profit from his death? As it turns out, Cobain's wife would profit in the tens of millions of dollars if he died before they could be divorced. Next, you would ask, who had the means to do such a thing? Also, as it turned out, the lover of his wife was at Cobain's house, perhaps even on the day of his death. Now, you can top this all off with the fact that it was that very woman who purchased the shotgun, not Cobain himself. With this knowledge, a proper murder investigation could come to a completely different result than what a couple poorly trained cops assumed when they found Cobain, rather than having them stumbling around, destroying potential evidence like they in fact did. I'm not making any accusations about the death of Kurt Cobain, but if someone wanted him dead, then staging it like a suicide would be a great way to keep the police from doing a proper investigation. The same would be so for anyone who wanted to murder anyone else. If the victim has talked about suicide and has a demeanor and persona that hint towards suicide, they become an easy target. Therefore, I make it abundantly clear that if someone ever wanted me dead bad enough to actually kill me, no one will believe it to be suicide, no matter how well it's staged. One other reason I would never commit suicide can be seen in the way I play any game. Let's say I'm playing a long, boring board game like Monopoly. In this game, it's not hard to tell who will win by about halfway through the game. So, let's say it's clear I'm losing. Even so, I want to play to the very end, until my last property is lost and my last dollar taken. That's how I play Monopoly, all the way to the end. Another glimpse into my nature can be seen in some video games where the conclusion can be seen well in advance, and yet I push it right to the end. An example of this is an old game that I used to enjoy years ago called Abrams Battle Tank. It was an old DOS-based game that I could often win, but when it was clear that I was going to lose, I would just do a full frontal attack against the hardest target I could find. I would either shift the balance and begin to win, or I would get my tank blown up. This takes me back to the theological side of the argument. If it's true that God has fixed his canon against self-slaughter and hell is the punishment, then how does the modern Christian explain the death of Samson? Where did he get his amazing strength, if not from God? And if his amazing power was from God, did God not know he was about to use it to kill himself? Doesn't that make God an accessory to Samson's suicide? Of course, God knew what Samson was about to do, and of course God assisted him. What about Jesus? Didn't Jesus essentially commit suicide by cop by whipping the money changers and knocking over their tables? Everything he had taught, and every action he took up to that time, could be overlooked by the Sanhedrin, until he turned violent against their banking/exchange monopoly. Remember, Jesus very likely committed this act early in the day, was arrested that night, and executed the next morning. In a manner of speaking, Jesus knew when and where he would be killed. If you know you're about to be killed, but you know your death serves a higher cause, and you willfully walk right into it, isn't that suicide? Isn't that exactly what Jesus did? A general theory of freedom, tyranny, and sin. Disclaimer: because of the nature of the topic, allow me to be perfectly blunt, so there are no misunderstandings to clear up later. I am not writing nor rewriting scripture. I am not establishing an edict. Though I refer to the Christian Bible and both Jewish and Christian beliefs, this is not about any particular faith. An open-minded atheist should be able to see my point as easy as a theist. Finally, if your own personal faith is so dogmatic that you can't consider any variation from it, please read no further. Introduction. To understand any given discussion, it's necessary to understand the terminology being used. In this situation, I have chosen 4 words that can be and are understood in very different ways by different people. Therefore, it will be helpful if the reader is clear as to my intended meanings of freedom, tyranny, sin, and God. Freedom. A condition free from control, interference, obligation, restriction, intimidation, or aggression. The power or right of acting, thinking, and speaking according to one's own choice, so long as aggression is not used to accomplish your goals. Tyranny. A condition where an individual or a group exercise domination over another individual or group using aggression or the threat of aggression. Sin. That which displeases God or is contrary to the will or design of God. God. That which created what is. For this discussion, I don't necessarily refer to an individual person or entity. Therefore, the overall concept I am trying to get across is not dependent upon a belief system like Christianity. God, in this context, can be whatever you see as the source of our existence. It fits the atheist as well as the theist. Freedom, tyranny, and sin. The beginning. Let's start with the basic Judeo/Christian creation story. After everything else is made, God makes Adam and Eve. And by the way, Adam simply means man, and Eve means peer or complement. There were no capital letters in Hebrew, and there's no reason to believe those were individual names. Anyway, he places them in a place called the Garden of Eden, which simply means a well-watered plain, tells them to be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth, and gives them only one rule. Namely, don't eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Of course, they eat the fruit, and sin is introduced into mankind's heart. God then ejects mankind from Eden. However, there's a gap in this story. From the point that God commands them to be fruitful and multiply, to the point that they ate the fruit, something must have happened. Some time must have expired, but nothing indicates how many hours, days, years, or eons of time pass. More on this later. What I propose to do is identify the fruit of that tree. What I will not do is dispute the volumes of traditional theological teachings about that fruit. So for the purpose of this discussion, please accept the possibility that I can be both right and wrong. This is just presented as a thought exercise. Now consider this tree. It's a tree of knowledge. By eating its fruit, you suddenly start to judge what is good and what is evil. In the case of Adam and Eve, they saw they were naked and made a judgment call that being naked was a bad thing. So, they created their own law that had never existed before, namely, you must wear clothing. This was never a natural law or a law from the Creator. It was a made-up law that they created right there, at that time. By eating the fruit, making a judgment, and enforcing a new law, they became lawgivers, and that's a title only rightfully held by the Creator. They were literally making gods of themselves, God's will and sin. The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 8, tells roughly this story. After about 500 years, the chapter doesn't actually record the time. You have to do the math separately. In the Promised Land, there was some unrest among the Israelite tribal elders. You see, during that time, they had no central government. A series of judges resolved disputes both within the Jewish tribes and with their neighbors. These judges had no authority in the modern sense. People sought the judgment of these judges in private and public matters, and voluntarily agreed to accept them as arbitrators in conflicts. It was a time described in the Scripture when every man did that which was right in his own eyes. In other words, there was no legal authority representing laws of a government. Generally speaking, the Israelites were free to come and go as they wished, and trade with whomever they wished for whatever reason they wished. When the need arose to confront foreign aggression, the judges, being natural leaders, would rally volunteers and fight defensive battles. Near the end of these 500 years of relative freedom, the Israelite tribal elders began to murmur and complain among themselves. It seemed Israel was situated between several great empires. These empires had magnificent cities where powerful kings sat on thrones of splendor. Many of the elders became covetous of the power of these empires, so they began to demand a king, each of them quietly hoping they would be the one chosen. The judge, Samuel, at first took this as a personal insult. But God corrected Samuel and said, "It's not you they reject, it's me." You read that correctly. When the Israelites rejected freedom and demanded a government, they were rejecting God. Read it for yourself, it's right there. So, after 500 years of freedom, Israel subjected itself to tyranny. To make a long story short, within a couple generations, the nation was split into two kingdoms, and a couple generations later, the northern half of the nation disappeared into the sands of time, never to be heard from again. Jerusalem, the capital of the southern kingdom, was sacked and burned. The male royalty were mostly castrated, and many of the people were taken into bondage as slaves of the very empire they had envied. They wanted all the fun part of tyranny, but what they ended up with was what tyranny always produces: slavery. Isn't that a lovely story? Here's what I think. It's the same story as the one told in Genesis about Eden and the tree, just told in a different way about a different people in a different time. The interaction of law and sin. Here I ask your indulgence. Let's consider natural law as opposed to man-made law. Question: what is the source of man-made law? Answer: of course it's man. Question: what is the source of natural law? Answer: that which made man God. Again, however you perceive that which created what is. If we can agree on the above, then we can agree that to break natural law, breaks the law of God and is a transgression against God. Therefore, to break natural law is to sin against God, the lawgiver. That being the case, logic demands that whatever breaks man's law is a transgression against man, sinned against man. This train of thought then requires the question, isn't it the case that when man creates law, he takes on the role of God? Let's jump back to the scripture for a moment. In the book of Ezekiel, chapter 28, one finds the description of a creature generally believed to be the devil. But the scripture never actually says it's the devil. That's just a doctrine that has been taught since the Dark Ages. Part of this description of the being says he was perfect in beauty, gifted in music, perfect in his ways, and originally located in Eden. This being had developed a flaw in his nature and eventually fell from grace and was cast down and rejected by God. His transgression was that he attempted to make a god of himself. Does this story sound familiar? I propose that story is in fact not about the devil, it's the story of man. It is the same story told 2 other times in this discussion. I propose that when man chooses tyranny over freedom, man chooses sin. Freedom is the original, natural state of man. And when man takes it upon himself to regulate the behavior of other men, he places himself in the position of God, the lawgiver. I propose that when Adam chose to make up his own law, he chose man as his God. He placed himself in the position of God and proclaimed himself a God. In other words, there are natural laws that rightly restrict humans from aggressing upon other humans and their property. But when humans make laws according to their will and enforce them upon other humans by way of aggression, man kicks God, the lawmaker, off the throne and proclaims himself a God. The beautiful creature with the wonderful voice, who was perfect in his ways, becomes ugly and hideously twisted by the desire for power. I think Ezekiel, chapter 28 says that very thing as clearly as the author could have said it. And I think that's the creation story summed up. The story has nothing to do with the devil. Mankind is the demon it describes. The end of time. Christians have a variety of beliefs about the end of time. I propose that time, as we normally call, it won't end in the way most Christians think. For this exercise, let's substitute the word history for time. Consider history from the moment God told Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply, until the moment Adam ate the fruit. Where is this history? Was there no time or just no history? How many minutes or millions of years went by unrecorded? Now think about history. What is history? I propose that history is the recording of the accomplishments and deeds of tyrants. When there are no tyrants, no history is written. Without tyrants, heroes are unnecessary. People are not counted like objects of possession. Taxes are not collected, and wars don't happen. Time ticks on, but there is no reason to record anything other than the passing of seasons for the purpose of planting and harvesting. History is propaganda used to keep the masses believing that government is great and heroes are required for people to flourish. So what are the end of time? Change that too. What are the end of history? Many religions believe that someday there will be a return of sorts to an Eden. I believe that if humanity rejects tyranny and the law of man, humanity will enjoy freedom and God's natural law will be universally adopted. That being the case, why would any history of that time be recorded? Time, in a way, will have ended and eternity will have begun. Originally written in 2010, published at badquaker.com on March 31st, 2011, updated for grammar and flow October 18th, 2018. Some thoughts on the Antichrist, or now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. To understand what an Antichrist could be, one should first consider what a Christ would be. Spoiler alert, Christ is not Jesus' last name. It's from an Egyptian word meaning anointed and was a part of the preparations of a mummy. The Christian concept comes from the Hebrew expectation of a king from the Davidic line that would be anointed by God and would restore Israel and usher in the new world. Christians generally believe that Jesus was God as a man. Therefore, in a way, Jesus was a pure man created by God for his spirit to dwell in while he was on earth. Therefore, an Antichrist would be the opposite. It would be a creature not created by God, but created by mankind, so it could not be a man. Nor could it be a woman, since the scripture says, "When I speak of man, I speak of woman also." Many theologians believe the Antichrist is the product of Satan, but I'll deal with that in a moment. This creature would not come to usher in the new world. It would be the product of and guardian of the old world. It would oppose the creation of the new world. Now think about what Jesus pointed out as his prime order to us. Do unto others as you would want them to do to you. If all of humanity adopted it, Jesus' simple teaching would liberate every individual human to reach their highest possible level of achievement, while setting every individual free of the bonds of the will of other humans. Jesus' teaching was one of true anarchy. You treat everyone with equal respect, and they do the same in return. That is the cornerstone of the zero aggression principle. A government of any kind violates this principle. To govern literally means to control. If you're controlling even one person against their will, you're violating Jesus' prime teaching. The same goes for property. If you are taking so much as a fraction of a cent from one person against their will, you are violating Jesus' teaching. The Antichrist message would then be the opposite. Maximize control of all of humanity and their property under the will of one tyrant or one central committee of tyranny. That perfectly describes the ultimate government, and it is the logical apex of government worldwide. During the early 1800s, there were some 550 independent states in Europe alone. Today, there are only 196 independent states in the whole world, and all but 3 of them are members of the United Nations. The state is consolidating, and will continue in this logical fashion until it engulfs all of humanity, or until humanity recognizes the threat and kills the state. The story is told in the scripture of the temptations of Christ. Before Jesus begins his ministry, he fasts for an extended period of time and then is confronted by a tempter with 3 separate temptations. This tempter tries to get Jesus to break his fast with bread, but Jesus declines. The tempter also tries to get Jesus to escape his fate of death by torture at the hands of the Roman government, by casting himself off of a high spot. The theory used by the tempter being that if Jesus is the actual Christ, then God wouldn't let him die that easy. God would not let him kill himself. This would prove that Jesus was the Christ. But Jesus refuses the easy death and embraces his fate, stating that it is not right to tempt God. Then we read about the third and final temptation. The devil, or Satan, takes Jesus away to some high place, some say a mountain. There, Jesus sees all the kingdoms of the world. The devil then offers Jesus a deal, so that Jesus can be a worldly king of these nations, and therefore, Jesus can do good using the power of government. Now, if we were to take this as some have said, it could mean just Rome, or perhaps Rome and Egypt, or Rome, Egypt, and some other kingdom, but none of that really makes any sense in the context of the story as it relates to history. Certainly, Jesus couldn't see Rome and Egypt from one mountain. The curvature of the earth doesn't allow such magic. And what of India and China and all the other nation-states at the time from one mountain? Perhaps we are to believe God didn't know about China and India. Does that make any sense? Of course not. By the way, Rome wasn't a kingdom. That's an English word forced into the narrative. One more thing. Was Satan the actual ruler of these so-called kingdoms, that he could delegate them to Jesus? Or was that temptation simply a trick? Who would Satan be that he could offer such power to Jesus? Is Satan just some former angel with good connections in government? Unlikely to say the least. So what about this story actually makes sense? Let's analyze it in each of its parts. Rather than some hill, perhaps a high place is a location of the mind where Jesus can see things that can't be seen with the natural eye. Perhaps Jesus was shown all the governments of men, past, present, and future. Wouldn't that be a more logical temptation than simply the kingdom of one human lifetime? Now let us consider the actual temptation. Could some devil trick Jesus with the temptation of government power, which the devil didn't actually possess? Could Jesus be dumb enough for some former angel to offer Jesus something that this devil couldn't produce? Jesus would need to be rather stupid for that to be a temptation. I offer another possible explanation. The devil held the power of all governments, past, present, and future, because this devil was not a fallen, unemployed angel, but was the God that man had created. I propose that the devil in this story was that entity I have described elsewhere in this writing as the state, the God that man created when he chose man as his lawmaker rather than God. After all, is a traditional devil really needed in the formula of the story? Isn't man's creation, the state, a better fit to the description of Satan? Does theology demand a creator God to make an archangel, who then forsakes him, only to have this same God make man, who also forsakes him? What kind of omniscient God would this be, who makes the same mistake twice? And why only twice? Why not have this slow-learning God make the same mistake 3 times or 400 times? The fact is, none of this makes a consistent theology. It makes no sense that an all-knowing God would create 2 separate beings that both turn their back on him. This Satan that we're taught about is the creation of Dark Age-era clergy, not the scriptures. When you see that Satan, Beelzebub, Lucifer, and the devil are all modern creations by theologians, either attempting to incorporate pagan beliefs into Christianity or blatant attempts to scare people into supporting and fearing the clergy, then you begin to see this story in a different light. In the original languages, there appears no proper noun version of Satan. In the original versions of the scriptures, Satan is a generic noun meaning accuser or adversary, which is used throughout to refer to ordinary human adversaries. Believing in Satan, Beelzebub, Lucifer, or the devil is literally heresy, used by the clergy to control the body of Christianity. If God made mankind, and if mankind abandoned the Creator by usurping his natural laws, replacing them with man-made laws, and then, in time, the system of man-made laws produced a being, the state, that fed on the sweat of humanity while enslaving and destroying God's creation, then wouldn't that product of man's evil be the Antichrist? Wouldn't the state, as described elsewhere in this writing, be the Antichrist? If the Christ is a pure product of God, wouldn't the Antichrist be the pure product of man's abandonment and replacement of God with man's God? Wouldn't this man-made God need all the trappings of an actual religion? Wouldn't this God need temples and priests? The state has them in every capital city. Look at Washington, D.C., at the Lincoln Memorial. Would anyone deny that Lincoln's temple is a Greek Doric temple, with Lincoln seated on the throne of Zeus? And what are the objects under Lincoln's oddly oversized hands? Aren't those Roman fasces, the root of the word we use today as fascist? According to the National Park Service's website, the actual columns of Lincoln's temple are symbols of fascism as well. Also, Lincoln's temple was finished in 1922, during what could be called the golden age of fascism, when Mussolini was elected and the ideology was a growing fad in the US, Germany, and Spain. This was before fascism was discredited by the behavior of the Nazis, and actual fascists mostly stopped calling themselves fascists. If you don't see Lincoln's temple as evidence, have a look at the apotheosis of Washington, stationed in the center of the rotunda of the United States Capitol building. By the way, apotheosis literally means divinization and deification of a human to the divine level. And that is exactly what is portrayed in the apotheosis of Washington. It is George Washington's deification as he becomes a god. It couldn't be spelled out any clearer than it is. Do you need more evidence? Have a look at the pageantry that surrounds the British monarchy. We're told they hold no real power, but every official event that involves their monarch is, in every way, an echo of a holy Roman Catholic ceremony. Remember how the scriptures describe Satan, the devil, as a roaring lion, walks about, seeking whom he may devour. That sounds to me like the state, constantly consolidating power, while absorbing or exterminating any free people he encounters, and subjugating any nation-state that opposes him. It certainly doesn't sound like the invention of theologians who were adapting and adopting pagan deities into Christianity centuries after Jesus had died. Remember, that ancient serpent, as I talked about earlier in this book, wasn't some fallen angel created by an unwitting God. He was created by that very human tendency of lust for power and the desire to control humanity by becoming the lawgiver. That ancient serpent was the state, and although he is always adapting, he has never changed. It was mankind that created the tempter, and it was the state and state power that tempted Jesus. But he rejected the state and commanded it get behind him and out of his sight. Jesus was lawfully arrested by the authority of the state. He was lawfully given a trial by the state. Then, he was lawfully executed by faithful servants of the state, who were just doing their job. The state is the Antichrist. It has its hymns and its idols. And if you dare disrespect the state by failing to stand or kneel for its holy hymns, or if you fail to pledge allegiance to its holy symbols and idols, you can expect to suffer at the hands of its faithful followers. The state is the religion of mankind, and he walks the earth, seeking whomever he may devour.
You're listening to Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey, by Ben Stone, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For the digital version or for more books and content like this, visit libertyunderattack.com. Again, that's libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story. Find your freedom.
An Appalachian Tale. Executive Order 6102. From Wikipedia. Executive Order 6102 is a United States presidential executive order signed on April 5, 1933, by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, forbidding the hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates within the continental United States. Essentially, 6102 forbid the private ownership of gold in any form other than jewelry or raw ore. Everything else had to be turned over to the government, or you faced a penalty of $10,000 and or up to 10 years imprisonment. Gold was $20 an ounce at the time. Today, it hovers around $1,200 an ounce. That means that a $10,000 fine in 1933, adjusted for inflation, is $600,000 today. Also, notice the wording of 6102. If you were rich, you could simply move your gold offshore and you were immune to 6102. Therefore, this order excluded the rich. And of course, the poor had no gold. 6102 was aimed at the newly formed middle class and was a direct robbery of their meager wealth. My understanding is that in 1933, the United States government was broke and a payment to the Rothschild banks was soon coming due in gold. Members of the Rothschild family, by way of J.P. Morgan, loaned the U.S. Treasury vast amounts of gold in and around 1895 on what was basically a 20-year note. In 1913, the U.S. government saw that there was no way they could make the payment. So through some tricky maneuvers at a place called Jekyll Island, the Federal Reserve Bank, owned by the Rothschilds, came into existence. But that only put the Rothschilds in control of America's banking system. It didn't pay back the gold, meaning that in another 20 years, the payment would be due again. It's a long story, and if you haven't researched it, you probably won't believe it even if I tell it here. So there is no point in going any further on that topic, however. I can tell you about my grandfather, John Brown. My mother's father's name was John Brown. He wasn't that brave abolitionist from the 19th century. He was a farmer and a merchant in Appalachia during the first half of the 20th century. My family called him Poppy. Poppy had a small farm in eastern Kentucky. Together with Mama, they had a small general store that she ran. Poppy would get up early in the morning and get the boys out to do their chores on the farm. Poppy and Mama had 12 children, 2 girls and 10 boys, one of which died as a child. Once the chores were done and breakfast was had, Poppy would load up his wagon with store supplies and farm goods and begin his rounds. I don't know how often he made his rounds, but this is a basic outline. Poppy would drive his wagon from farm to farm, asking what they had to sell and what they needed to trade for, or what they needed to buy. If he had what they needed, he would sell it to them or trade for something they had, or if he didn't have it, he would note their order and bring it back another day. No one was in a hurry back then. People knew how to plan ahead and how to wait, a skill long lost on current generations. Eventually, Poppy's route would land him in the little town of South Shore, Kentucky, where he would stop at the local mercantile and sell some of his goods, while filling the orders he had collected on his route. Poppy did this for years and supplied goods to Appalachian farm families while providing for his own family. He also turned a modest profit. Poppy was wise, even in his youth. When he was a young man, he began saving for his old age. Anytime he could collect a $20 gold coin, he would stash it in a nail keg he kept hidden away. For years and years, he would slip a gold coin in that keg every chance he got. By 1933, that keg was full, and unfortunately, Mama found it. A nail keg was about 18 inches tall and about 13 wide, meaning it could hold about 100 pounds of nails and slightly over that weight in gold coins. Let's assume Poppy's full nail keg weighed 100 pounds, just to make the numbers easy. Also, let's not worry about the tiny difference between troy ounces and pounds to common ounces and pounds, or that the gold coins weren't .999 pure. Let's just say Poppy had 100 pounds of gold. It may have been more or it may have been less, but in today's dollars, that's in the neighborhood of $1,920,000. Pause and let that soak in. At the time, it was worth about $32,000 in face value. That's how inflation works. The bankers and the government devalue your money and steal its value through inflation, and the public is too distracted to notice. That's why gold had to be taken from the middle class. It holds its value, while the dollar loses value. Things don't get more expensive. The dollar becomes less and less valuable, and that is intentional. Inflation is a form of taxation. Mama was terrified. What if someone found out they had that much gold in their house? People would kill for that kind of money. After all, this was Appalachia during the Great Depression. Then there was the matter of this new law. The money had to be taken to a bank and exchanged for paper dollars before the government men came to get it. Poppy hated Roosevelt. What gave Roosevelt the right to take Poppy's gold? Nothing. That's what right Roosevelt had to Poppy's gold. But Roosevelt was a thief, and thieves do what thieves do. Poppy figured Mama was probably right. On Poppy's next round to South Shore, he would get on the ferry boat and cross the river to Portsmouth. He had never had any dealings with a bank because, bankers are thieves. But he had to obey the law because, well, it's the law. Poppy walked into a bank, passed the armed guard at the door, and stood in line. Lots of people seemed to be pulling their money out of this bank, and Poppy had no idea why. When it was Poppy's turn, he set the nail barrel up on the counter and asked to exchange it for paper dollars. The teller was a bit taken aback, as you might expect, and asked for the bank president to come help. The bank president explained that they could only hand out $200 over the counter to anyone, under any circumstances. This was a banking rule set up to stop the bank runs that destroyed so many banks after the stock market crash a few years earlier. Well, fine then, Poppy would just have to exchange $200 at this bank and then go exchange another $200 at another bank. This will take all day, traveling around Portsmouth, going from bank to bank, but it was the law, after all. The banker explained that it didn't work that way. The deadline to trade in gold was passed, and the guard wouldn't let Poppy leave with the government's gold. The government's gold? This was Poppy's gold. The government didn't work and starve and sweat and bleed for this gold. Poppy had. The calluses were on Poppy's hands, not some government man with a gun. The armed guard didn't seem to see Poppy's point. But the banker had a solution. Poppy could deposit the whole amount, all $32,000 of it, then withdraw $200 in paper cash. The remainder could either be safely left at the bank to collect interest, or he could withdraw some each time he came to town. Poppy didn't like any of this, but what choice did he have? So, he handed over the gold, and they gave him a wad of paper and a little book with a stamp on it. It was a little while, maybe a week or more, before his rounds brought him back to town. Poppy boarded the ferry boat and crossed over to Portsmouth. He walked to the bank and read the big sign on the door. No matter the efforts to stop a bank run, it happened anyway, and the bank had been closed. Just like that, Poppy's money was gone. Franklin Roosevelt was a banker, and he was a government man, in other words, a thief his whole life. Poppy died in 1955, 6 years before I was born. When he died, he had his farm and a little church he had built with his own hands. The day he finished the roof of the church, he walked back to his house where Mama had his dinner ready. He wasn't feeling very good, so he told her he thought he would skip the meal for now. Then his heart stopped and Poppy was gone. Mama saw to it that the church was in proper hands. Then she sold the farm and moved in with my mother and father. She lived with my family about 20 years. One evening, the members of that same church were having a business meeting to decide to keep the old traditions or bring in a new preacher who would update things and take the church in a new direction. Mama made sure she was there in attendance, and when the proper time came, she stood to address the congregation. I wasn't there that night, so I can't say what she told them, but I imagine she encouraged them to hold to the old ways. Whatever she said, I'm sure she put every ounce of her heart into it. When she was completely finished and had said her piece, she sat down and closed her eyes. Then Mama was gone. A story about nothing. One day in the summer before my 10th birthday, I was wandering the woods of our 160-acre farm, all that was left of the 500 acres Tom Stone had claimed with his land grant, issued for his service in the Virginia militia during the War of Independence. Near the very western edge of the property, I came across what I imagined to be an Indian road. I was very excited. Again, I was 9, almost 10, and had an imagination to match my age. This road was entirely hidden from view if you stepped 5 feet into the woods, but standing on it, you could clearly tell how it went in each direction. I began hiking up and down it, amazed by something I knew I wasn't understanding. You could take off running and easily follow the path without anything getting in your way, and yet you could never really tell where it was going for more than a few yards. After running up and down this road all day, I was forced by the failing sun to head home. At the dinner table, I gleefully announced my discovery of the Indian Road and how I was convinced that, as I ran up and down the road, I could tell there were spirits running with me. Well, of course, this gave my family a laugh, and I was told that I had simply found a deer trail. They're everywhere in the woods. There are no Indian roads or running spirits. There was nothing unique or even interesting about my discovery. It was nothing but a deer trail. I was very discouraged and didn't go back to that part of the property the rest of that year. The next spring, as I was out and about doing no particular thing for no particular reason, I found myself back in the general area of the trail. As I thought about the summer before, I was feeling silly for thinking I had found something important. Within a few moments, I realized I was standing on the trail. I had an undeniable feeling that I was not alone. I tried to shake the feeling by telling myself it was just a deer trail, and there was nothing interesting about it. But the feeling was overwhelming. It was as if 1,000 eyes were watching me. So, I began to follow the trail off of our property. When I got to a place where a road cut through it, I picked it up on the other side. Fences cut across it, and I continued. I came to a house with a big yard. It took me a while, but I found where the trail picked up. I barely made it home before dark that night. We only lived on the family farm for a few years, and after that first time, I never tried to tell my family about the Indian Road again. But I did go back and visit it several times. Each time, I had that same feeling. I had a longing to follow it, like I needed to follow it. When I would run on the road, it seemed I could hear the voices of its past in my ears. The entire experience was illogical, and even though I thought of it many times as I grew older, I always realized it was just the experience of a surfer kid from California dumped into the Appalachian woods. I had found nothing but a deer trail. Some years back, a new bourbon came on the market. I read a review and decided to give it a try. It was a nice bourbon with a very complicated flavor and a very inexpensive price. I learned its name came from an Indian road, called a trace, which used to lead, in one form or the other, from the Mississippi Delta to the Great Lakes. The part that passed by the distillery was called the Buffalo Trace, thus the name of the bourbon, Buffalo Trace. Upon learning this information and discovering this wonderful bourbon, I hopped on Google Earth to see if I could find the distillery. To my amazement, I could see the trace. Google Earth has since changed its imagery with AI, and it no longer used raw photography. But back then, even with the interruptions of modern life distorting it, I could still make it out on its whole route. I found something else, though. A branch of this trace cuts east by northeast, in almost a straight line from Frankfort, Kentucky to the old river crossing west of Portsmouth, Ohio, where a huge Indian town had stood for perhaps thousands of years, and ends at a large salt deposit on the northeast side of modern Portsmouth. That trace runs along the western edge of my old family farm. With a little more research, I read that these traces were often used by the Underground Railroad to smuggle slaves out of the Old South. For years, I had no idea what any of this meant. I have often had the feeling that my life was following a trail, just like that Indian road. But lacking any way to explain it or even prove it to myself, all I could ever do was keep these thoughts to myself. Until today. What does all this mean? Maybe nothing. It's just a tale about a trail. Thank you for reading this. I warned you that this was a story about nothing. Originally written in 2010, first published at badquaker.com on April 3rd, 2011. Mistakes corrected and updated for grammar November 22nd, 2018. Final thoughts. The joke. I am a big fan of jokes that have a very long build-up and a corny punchline at the end. Probably my favorite joke is the one about Quasimodo wanting a vacation. Side note, as you tell this joke, you have to overact each part. Hunch over as you say Quasimodo's lines and jump back and forth at the appropriate moments. Stand very straight as you say the priest's lines and make all the appropriate faces as you speak. Of course, Quasimodo lived in the bell towers of Notre Dame in Paris. It was his job to ring the bells every hour. Quasimodo did his job faithfully for many years, never missing a single hour. But he was getting very tired of his job. One day, Quasimodo approached the cardinal and begged a moment of his time. The cardinal said, "Speak, my son." So Quasimodo asked for a few days off to go and sit by the sea and meditate. The cardinal said that would be perfectly fine if Quasimodo could find a replacement bell ringer for the time he was gone. So Quasimodo put an ad in the local paper that read, "Wanted, temporary labor, good pay, 1 week employment, paid training. See Quasimodo at Notre Dame bell towers." After a few days, this man approached Quasimodo and said that he was here about the job. Quasimodo was very excited and asked the man to follow him up the stairs to the bell level. Up the stairs they climbed and climbed until they finally reached the bell floor. Quasimodo said, "Now watch carefully how I do this." Then Quasimodo leapt off the platform and grabbed the first bell rope. Quasimodo began slowly sinking as the bell began to tilt until the first strike, bong. Then as the rope lifted Quasimodo, he leapt to the next bell rope, bong. From rope to rope, Quasimodo leapt until he had rang the well-known tune of the bells of Notre Dame. Then back to the platform with a new recruit. Quasimodo asked there, "Do you think you could do that every hour for 1 week?" The recruit said, "Well, it doesn't look that hard. Mind if I give it a try?" Quasimodo answered, "Go right ahead, it's actually quite fun." The recruit leapt toward the first rope, but just missed it, falling face first against the bell that gave out a slightly duller bong. Then the poor man fell all the way to the paving stones below, striking with a horrible thud. Quasimodo raced down the stairs as fast as he could. But by the time he got there, several priests had arrived, and they were all talking about this poor man. Quasimodo stood silently, not really knowing what to do or say. After an awkward moment, the cardinal arrived and asked Quasimodo, "Do you know who this man was, Quasimodo?" Quasimodo was incapable of telling a lie to the cardinal. So he said, "I don't know his name, but his face sure rings a bell." I'm beginning to believe that life is like a joke with a long build-up and a completely predictable punchline at the end. The twist on this joke of life, though, is that the end still surprises everyone.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the programming. DJ Brian Freer Robot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddles, Cloak and Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes the Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA Radio Network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian Freerobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freerobot out.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit paznia.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at paznia.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public